Does anyone else remember Little Witch and Jack-o'-lantern? It's a kind of an obscure show. Most of the people I've mentioned it to have never heard of it and can't find a shred of information about it online, but I know that it existed. See, I remembered it so vividly. For the uninitiated, which I assume to be most of you, the show aired sometime in the mid-80s. Must have been sometime around 1987. I'd compare it to the stuff like Polka Dot Door, The Big Comfy Couch, or Pee-wee's Playhouse, although this show had a distinct Halloween aesthetic to it. Despite that, it didn't just play around Halloween. Episodes aired all throughout the year on one of the local channels in my hometown. The main character was this young witch named Melanie. She was about 7 or 8 and was always dressed in a purple and gold dress with striped stockings and a typical witch hat. She was the only character in the show who was completely played in live action. I think they switched out her actress once or twice during the run of the series because I remember a couple of different faces playing the role, but the outfit was always the same. And the little witch was always named Melanie. It's been so long, though. I don't entirely remember. Anyway, Melanie lived in the castle of the Great Jack-o'-lantern, the most powerful wizard in the world. And naturally, he had a jack-o'-lantern for a head. I'm sure that part was explained in the show, but I don't remember what the explanation was. I think he accidentally cursed himself or something like that. But Jack was played by a guy in a big red robe that trailed behind him. The pumpkin that made up his head was animated, so the grinning face carved into it would move and emote as he spoke. The animation wasn't great, but it did the job well enough for a kid's show. Jack had this deep, booming voice that echoed like thunder, and I remember that it used to scare the hell out of me when I was a little kid. I both loved and feared Jack. Whenever he came on screen, he absolutely stole the show, and it's the parts with him that I remember the most. See, as an adult, I'd probably recognize it as like a Vincent Price impersonation, but as a kid, I didn't know any better. The rest of the characters didn't stand out as much, and I have to admit, they kind of blur together in my mind. I know that there was a talking skull on the wall named Hairy Bones, a bat that would fly in from time to time, usually to sing a song. Melanie had a black cat that was played by a puppet, but I can't remember anything about it. And one of the bookshelves talked. I don't remember the name of the bookshelf, but I remember that the running gag with him was that he was allergic to dust and he'd always sneeze. Now when the bookshelf sneezed, it was an event. You know, the books went flying off of him, usually hitting poor Melanie, and she'd have to clean them up while the bookshelf just sat there and said in his deep and sad voice, "Sorry, Melanie." Anyway, the basic setup was that Melanie lived in Jack's castle so that she could grow up to be a great spellcaster just like him. She always wanted to try new, more powerful spells, and was confident that she could master them quickly and impress Jack. Most of the time she'd screw it up. Jack had to come in and fix it, and all he had to do was wave his magic wand and everything went back to normal. Then he would sit Melanie down, and they'd get to my favorite part of the show. The dialogue wasn't always the same, I don't think, but I remember it went something like this. "A fine effort you've made, little witch, but remember that there's magic in the world in places you'd never suspect." Then he would take a book off the bookshelf and sit down in his armchair. He'd open it, and the inside of the book would be another screen that would play a clip. The clip would always be different from episode to episode and tied into whatever spell Melanie had tried to cast. The one I remember the most was from the episode where Melanie tried to conjure a banquet from nothing. And the clip talked about how farmers raised animals for the food that we eat. They showed a little bit of the production of eggs, milk, and even showed some kids about Melanie's age petting barnyard animals. Then there was another episode where Melanie had tried to use a spell to stop the rain so she can go outside and play. She caused a flood instead. It was all about the water cycle and how important it was. The clips were all like that, focusing on the mundane science that made our world work the way that it did. At the end of the clip, Jack-o'-lantern would close his book. He'd look right at the audience, his glowing pumpkin mouth grinning wide across his face, and he'd say, "Always remember, there's everyday magic in places you would never expect." Then he'd laugh, that eerie Vincent Price laugh that he had, and Melanie would give a wave goodbye to the camera before the episode ended. Now, I was absolutely crazy about the show when I was 5 or 6. Every evening from Monday to Friday at 4 to 4:15 p.m., my butt was parked in front of the TV to watch Melanie and Jack's latest adventure. Nowadays, I can only remember bits and pieces of it. I'm sure if I ever found it again, I'd see things that escaped my memory completely, or I'd find out that I misremembered half of it. That's one thing about Little Witch and Jack-o'-lantern. I'm quite sure I'd never forget. And that would be the bedtime story hotline. It wasn't technically part of the show itself, but every now and then I'd see it advertised during commercial breaks. The commercials always started with a flash of lightning illuminating the shadow of Jack-o'-lantern. His face would light up and he'd lean in close to the camera. "Good evening, little witches and wizards. Do you seek to discern the mysteries of the unknown? Do you aspire to attain mastery over mystery? Call Melanie and I at..." He'd list off the numbers that flashed across the screen. "And we shall regale you with tales of the unreal and of the everyday magic hiding in most unlikely of places. There's a new tale every day, along with posters and stickers to adorn your magical lair." The commercial would then cut to Melanie sitting in the library of Jack's castle, and she'd say, "A portion of the proceeds from your $2.35 two-minute call will go towards the education of kids like you and me." And then Jack would rise from behind the chair she sat in, his grinning face glowing in the dim light. "Ask your parents' permission before you call. We look forward to hearing from you." With that, Jack would let loose his sinister cackle, and the number would flash on the screen along with text I was too young to read. I presume it was just the details of the service for the benefits of the parents. As soon as they started airing those commercials, I absolutely had to call that number. I was just a kid at the time, and as far as I knew, I'd just been handed the chance to talk to the real Jack and the real Melanie. I recall fantasizing about actually visiting Jack's castle and becoming a great and powerful wizard just like him. And maybe I could even be on the show, just like Melanie. All I needed to do was call and talk to Jack. My parents were good enough to not dash my hopes, so after a minimal amount of pleading, they let me call the number. I can remember the swell excitement in my chest when at bedtime a few nights after I had first seen the commercial, my dad poked his head into my room and said, "Hey there, Logan. You like to give Jack and Melanie a call before you hit the sack, kiddo?" In my elation, I don't remember exactly what I said, but I'm sure the condensed version of it would be yes. I watched as my dad dialed the number that I already knew off by heart, and when he handed me the phone, I couldn't physically hold in my excitements. I remember barely being able to hold still as I said, "Hi, Jack, hi. "Hello there, young spellcaster," Jack's voice replied. He was probably just a recording, but I was too young to know that, too young to care. "Hi, Jack. I'm so glad that you've called to talk with Melanie and I this evening." "Hello," Melanie's voice chimed in. "We've had quite a productive day," Jack continued. "I think you'd be impressed with just how far Melanie has come with her magical skill." "I found the perfect spell to clean the dust out of that old library so that Mr. Bookcase's allergies won't be so bad. He was so grateful, and then Jack showed me how to prepare a great banquet using only my magic." And a splendid banquet it was. "You truly are a prodigy in the making, little witch, but remember not to lose your appreciation for everyday magic all around us." "Of course not, Jack. Although, after such a big dinner, I'm a little tired." "The hour has grown quite late. I'm sure our friend is weary as well. Let us all retire for the evening. Please do call us again tomorrow. Your company is always welcome in my castle, fellow spellcaster. Pleasant dreams." The short message ended, but my excitement didn't go down at all. I was still ready to bounce off the walls. Even if I hadn't been able to say a word, Jack had still called me a fellow spellcaster, and that was, without a doubt, one of the crowning achievements I'd gotten in my 5 years of life. As pumped up as I was eager to hit the sack just so I could call them again tomorrow. Maybe I'd get to tell them about my day that time. Maybe they'd even invite me to go to the castle. None of that was ever actually going to pan out, but I was still at an age where I could believe that it would, and that was almost as good as it actually happening. The next night, my parents let me call Jack and Melanie again. He went about the same as it had the night before. The story was different this time, as Melanie talked about how she'd been working on a spell that could change the weather and had instead caused a hurricane inside of Jack's library. Even the greatest spellcasters make a mistake from time to time. Growth comes from practice, little witch, Jack had said. Just remember, not to lose your appreciation for everyday magic all around us. Of course not, Jack. Although after such a busy day, I'm a little tired. The hour has grown quite late. I'm sure our friend is weary as well. Let us all retire for the evening. Please do call us again tomorrow. Your company is always welcome in my castle, fellow spellcaster. Pleasant dreams. Hearing the same closing line a second time was no less exciting than it had been the night before, and before I went to bed, I begged my parents to let me call again. They told me that I could, so long as I stayed on my best behavior, and that was a promise I was determined to uphold. Calling Jack and Melanie became part of my routine. Every night, the calls would be more or less the same, only with a different story. Every night, my parents would dial the number, bring me the phone, and leave me to my own devices as I listened to the message. I don't think the stories ever repeated either, or if they did, I didn't notice. I was too blinded by my excitement to be talking to the real Jack and Melanie. And then, things changed. My mom had come into my room, holding the phone as she finished dialing the number. "Have a nice chat," she said with a knowing smile as I sat in bed and waited for the sound of Jack's voice. "Hello, young spellcaster," Jack said. The same intro he always had. "Hi, Jack," I replied. "I'm so glad that you've called to talk with Melanie and I this evening." Usually Melanie's voice would chime in with a hello, however, this time she was silent. "Unfortunately, our little witch had to retire quite early today. I suppose it's for the best. Working with children can be ever so tiring. I don't suppose you'd know much about that, would you? Regardless, one can only handle so much disaster before it inevitably becomes frustrating. After her latest catastrophe, I decided it would be best to carve up her face just like mine. Such a procedure would require a long, sometimes eternal slumber afterwards, and so our little witch has been sent to this rest. But not to worry. I shall find another. The hour has grown quite late. I'm sure that you are quite weary as I am. Let us both retire for the evening. Please do call again tomorrow. Your company is always welcome in my castle, young spellcaster. Pleasant dreams." The line went dead and I sat by the phone, silent and unsure of what to make of what I just heard. Jack had never hurt Melanie. Not once on the show. He had always been a kind and understanding teacher, and more than that, he was her friend. He wanted to help Melanie, not hurt her. I wondered if perhaps Melanie had done something bad. My parents never quite subscribed to the belief that a smack upside the head was the best way to raise a child, but I had friends in school whose parents were a little more old-fashioned. I knew that some kids got spanked or slapped if they were being bad. I never imagined that Jack would treat Melanie that way, though. When my mom came to take the phone, I didn't say anything to her. I just gave it up and let myself be tucked in. The fact that I was quieter than usual didn't slip by her. "What's wrong, sweetie? Didn't you like the story?" "I didn't," he said. "Jack isn't mean, is he? He wouldn't hurt Melanie, right?" My mom went quiet. "No," she finally said. "No, of course not. Jack's a good wizard. He doesn't hurt people. What happened in the story? He was really mad at Melanie, and he said that she had to go to bed early." That was about as much as I'd been able to understand from what Jack had said. What exactly he'd meant when he said he'd carved Melanie's face up had gone over my head. I'm sure that if my mom had known about that part, she wouldn't have taken what I had said so well. The subtle relief on her face set my own troubled mind at ease. If she didn't see anything wrong, then what did I have to worry about? "Well, Jack is kind of like Melanie's dad, isn't he?" she asked. When people misbehave, we have to show them that what they did was wrong. If an adult does a bad thing, then there are things that can happen to them to try to make sure that they don't do those bad things again. It's the same with children. Like being sent to your room? Exactly. Nobody likes it, but if you do something bad, then someone will have to punish you for it, no matter how old you are. It's called accountability. And I guess that's a kind of everyday magic too. None of that actually made complete sense to me at the time, but I guess it was enough to shut me up for the night. Mom tucked me in and let me go to bed. By morning, I'd almost forgotten all about Jack's strange story, and when bedtime came around again, I was just as excited as usual to call Jack. After I was tucked into bed, my dad dialed the number and brought me the phone. I took it with the same eagerness I always did, although when I heard Jack's voice on the line, I distinctly remember an involuntary shiver running down my spine. "Hello there, young spellcaster." Jack's tone was harsher than usual. His voice had more of a hiss to it than it had before. It caught me off guard, and I didn't reply with my usual greeting. Jack continued anyway. "I'm so glad you've called to talk with Melanie and I this evening." "Hello." It was good to hear Melanie's voice back, but there was something off about it. I'm not sure that it was the same actress as before, but her voice was warped and hard to make out. Her tone was different as well. Instead of the chipper, upbeat voice she'd always had, instead she was much quieter. Her single line of dialogue came out as more of a squeak than anything else. "We've had such an interesting day today," Jack said. "Today we had a visitor in the castle, a wonderful young man who made up in charm for what he lacked in magic. He came upon my castle unannounced, and his arrival was quite timely. This charming man provided me the key ingredient in a special potion that I'm brewing. It is a magical stew built off the everyday magic of nostalgia. Do you know what nostalgia is, my friend?" A memory," Melanie said. Her voice was still quiet and distorted. "In a sense, yes. But also, far more than that, I wanted to remind Melanie of my previous appearance, and so, for supper, I prepared this potion for us to share. This charming man was kind enough to provide us the meat for the stew. Cooking itself is another kind of everyday magic. With the addition of heat, things can change. Hard roots become soft, flavors blend together, flesh separates from bone, and grows tender and juicy." I could almost hear Jack salivating on the other end of the phone line, and it left me with a deep feeling of discomfort. I wanted to hang up the phone, but I didn't dare. What would Jack say or do if I did? It's a shame that the man had to give up so much for us. But we've gained so much from his sacrifice. Least of all, a meal. Did you enjoy it, little witch? Melanie did not respond for a moment, but I could hear a whimper over the phone line. Perhaps not, then. Some meats are an acquired taste. Regardless of your taste, my friend, remember not to lose your appreciation for everyday magic all around us. Now the hour has grown quite late. We are weary. The charming man slumbers eternally beneath the castle, and it is time for us all to retire for the evening. Please, do call again, fellow spellcaster. I appreciate having a friend with whom I can talk to. Pleasant dreams. The line went dead, leaving me with a sense of unease deep in my gut that I didn't know how to explain. Looking back, I'm grateful that I was too young to truly comprehend the vile things that Jack had described. I didn't understand the things hidden behind the crooning words. All I knew was that something was not right. I didn't sleep as soundly that night. I didn't think anyone could have. The following night, I found myself dreading my call with Jack. It had become so ingrained into my routine, though, that I didn't dare say no when Dad brought me the phone before bed. Have a good night, kiddo, he said with a smile. I didn't reply. I just quietly took the phone from him, dreading the inevitable sound of Jack's voice. Hello there, young spellcaster, Jack crooned. His voice sounded even worse than it had the night before. The Vincent Price impersonation seemed half-assed, and Jack didn't sound like himself, although his words were no less chilling to listen to. Even now, I could still hear it in the back of my mind. "Hi, Jack," I said quietly. "I'm so glad that you've called to chat with Melanie and I this evening." "Hello." Like the night before, Melanie's voice was a garbled squeak. She sounded as if she was in the verge of tears. "What a wonderful day we've had," Jack said. "My nostalgic potion has reminded our little witch of her duties in my castle, lest she join her predators and that oh-so-charming man in the wakeless slumber down in the dungeon. When left to simmer, his flesh took on such wonderful flavors. Should not indulge so often, but I must confess the temptation is difficult to resist, especially when there is meat so readily available." I listened in silence, tears filling my eyes as I listened to Jack speak. "Shall I tell you about Melanie's predecessor? Charming little thing, yet unwilling to take directions, of course. When you put that calf into the stew, the cow and the bull must go too. Family belongs together after all. But after their mixed flavors offered up such a heavenly aroma, that I've, as of yet, failed to recapture. Perhaps one day you shall help me with that, my friend." "No," I croaked. "I don't want to." Now, Logan. Don't you want to see the mysteries of the unknown for yourself?" The phone fell from my hand and I kicked it off my bed and across the room. A scream escaped me as I started to cry. I hadn't expected a response from Jack. He never responded to me before. He never even said my name before, but I knew what I'd heard. I could hear his hissing, snarling voice over the phone, but I couldn't hear his words. Whatever he was saying was drowned out by the sound of my dad bursting into my room to see what was the matter. I ran to him, I hugged his legs, and begged him not to let Jack turn me into stew. I remember the look of shock on his face before he spotted the cordless phone on the ground. He picked it up and stared at it. I don't know if he heard anything, but his furrowed brow said enough. He made my mom sit with me while he called the police, and she did whatever she could to calm me down. I ended up having to sleep in my parents' bed that night, and the nightmares of Jack looming over me haunted me for weeks afterward. I remember that the police officers came to our house and asked me about the things that Jack had said during the phone calls. I told them everything I could think of, although I'm sure there were parts I left out, either because I didn't understand them enough, or because I simply didn't remember. Needless to say, I never called that phone number again. My parents and I didn't discuss Little Witch and Jack-o'-lantern after that night. I refused to watch the show, and it wasn't until a few months later that I noticed it was entirely gone from the channel. Something else had taken its time slot. I didn't bother asking about it. I was happy to let the show fade into a distant memory and never think about it again, but I suppose Jack gave me fair warnings about nostalgia. Thoughts of Little Witch and Jack-o'-lantern have crept into my mind from time to time over the years. The show doesn't have much of a legacy online. There's almost nothing on IMDb or any other site that I've gone through. The most I've managed to find is mentions of an actress by the name of Judy Kirk, who supposedly played Melanie. I didn't find anything else on her besides her name, and trust me, I've looked. I had a little bit more luck going through old newspapers. I still live in the same town, and one long weekend I was with my own kids at the library, and I thought to ask the librarian about historic newspapers. And sure enough, they had some on microfilm, and they let me look through it. The newspapers didn't offer much. There's only a passing mention of Little Witch and Jack-o'-lantern from 1989. I found it on an article about human remains discovered beneath an old warehouse just outside of town. It had once been owned by a man by the name of Timothy Clay. Clay had built the set of the show in that warehouse and filmed everything there with a small crew. He had been the voice and the mind behind Jack-o'-lantern before he'd been arrested for assault. Apparently, not long after that, they'd found approximately 8 bodies buried beneath the warehouse. One believed to belong to a young man who'd gone missing 2 years prior, 3 belonging to one family who'd been formerly associated with the production prior, and 4 belonging to another family. Looking into Clay himself, I found that he'd passed away on December of 1987. The article I read didn't state how, but as far as I knew, the man was on parole at the time and not in custody. To sate my curiosity, I also looked into Judy Kirk. Mostly because I wanted to know if hers had been amongst the bodies recovered, and as far as I can tell, she wasn't. There was no mention of Judy Kirk at all. Actually, if she'd ever existed, she dropped right off the face of the earth entirely, it seemed. Perhaps that was for the best. If she was the one who played Melanie at the end, then maybe she deserved her privacy. I don't need to read the gruesome details of his crimes to know that Timothy Clay was a monster, and I suspect he told me everything I needed to know about himself back in 1987. I still have a lot of unanswered questions about Little Witch and Jack-o'-lantern, but I'd say that I've dug deep enough, and I could say that I'm satisfied. This is the best place to leave the mystery to rest. If I go any deeper, I don't know what I'd find. And truthfully, I don't want to know. I still remember the phone number, though. I still remember the growling in Jack's voice when he spoke to me all those years ago. I'm not sure what came over me. My wife and kids were out the other day. I had nothing else to do, and old memories of Jack and Melanie crossed my mind like they had thousands of times before. I thought about the commercial for that hotline. I still remember the phone number. I'd known it off by heart, after all. So I picked up my cell phone, and I figured that I really had nothing to lose. I expected a dead line, but the phone still rang when I dialed the number. That shouldn't have been surprising. That number had probably been assigned to someone else in the 33 years that I'd last called it. Whoever would answer would be part of some company I'd never heard of before, and I'd hang up and I'd have my closure. Someone on the other end picked up the phone, and I listened as a woman's voice on the other end said the words that still sent a chill down my spine. "Hello there, young spellcaster." I was silent. The voice was not one that I'd heard before, and yet there was something familiar about it. There was something off about the way she spoke, like a lisp, but more subtle. "Hello?" I asked with a trembling voice. "Jack?" "I'm afraid Jack no longer owns this castle, but it's all right. I'm here." There was a tranquility to that woman's voice that set me on edge, a distracted calmness that seemed out of place. "Would you like to hear a story about what happened to Jack, Logan?" the woman asked. I felt the color drain from my face. On reflex, I cast the phone away from me, and I heard it clatter to the ground as I retreated away from it like I was still a scared child. From across the room, I could hear a low chuckle on the other end of the line. "Another time, then," the woman's voice said. "Pleasant dreams, fellow spellcaster. Pleasant dreams." The line went dead. I won't be calling back. It all started when Cassandra Wolfhart killed a pumpkin sprout. I didn't know Cassandra personally, but I knew of her. She was friends with Tom's sister, and Tom's, friends with me. All that I know about Cassandra, I've learned against my will, in passing comments from adults or other kids at school. That Wolfhart girl, now that's a picky eater if I've ever seen one. One thing that everyone in town knew was that Cassandra hated pumpkins. She literally could not stand the sight of them. I once watched her start screaming at the top of her lungs when a barista at the Point Pine Cafe offered her a pumpkin spice latte. That girl was weird. And her hatred of pumpkins was the weird cherry on top of the weird sundae that was Cassandra Wolfhart. Tom said that any time Cassandra came over during the fall season, she would avoid looking into her backyard. Apparently, the first time she went over, she saw their pumpkin patch and went white as a ghost before she passed out on their kitchen floor. He showed me a dent that he swears was made by her head hitting the wooden floorboards, but Tom's kind of a liar sometimes, so I just go along with most of what he says. I knew about the other girls at school who liked to play pranks on Cassandra. One time they filled her locker with pumpkin guts, and when she opened it, she threw up in the middle of the hallway. I have to say that at first, I found Cassandra to be a little ridiculous, but now I feel bad for her. So many people constantly terrorize her with their biggest fear. I think about what I would do if someone was dangling me off a cliff as a joke, and I realized that I'd probably react the same way that Cassandra has. Last week, I was at Tom's house while Cassandra was there hanging out with her sister, Megan. Even from Tom's room, I could overhear Cassandra complaining about pumpkin spice season. I even heard her gag a few times after she said the word pumpkin. Cassandra left before dinner that day once she found out that Tom's mother was serving pumpkin bread for dessert. Boy, that girl sure hates pumpkins, Tom's dad chuckled as she went out the front door. A few days after that, Cassandra's brother managed to carry her to Tom's pumpkin patch in her sleep, and when she woke up surrounded by pumpkins, she screamed so loud that she woke up everyone in the neighborhood. They all rushed out to find her, slamming her fists over the pumpkins, punching holes into a few of them. She had apparently broken off a few nails doing this and severely cut up and bruised her hands in the process. They had to call the police and the paramedics to tear her away from the pumpkin patch, and then sedate her so they could transport her to the hospital. Since her brothers had filmed it, they were in some big trouble with the cops and their parents. May said she tried to go visit Cassandra, but she wouldn't even talk to her. She just kept crying, saying the pumpkins were going to want revenge, Tom said, as we did our history homework. Revenge for what? For what she did to them, duh. She basically murdered a bunch of pumpkins. I saw what it looked like afterward. She literally destroyed our whole pumpkin patch. I looked up at Tom, who was highlighting in a textbook. Yeah, but they're pumpkins. They don't care, I replied. She doesn't think that, he mumbled, with a highlighter cap in his mouth. I didn't hear much about Cassandra for the rest of the day. But the following morning, when Tom's parents were outside to clean up the mess, they found that all the pumpkin debris was already gone. You mean someone just cleaned it up? I asked Tom over the phone. I mean, I guess. What else could have happened? I didn't say anything because honestly, I didn't know. Maybe someone just felt bad and had decided to help Tom's family by cleaning up Cassandra's mess. It wasn't likely that she would clean up after herself, at least not without having some sort of breakdown. The following morning at 4 a.m., someone called the police claiming that there was a girl in a hospital gown wailing and running barefoot down the street. It was Cassandra. When they caught up to her, she said she was running from the pumpkin monster. She had made it all the way to our neighborhood from the hospital and collapsed on her front lawn. I watched through my bedroom window as the police talked to Cassandra and her parents for a few minutes. Something caught my eye off to the left, and I looked over to see Tom waving me down. I ran downstairs and out the front door to meet him. What's going on? I asked. She says there's a pumpkin monster out here to get her, Tom grinned. Maybe all the teasing caught up to her and she finally broke. I looked over at the rest of the neighbors who had been drawn outside onto the street by the cops and the crazy girl in the hospital gown. Or maybe not, Tom trailed off. I glanced back at him and saw that he was pointing towards one of the running paths that came out of the woods. Between two of the houses on the street, there was movement in the trees and a flash of orange before something came out of the woods. The fuck is that? I asked. Oh my god, it's here! The pumpkin monster's here! Please, you have to help me! I don't want to die! Cassandra wailed as she saw it. And for once, Cassandra wasn't crazy. The thing that had come out of the woods was, in fact, a pumpkin monster. It was about 7 feet tall and made out of the broken pumpkins from Tom's pumpkin patch. The pumpkin pieces were crudely molded together to form feet, legs, a torso, arms, hands, a neck, and finally a head. It had pumpkin guts draped all over it, hanging off its body and leaving a trail of them all over the ground. It stopped in the middle of the street, and people began to go back into their homes. It seemed to look around for a while, moving its lopsided, half-smashed pumpkin head from side to side, even though it had no eyes or any other facial features. After a few seconds, it headed straight towards Cassandra, who screamed so loud I thought my eardrums were going to burst. It began to awkwardly make its way towards her home, taking wide steps and fumbling as it tried to speed up. Oh, hell no. It shook the ground with each step, and I held on to a nearby fence for balance. The police pulled out their guns and shot it a few times, but it continued to walk, unfazed. Cassandra darted between two of the officers and headed towards Tom and me. What is she doing? Why is she running this way? Tom asked. The pumpkin monster pivoted and began making its way towards us as usual. Cassandra ran past us, looking back towards the monster for a second. She continued to run down the street, and Tom and I moved out of the monster's way as it chased her. After a few seconds, Tom took off after it as well. Where are you going? I asked. Don't you want to see what happens? I hesitated for a second before I followed. "Hey, come back here!" an officer called after us. We made it to the end of the street just in time to see Cassandra trip and roll down the small hill. We stopped and we listened to her screams as she kept rolling down the hill. "No fucking way," Tom whispered. We kept watching as Cassandra rolled straight into another pumpkin patch, her head making contact with the biggest pumpkin and slamming right into it with a dull thud. Oh my god. She's dead. The pumpkin monster tripped down the field, falling over Cassandra's lifeless body and falling apart all over her and the pumpkin patch. The cops finally caught up and raced down the hill to check on Cassandra. But I was right. And she had died. Not even an hour later, there was a town-wide announcement. No more pumpkins in Point Pine. Ever. Tom and I watched from the top of the hill as people carried the pumpkins away to burn them all at the edge of town. Someone had already taken Cassandra's body away, but left the pumpkin that her head had smashed through. For days, all that anyone talked about was Cassandra's freak accident. That night, Cassandra was seen again. Multiple people reported seeing her walking around town, sobbing, asking for help. I was one of them. See, I heard her crying in the middle of the night. Looked out my bedroom window to see her standing in the middle of the road right outside her house. She was dirty and bruised, covered in pumpkin guts and dried up blood. She cried loudly, gasping for breath while she cried out. "Someone please help me! Please, I hate pumpkins!" I continued to watch as no one, not even her parents, turned on their lights or even looked outside. Cassandra fell to her knees in the middle of the road, continuing to cry. Before finally falling face first, her forehead pressed to the road. "Please, I hate them," she cried. She continued to cry for a few minutes, and then backed away from the window and got into bed. After a few minutes, she started to scream. She's done this every single night since she's died. She screams about how we should have listened to her. Getting rid of the pumpkins now won't stop anything. She claims they'll come back, and that we're all going to die. I guess one thing that kind of sucks about Point Pine is just that the dead never really leave. When I graduated from college, I have to tell you, I never thought I would only be able to find work as a telemarketer with Stixby Lawn and Garden, a large landscaping conglomerate hell-bent on weed whacking and rototilling as much of the Midwest as they could handle. Every Stixby's customer was to get a free ceramic lawn gnome crafted in Mr. Stixby's bearded image. The man was egocentric, to say the least, and had an infatuation with becoming the god of lawn care. My duty was to cold call people and businesses in order to drum up sales out of nowhere, which went about as well as you would expect. Our customer system was outdated, and it tended to pull from an old, infrequently updated database akin to the white pages. I'd go through all kinds of prompts trying to ascertain if the person I called had a yard in need of weeding, mulching, or other general landscaping. It's about as mind-numbingly boring as you could expect, and my ear would often ache from rubbing against the cheap headset connected to my old work phone. I tended to hope that most callers wouldn't answer. It was a lot easier to just rattle off a script on their voicemail and move on. I'd been working there for almost 2 to 3 months and wasn't really worried about job security, as I was still looking for something I could do with my communications degree. I had about an hour left on the clock before I could go to lunch, so I rang up my next victim, Mr. Gibbons, and messed around on the new cell phone I had just bought. After 3 to 4 rings, my hopes were dashed as I heard a crackle of static on the other end. There was a roaring sound in the background, and I assumed that maybe Mr. Gibbons had just answered his phone at work. "Yeah, hello?" From the hard accent, I could tell I was talking to someone from the South. Hi, is this Mr. Gibbons? I tended to lead with a customer's name before introducing myself. It gave me the chance to confirm their identity before they would most likely hang up on me. Mr. Gibbons? Oh, he's kind of here. He's not entirely in one piece. Hang on, I'll grab his ear. I thought this was an odd exchange, but the only people who tended to answer the phone for an unknown number during the middle of the day tended to be elderly folk or people who were just lonely. There were plenty of times I would attempt to sell someone a service only to be stuck on the phone for 15 minutes, hearing about a friend or loved one who had recently passed. I'd bite my tongue, hoping it would end in a sale, but it usually didn't. So I waited for Mr. Gibbons, and at the very worst, I would be a few minutes closer to lunch, and I was getting hungry. I heard some shuffling on the other end, and what sounded like someone being dragged across the receiver. Mr. Gibbons? I asked. The other voice came back, hollering a bit and laughing. Darn thing don't seem to work anymore, he said. You mean the phone? I can hear you just fine. No, pal, his ear. It was a weird thing to say, but I also felt like I was getting the runaround from someone who had been drinking. I couldn't really blame the guy. In a world where we don't have that much control of our surroundings, sometimes it feels good to screw with an anonymous caller trying to sell you unsolicited garbage. Well, if Mr. Gibbons is preoccupied, may I ask who I'm speaking with? Eddie, the man said enthusiastically. And are you a friend or a relative of Mr. Gibbons? Wouldn't say that. I kind of just decided to saunter myself in here. You ever get that feeling, Johnny boy? What kind of feeling? Like just wanting to go to someone else's home, see what trouble you can get into. I paused. Something was beginning to feel very off about this phone call. It also had just dawned on me that I had never given Eddie my name, which was in fact John. My parents used to call me Johnny Boy. I tried to not get freaked out by the coincidence. After all, it might have just been a form of southern slang that I wasn't familiar with. Johnny was one of the most common names in the world, and Johnny Boy could have just been a figure of speech. I tried to stay neutral. What do you mean, Eddie? Well, I mean, I've been through this neighborhood before, you see, and I know Mr. Gibbons here is, how do you say, lackadaisical with his sense of security. I started to grip the edge of my desk and saw my knuckles grow white. Was Eddie an intruder? I didn't know what to do. My training had not covered anything like this. Pieces of the conversation from earlier were starting to come back to me. Oh, he's kind of here, but not entirely in one piece. Eddie, is Mr. Gibbons hurt or injured? Oh, Johnny boy, hurt? Injured? No, I cut Mr. Gibbons to ribbon. Eddie burst out laughing. A laugh so deafening, I had to take him off my headset. I heard the distant sound of choking on the other end. My hands were shaking. I lurched forward in my seat and felt my shirt clinging to my back with sweat. I put the headset back on my head, even though everything in my mind was screaming to just end the call. Why'd you think I was holding his damn ear up to the phone, Kimosabe? Eddie said. I'm gonna, I stammered. I'm gonna call the police. Oh, Johnny boy, the voice became serious. Have you ever taken a chainsaw to someone before? Wasn't what I thought it would be, you know? It was mostly smooth sailing, but you see, I got it caught in his shoulder blade. It sounded horrible. He was screaming and screaming, of course, but the grind of this rusty saw blade on that hard bone, it was like listening to a pig squeal. Jesus Christ, I breathed. I was feeling lightheaded. My stomach was in knots. Oh, Johnny boy, I can tell I'm losing you. Losing you like when I cut into all those veins and arteries and saw Mr. Gibbons just empty out in seconds. I tell you, you cannot imagine the mess here. I had to lift my boots so they don't stick to the goddamn floor. I started dialing 911 on my cell phone. Even in my state of shock, I realized the best thing I could do was keep him talking while the police came. That way he'd get caught. That, if all of this was a sick joke or prank, someone wouldn't be able to do it to someone else again. So here's what we can do, Johnny. I know you're a smidge upset that Mr. Gibbons ain't around, but Mrs. Gibbons... Jesus. I had no idea if other people could be in danger. how many were in the house? I felt so completely and utterly powerless on the end of a $15 headset, miles away from all this was happening. Eddie, whatever you do. I heard the faint buzz of my 911 call break through. I muted my headset. 911, what's your emergency? Yes, I need to report a potential murder, a home invasion. The words all came out so fast that I bit my lip, tripping over my own goddamn teeth, trying to get it all out of my voice, trembling. I could hear Eddie's heavy footsteps traversing through the household in my headset. Now, Miss Givens is here. I bet she'd have a lot to say if she weren't bound under all this duct tape. I could hear muffled screams. I rattled off the address of the operator who was trying her best to calm me down and failing. I'm a gent. A true gent, Eddie said. But I'm starting to think might be best if Mr. Gibbons weren't the only one going to greener pastures. What do you think, Johnny boy? I unmuted my headset. Please, Eddie. Don't hurt anyone else. Yeah. I was on the verge of tears. The operator could also hear all of this, and I could hear several expletives as she started to panic at her station. It was like witnessing a car crash in slow motion, but in this case, all we could do was listen. Oh, Johnny boy, sometimes you just have to finish what you start. I heard the chainsaw whirring. I yelled for him to stop, begged. But all I could hear was the deafening whine of the blade squealing as it bit into Miss Gibbons. I threw my headset off and I threw up into my wastebasket. That night, I was called into the police station. An officer had contacted me to get my side of the events, as they had a lot of questions. I complied, full of bitterness, as I didn't want to ever relive the events of that call again. I slowly pushed a half-empty cup of coffee around on the table as he asked me questions. The officer passed a black and white copy of the news article over to me from a local paper. I glanced at the headlines. Local couple found dead in grisly murder. Jeez, aren't they pushing this out a little fast? I said. The officer gave me a look that I'll never forget. Look at the date. I did. And what I saw rattled me. The article was October 1st. Yeah, the day that this had happened, but October 1st, 2019. I don't understand, I said. He gave me a sad look. I don't either. Because the case had not been his, the police officer had to go into the archives to figure out what had happened, and what he told me is impossible to forget. He explained the facts of the situation to me as best as they had been able to make sense of something that clearly made no sense. There had indeed been an outgoing call from my work phone to what used to be the number of the Gibbons residence. However, that phone line had been disconnected shortly after the murders had taken place in 2019. Now, I had said earlier that our work base was horrendous, and that numbers frequently went unupdated for years, meaning we would often call and be told that someone no longer lived there or that it was a wrong number. When the police arrived at the address I had given, they found no murder scene. Instead, startled an elderly couple who had unknowingly purchased the house for cheap, without knowing a grisly murder had occurred there a year before. They had found both Mr. and Mrs. Gibbons' mutilated bodies, yes, but they had never found the killer, and it became a cold case. However, when they fully searched the house that day, they went into the basement and noticed a horrible smell coming from one of the walls. The homeowners thought that it was a dead animal trapped somewhere. They took a sledgehammer to the wall and found a crawl space that had been closed up. Inside the space was a corpse, ripe with decay. Written on the walls in dried blood that was found by forensics to at least be a year old, were the words, Johnny boy. over and over again. The operator verified that she had heard the same voice as me in the Gibbons household. They didn't have an exact date of death on the bodies, but I had a feeling, just a feeling, he died sometime around October of 2019. How had investigators even known about the Gibbons murder? There had to have been a phone call made to 911 on October 1st, 2019. Only that time, they couldn't pull the number. Maybe because the number, my number, didn't exist yet. A male had called in, but the only words they could hear were the words, murder, home invasion, Gibbons home. I went home and I took some sedatives to knock myself out and sleep. Desperate to forget everything that had transpired. Around the middle of the night, I heard my phone ring and I didn't dare answer it. This morning, I finally looked and saw that there was a 30-second voicemail waiting for me from the disconnected Gibbons number. I didn't want to listen to it. I really didn't want to listen to it. But I did. There were 5 seconds of silence, and then, almost barely audible, was a voice crooning the words. Johnny boy. Oh, Johnny boy. I hope we meet again. And I hope it's real soon. I no longer work at Stickby's Lawn and Garden Emporium. I no longer own a phone. And I think I'm going to take a nice, long vacation. There's a spider, the size of a newborn kitten, in my basement. I encountered it last night while rummaging through a few old boxes that had been sitting down there gathering dust. This is a project I'll no longer continue because I will not be going back down there for the foreseeable future, if ever again. I tend to disregard insects in general when they find a way inside, but these circumstances have affirmed one horrifying truth. I have been living under the same roof as an 8-legged monster. And thank God my wife, well, soon-to-be ex-wife, and 10-year-old son were out of the house at the time of this unpleasant discovery. This past Monday, my darling Kim had loaded a few hefty suitcases into the back of our Subaru Forester just as I was arriving home from work. Jackson, my son, was in the front seat already buckled in and drawn into an addictive void of his phone when I confronted her on the steps. Her say one word to me and I'll slit your throat look, one that I had grown to know well over the past 11 years of marriage, was etched so finely in her features that I could only stand back and watch as she backed out of the driveway. I don't intend on elaborating about that on here, but they're at her mother's until further notice. As of today, and at the time of me writing this, she is nothing but a distraction. I could care less about the strong possibility that our marriage may very well be in its darkest days. I haven't called her back, and I don't suppose that it has even crossed my mind until now. My latest worries run deeper than any threat of suspicion or divorce. Now, I dare say, the prospect of souring my son's ability to respect his parents as he gets older, I'm afraid, perhaps more afraid than I've ever been in my life. I spend these dreadful hours wondering how many more of those things are in my basement sneaking around in the dark. My descent into madness occurred last night, Thursday, July 23rd. I'm the store manager at one of the few local grocery stores here in Newtonville, and that particular Thursday was exceptionally hectic thanks to a computer glitch in our system. What actually happened is a mystery, as some wiring had corroded in the receiving area and needed to be replaced. The house I came home to that evening was immersed in complete silence. In high spirits, I brought out the London dry gin that I had hidden in the back of a cabinet shelf, had a few mixed drinks, and decided to get started on the one obligation that I had been putting off for months: cleaning the basement. I'd put Judas Priest on the stereo system in the living room, as high as I could manage, and I thought I'd do some inspecting downstairs. I hesitated at the top of the stairs, complete darkness like a great chasm inviting me downward. and a chill ran down the nape of my neck. It was outright dank down there, the air almost alive, even yeasty, if I can make such a comparison. It had been an unrelentingly humid North Carolina night, might I add. A spell of cooler air seeping in front of the hallway seemed to dispel the cavern's heavy aura. I contemplated closing the door, discarding this project in favor of a more pleasant one. Scheming black creatures could easily hide in the rafters, spiders especially, but I'd be damned if I let such apparitions intervene with my ability to come and go as I pleased. The unwelcome memory of crawling underneath the house in Franklinton, where I grew up, snuck up on me. Our golden retriever puppy had gotten through the broken side door into the crawl space. It had been my job to go get him, as I was the one who was supposed to be watching him. To this day, I have no idea what sprinted across my exposed leg, but the recollection made my skin prickle as I stepped into the darkness's embrace. I flipped the light switch at the top. The bulbs hummed into life as I continued down. At the bottom, the concrete floor was cool and brimming with moisture from the earth, and the smell of age and mildew hung in the air like a thick haze. I adjusted my attention to the wooden supports above, reminding myself that pinpointing each and every web that had been spun was not smart. One of my greatest fears had been walking through a massive web, panicking and spitting pure terror, and looking down to find one of those black and yellow orb spiders galloping up to my collarbone. The utility light obscured whatever perched above my head, which was good. Screaming guitars and thunderous bass resonated from the upstairs living room as I was acclimating myself to the environment's exhumed glow. 2 ancient curio cabinets taken from my grandmother's home after she died were pressed against the far wall in the back, stacked cardboard boxes draped in cobwebs besieged what was once a work desk. The moldy boxes were probably filled with trinkets and fragile collectibles from my grandmother's as well. A rusted gun safe was pushed against the desk, and some of Kim's childhood regalia were piled in more boxes and thrown aside for whatever claimed it, of course. These, too, were draped in many years of acclimated cobwebs. Other items had been cast away in intermittent locations around the basement. A large plastic toy chest Jackson had grown out of, a few landscaping tools, and a bunch of colored plastic moving containers and totes, filled with God knows what. A fit of childlike intrigue drew me in temporarily, soothing my anxieties. The overall goal was to incorporate a workstation, get 1 or 2 of those 40-inch DeWalt rolling cabinets for tool and miscellaneous storage. The garage was a disaster. There was no way anybody could find what they needed when it was needed. And additionally, I would make this dank hellhole livable with the likings of a man cave. Maybe put a couch in. I scanned the perimeter, quickly losing motivation. A ton of stuff would be thrown away, or at least moved to opposite walls and reorganized. Hell, perhaps I'd throw all this shit away, burn some of it if I had to. In the tight gap between the far wall and one of the curio cabinets, I could make out a network of fine webs thick enough to strangle Andre the Giant. Fucking nuisances. More profuse webs dangled from the ceiling back there. Jackson would have to help me whenever he got back. It would give the boy something to do besides stare into that damn screen all day. I would get him to squeeze in between those biblical mounds of cardboard boxes swarming with whatever, the places I had no predilection to wander. Shadows tucked themselves on the corners, but I was still wary. The room seemed different, its dimensions off. To be fair, the multiple mixed drinks had begun tampering with my depth perception. A scuttling noise from the rubble sent me back a few steps. Mice, I thought. Stumbling for the broom, leaning against the wall by the stairs. I'd have to set a few mouse traps, put out some poison, too. And by the time I was completely finished with my project, I would be a notorious serial killer of rodents. The idea certainly was so offsetting I had to hold the wall to prevent the drunk giggles from tipping me over. The same noise was then directed along the wall behind me. It was followed by the appearance of a mouse who, frantic from the severity of the reinvigorated glow, zigzagged the stained floor. I calmly stepped to the side, using the broom to divert it away from my naked feet. It scampered toward a heap of storage, and out of sight. Yeah, enjoy it while you can. I began knocking mummified insects and webs off the covers of containers, and moving them aside, using the broom as an aid in my advancement.
Though considerably impaired, I was careful not to step on anything that might make me yelp, such as the roach or another dizzy rodent. Bent over, half naked, prodding tentatively at the soggy objects, sweat gluing my boxers to the crack of my ass, I knew I looked ridiculous. I worked my way forward, every now and then peeking inside the harmless-looking containers. I'm not convinced everything would have been fine if I had just quit my discovery seeking right then, put the broom back in its place, stumbled back upstairs, locked the door, and poured more sweet gin down my gullet. Moreover, I don't know what's worse, knowing what's down there or not knowing, and continuing to live here unaware of its existence. I do know that I shrieked loud enough to dry out my throat after dragging that red container to the side. Bright red and white spots flared in my vision. Christ! Mother! Behind it was a bristly, light brown spider with a leg span as large as my entire outstretched hand. Its elongated legs were spread and flattened to the ground in a manner that reminded me of one of those pouncing spider alien creatures in the Aliens movie. And to my horror, each one was about the width of a carpenter's screw. The plumpness of its body favored a cannibalistic cockroach thriving inside of a drainage pipe. After the initial shock of realizing what I was seeing, I found myself actually believing, in my alcohol-induced confidence, that it was fake. But then, its coarse body oriented, swelled in my presence as if it had read my mind, and pleasured in proving me wrong. A leg curled inward. Step closer. Come prod me with that broom, and I'll show you what I can do with my fangs, it seemed to menace. Another leg trotted just above the floor. My bodily reactions were already delayed, but the complete revulsion further displaced my center of gravity and almost brought my weight down onto the computer, and thus within inches of the spider. I had to torque my spine at an awkward angle to the floor. The next 30 seconds were a blur, but I'll try my best to recreate what happened. The spider skittered from view. I shouted and fell backwards, sideswiping a stack of tightly sealed boxes on the way down and using all of my willpower and energy to not let their contents spill onto me. There was no telling what kind of creatures had set up shop in them. What if there were more? A heavy box fell on my lower leg. I kicked at it with frantic urgency and had inadvertently caved in the side. Where is it? Where is the fucker? I thought crazily. The floor smelt of corrosion and rust and was littered with dry mouse shit and the hardened corpses of small bugs. I leaned on my forearm for leverage, slid back a few feet, and started to hoist myself up when I caught something large moving up one of the plastic containers at my feet. It climbed over the top and temporarily disappeared to the other side. I shouted again, more incredulously than in fear. It didn't make any sense how a spider that massive could have existed anywhere around here. The room spun in front of my eyes. Finding logic had been virtually impossible in the randomness of the situation. As soon as I got to my feet, out of nowhere, the fiendish thing flew off the container and landed where my feet had been seconds before. I groped blindly for the broom handle on the ground where it had fallen, still unsure if what I had just seen was real. I had to squint under the disorienting light, but I held the handle in a death grip. The spider was a stagnant, breathing mass on the open floor in the vicinity where I had fallen. I was overcome by a disturbing intuition. The rafters. Countering thoughts immediately ignited the inside of my skull. Don't look up. Whatever you do, don't look up there. It sprang forward. Operating on will to survive and instinct, I pushed the broom's end into the spider's path, intent on raking it across the floor until it was mush. It leapt for the threatening object with no hesitation, wrestling with the cobwebby bristles in pursuit of what I can only describe as wholesome vengeance. It clambered its way up and clung to the handle despite my violent attempts at shaking it off. Come on, you son of a bitch! It maintained passionate contact, legs coiling around the handle. I was horrified to observe its method of attack as a full-body dive. I could not free it, and therefore I could not crush it. In an instant of wild calculation, I launched the broom as far as I could muster into the rubble and made a hopping jolt for the stairs, but I was positive that it was already gaining on me and could lurch at my ankle at any moment. I slipped, sprinting up, and caught a knee, then my face on the wooden planks. I would discover a deep gash along my eyebrow, deserving of 8 stitches later on. The unanticipated impact stunned me, but the throb in my head was secondary. I risked a glance back. The 8-legged monster was hauling ass in my direction with a speed I couldn't believe. I choked on a guttural squeal, my veins hammered with an ever-increasing concentration of terror. Half crawling, half sprinting, I clawed up the rest of the stairs and used my legs to slam the door shut hard enough to rock the frame. I dropped to the floor in the refreshing chill of the hallway, trembling, an aroma radiating off of me as thick as the darkness downstairs. My eardrums vibrated in the numb unison with the thrashing music in the living room. I was only dimly aware of it at the time. My body was sore from the escape. My breathing panicked. What I had originally thought was a basement door now appeared to be some wooden portal to hell. I was unable to let my eyes wander from the opening underneath. Raging thoughts demanded action, but I descended into a whimpering fit, unable to lift a single finger, let alone get back into a normal breathing schedule for quite a while. Dense saliva had collected around my gums, acidic dread absorbing along my tongue. I could fully see the spider in my mind's eye, advancing up the stairs like a green beret stalking a retreating enemy, its long legs curling over the gnarled wood. Its bulging, alien body coming to rest, to sense any danger with its complex, body-shrouding nervous system. Something trailed down my face. I patted it quickly on the verge of a manic shout and brought back a viscous red liquid on my fingers. I stared at the substance. Did I get bit? But it was highly plausible, I realized, amazed that I could not stop shaking. Nervous laughter rose in my throat as a sadistic side effect. I had been so horrified by the spider's impendent assault that I had forgotten about bashing my head on the stairs only moments ago. Sometime later, I managed to walk to the kitchen and locate a roll of duct tape. I went back and hurriedly sealed the slit underneath the door. Afterwards, I went into the living room and fell into the couch. This morning, I woke up with crusty, coagulated blood on my face and saw the gash for the first time. I went to the emergency room to straighten it out. A little while later, I called the local exterminator and told him I had a major spider problem, to which he began peppering me with a list of questions. When I told him it was only one spider I had a problem with that I could see, and that it had attacked me in the basement, there was a pause at the other end. I wasn't surprised to hear a touch of humor in the man's voice. "One spider, eh? It's a nasty one," I said. I neglected to tell him how large it was in fear that he'd break down and call me a nutcase. Surely there was no spiders indigenous to Newtonville of that variety in my home. Whoever comes will see for themselves, I thought. When I had all of my contact information, I hung up and continued applying duct tape over the air vents on the first floor. I was expecting a character similar to that of John Goodman's portrayal of the heroic spider executioner in the movie Arachnophobia, the only movie that ever came close to being a true horror movie, in my opinion. But when the man stepped out of the white van with the Bug Gone Company logo across the side a few hours later, he was considerably younger than I'd imagined. I met him in the driveway out in the July sun. He wore navy blue coveralls and had a 5 o'clock shadow. His widow's peak was already gaining moisture. We made small talk while he rounded up supplies from the interior of the van, a pair of elbow-length gloves, goggles that he situated over his forehead for the time being, a respirator, and a red tank with 2-strap harness that he slung over his shoulder like a jetpack, backpack hybrid. A hose was attached to the tank, and the other end a long dispenser that he clipped to his belt. I invited him in and watched his face for any signs of amusement at what I had done to my living room over the past few hours. "Okay," he said, bypassing the 50-inch plasma TV I unscrewed from the wall earlier and had left in the middle of the floor. Thought you said he was in the basement. Did he get out?
Fucker's still in the basement, I said. He nodded as he surveyed the living room, and I think he knew I had taken the last train to La La Land then. He would not be so incredulous to my actions in about 15 minutes. In addition to unscrewing the plasma TV from the wall, I had flipped both couches on their sides and removed all the cushions, so I would not have to worry about anything hiding there. I stacked the couch cushions outside behind the porch to burn later on. The round glass table in the living room wasn't worrisome to me, but I needed to disassemble it in order to get the rug underneath. I had rolled it into a loose roll and struggled with it across the yard. All furniture that had been tucked up against the wall was brought forward and laid on their side as well. All kitchen drawers were emptied. The contents, from each worth saving, I put in garbage bags. I tied the triple knots and set in the garage. The drawers themselves were put in piles outside with the cushions and would be burned. Any framed pictures on the walls were taken down, and with the air vents sealed, I hardly felt any better.
Where's the basement, man?
I led him down the hall to the door that I had sealed completely shut with blue tape. He turned to me, smirking.
How am I supposed to get down there?
Friendly exasperation sang in his voice, and I went to grab the box cutter in the kitchen. My body ached to get away from the door immediately. I could actually feel the sheen of clammy sweat starting to ooze from the pores on my forehead. It does the job, I said, the razor unsteady against the sealed crease in the door. No games. That stuff will do more than stun it, right?
I got the shit for the circus, man.
The texture of his face looked coarse in the light of the hallway as he patiently stepped aside and then watched as I cut the seal along the entire perimeter of the door. My heart began to beat faster, thinking, it's right there behind the door, waiting to pounce. I know it is. It's going to be right there behind the door. Oh God, somehow I know that it knows what I'm doing. Hey, man. I looked up at the sound of the exterminator's voice, lightheaded from bending over. How long had I been staring at the crack under the door? His hands gripped the doorknob.
Relax. I'll find him. Your spider might be nasty, but once he gets a strong whiff of this stuff, he cocked a thumb towards the tank on his back, it'll be in spider heaven in 2 minutes. And if there's more, well, they say if you love your job, you won't have to work a day in your life.
His reassuring words forced a grin out of me, and I almost thanked him. Still, my palms were cold with sweat, and I nodded, rather than risk him hearing the crack in my voice. He opened the door and slowly began his descent. I expected a large, hairy creature to catapult through the air onto his chest at any moment, so I shrank away like a puppy who wants no part in meeting the big family dog. If there was indeed more than one of those things down there, as he suggested before, I knew my mental instability would only get worse. Just find and kill the nasty thing, I thought. Get it over with, please, and kill anything else that moves, too. Hell, coat the whole basement in poison. I don't care. I quickly shut the door, but could still hear his boots hitting the wood like Thor, repeatedly dropping his hammer. After a few seconds, there came a distressing bang, 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 as if he had overstepped, lost his balance, and crashed to the bottom. Intermittent curses and harsh grunts drifted upward. I listened at the door, touched the knob, then expelled the breath that I had been holding when his hasty, slightly amused voice resounded from below.
All right, busted my ass, but I'll survive.
I thought I heard the echo of a laugh. So I relaxed and I went into the kitchen to make myself a sandwich for lunch. I'd been eating less and less, but spider-proofing the first floor of my house had made me ravenous. As I was reaching for a beer in the refrigerator to wash it down with, I heard what sounded like a bark and swallowed a knot of dread inside. Knocking the beer bottle over onto the floor, it shattered. I rushed down the hallway, nearly tripping myself in the process, and forced an ear against the door.
You're a nasty thing,
I heard from below. The sandwich I had been eating felt like a piece of granite in the pit of my stomach. He was moving all over the place down there, hurriedly knocking boxes and containers away in pursuit of the spider. The thing will get away. He'll lose sight of it, dear God.
Get back here, I ain't done with you.
He was shoving more objects out of the way. Something made of metal crash to the floor. The exterminator's voice was full of crazed energy.
Oh, you're an ugly boy, shit!
He sounded like a madman trying to locate his chemistry goggles.
My ears were still planted firmly against the door when I heard him. Well, well. Look at your friend. Let's see how he copes with this. An enormous wave of fright consumed every ounce of my being, but at the same time wrapped me in a mysterious cocoon of pure, instinctive clarity. It was as if I had been hoisted into a pair of invisible roller skates and been pushed by a gargantuan hand. I found myself levitating towards the keys on the kitchen counter, fleeing through the door, I don't remember opening it, and over the entirety of the front porch steps and landing with one knee on the hot concrete sidewalk. The spout of pain could have been as minuscule as dropping a rubber ball on my kneecap, because I was still sprinting through the fresh-cut grass in my mind. There was no time for additional concerns. My breathing didn't matter, just the distance I covered. The Chevy pickup's interior temperature was a notch above sweltering, and I quickly became consumed with alarm as I could not get my fingers to stop shaking long enough to turn the ignition over. I don't know how long I fought the keyhole, but by the time I felt the hot air shoot out from the vents, I was dripping with sweat, skull throbbing. It was at that instant that I knew the power of body-encompassing helplessness. I sat behind the wheel for a while, fighting the lunatic urge to gut it out of town and keep driving till I ran out of gas. When I calmed down, I drove into Newtonville and turned into a McDonald's. I parked and I turned up the radio. The station was playing oldies classics in the realm of Jackson Browne and Neil Diamond. They weren't my jam. As I started to turn the knob to another station, I noticed a discarded straw wrapper flapping in between the open cup holder and passenger seat by the vent. Right as I began reaching for it, I stopped dead in my tracks, so sure, positive that there was a set of 8 eyes watching me from the back seat. My hand froze on the seat cushion, and although I was aware of the music on the screen, I could hear the regular lub-dub of blood in my temples. It should have been easy getting out of the truck, yet the door handle seemed a mile away. If it's back there, you better be quick. You better decide, and you better make it quick. I lifted my gaze to the rearview mirror and saw nothing. Resurgent terror constricted my windpipe nonetheless. What if one of those spiders jumped onto my arms and dug into the flesh with its long fangs? My insides churned, an autonomic function that finally broke my stature. I yanked the door open and almost spewed my lunch onto the interior storage compartments of the door, but was able to get the turkey and cheese sandwich chunks onto the steaming pavement instead. When I made it back home, 20 minutes later, the exterminator was sitting on the steps smoking a cigarette. He watched me pull into the driveway, and when I got out, I saw that he was heavily perspiring. It was as if his face was dripping from the bone. His coveralls were drenched inside and out, the poison tank leaning against one of the support posts. Through a mouthful of smoke, he said, "I sprayed the whole exterior of the house while you were away. Figured you wouldn't mind." "Thank you," I croaked. I had to urinate badly, but the thought of going back into the house made me shiver in the sun. The exterminator grinned. He put the butt out on the brick step he was sitting on and continued to hold it with his thumb and index finger. "If there's a heaven and a hell, Satan put those creatures on this earth for his own amusement. Those ugly things exist for no other reason than to terrorize humankind." He laughed, but it was uneasy. He stood up and went to the front door. "What you've got in the basement is something from a sci-fi movie or something, man. I never thought spiders were carnivorous. And I'm telling you right now, they tried to eat me down there." Entering the house again had been a chore, but going to relieve myself in the bathroom was unthinkable, knowing what was crawling around somewhere under my feet. I originally thought they were some huge mutant wolf spiders, but their legs are different. Hell, their behavior is different. I may be an old local guy. Somebody calls out of their house for any routine spraying, but I've always been the spider guy to my coworkers. I don't have a degree. I do spend a lot of free time researching them, though. That said, I think what you have in the basement are huntsman spiders. They're extremely rare around here. Over the past couple of decades or so, they've been slowly introduced in the lower southern parts of the U.S., but I'd never thought I'd see one, this far north. See, They're indigenous to Australia. Parts of Africa, Asia. Furthest place north that I'd heard of them had been the Panhandle. Species of the huntsman spider can be found in parts of Texas, too. He was leaning against the wall nearest the kitchen, fingers clamped into his heavy-duty belt, waiting for me to say something. When I didn't, he continued. I usually wouldn't worry because they really aren't that aggressive unless you come across, like a babe or something. The queens, they're almost batshit hostile bitches. She'll stand guard around her nest and not eat for sometimes weeks. But if you leave them alone, you're good. All they want to do is eat the bugs down there. See, they're nomadic hunters. They spend their time hunting and eating, and they move around a lot. He picked at his hands. But in my opinion, that you got a pretty pissed off crew down there right now. They don't take too lightly to being stormed on their territory, spraying them with my napalm. My heart hammered. Crew. The word turned my blood to sloshing ice shavings. I met one last night, I said. Tried to bite me, chased me. The memory would forever be seared in my brain. How many were down there? I wasn't expecting these kinds of spiders to be so close together in the same area. After all, they prefer to hunt in pairs. I thought it'd just be like a straggler at first. I counted maybe 5. There's probably more likely more. I think you have a nasty infestation, man. 5? What? Christ! He nodded. Also, when you see a bunch of them together like that, it usually means there's like a nest somewhere near. Female huntsman laid a nest sack in your basement. That's what I think. And how wicked rude that was of her. I mean, really. Despairingly, I thought, you can't stay here. The house is currently uninhabitable. Words fell out of my mouth like verbal diarrhea. Are they venomous? I almost shouted. How many did you kill? Can they be killed? How did you find... did you find the goddamn nest? He grinned, but it was strained. Very rarely venomous, as I understand it. Their fangs are large enough to break skin, though. And yeah, I watched one shrivel. Their bodies deflate like punctured tires when they die. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. An exotic species of super spider had built a nest in my basement. I pointed crazily at the floor. Fuck! That's a big problem! What's your name? AJ. AJ! That's a big fucking problem! He nodded. It's a dangerous situation. I didn't see any openings, cracks in the foundation when I walked the perimeter. I'm not even positive of how they got in. I sprayed nonetheless. I don't let the grass grow too high, either. Christ, what a shit show. I should just burn the whole damn thing down. He went on as if he hadn't heard me. Oh, you'll want to keep any pets away from those areas, by the way. If you got any vinegar, you can make a water-based repellent. That can burn them if one happens to get in. His voice shook for a moment, and then it was gone. Spider infestations are tricky. Many pests tend to die more easily, but spiders are able to, use their high legs to their advantage. It isn't foolproof, but I like to bomb the basement. I agreed. AJ called a helper named Generic, who I thought looked younger than AJ when he arrived. Together they went in and set up the bomb while I remained outside. When they came back out not too long later, Generic was jittery and wild-eyed. He went directly to the van and got in. I've been outright for a few days. I want to forget about the huntsman in my basement, but I've got a feeling this may only be the beginning of this ordeal. It's been 4 days since we sent the bomb off in my basement, and since then, I've been researching the huntsmen. I learned that they're night stalkers, carrying out their meticulous and ruthless attacks on unsuspecting prey at night. Evidently, they can live in tree bark in wooded areas, but they often wander into homes and vehicles during this time of year. Perfect. I was going to sleep in the truck, but I think I'll sleep in the living room tonight.
It's July 30th. Kim came by this morning and saw what I had done to the furniture. I tried to explain to her that there's a spider infestation in the basement and I had to bomb it. But is that woman capable of reason? I don't think so. See, when she saw it, I had placed all of her belongings, including most of her clothes and jewelry, in multiple garbage bags and set them in the garage. She left in a rage of squealing tires. Yeah, I don't think I'll be getting a call back. Boo-hoo. By the way, I think the Huntsmans are in the attic now, too. It's August 1st. I spent this Saturday morning creating a large bonfire in the backyard. I can't put into words the type of alleviation I felt burning most of the furniture from both the upstairs and downstairs rooms, both couches from the living room, and even the kitchen table. The fire at its highest intensity was nearly as high as the first floor, and its heat sphere forced me far back. But then I was exhausted and drenched in sweat. That evening, the fire was reduced to that of a comfortable campfire quality, and I watched the bright red and orange embers and the coals swell in and out like a torched heat. Tomorrow, I might burn some more. Today is Thursday, August 6th. I don't know if the bomb worked in the basement or not, because I have not ventured down there since that Thursday evening. The past 5 days or so have been some of the worst of my life. The lower floor of my house looks like a white room with a hardwood floor. Upstairs, the master bedroom's been completely cleaned out, save for the bare, frameless mattress plopped on the carpet in the middle of the room. The corresponding closets are also empty in the adjacent bathroom as well. I sealed both sink drains with whole rolls of duct tape and did the same to the shower and bathtub drains, just in case something was in the pipes. I haven't showered since then. I left the toilet alone, but I try to hold it as long as I can. I've been using my sick and vacation days, but I don't know if I'll be coming back at all after what's been happening in this town. There's a few incidents I need to share here. See, last Sunday, the 2nd of August, according to the local paper, a man stumbled into an emergency room holding his hand in a fit of agony. The Newtonville Star described the incident as a, quote, very rare occurrence. The man was interviewed a day later in his hospital bed, quote, "It was the biggest spider I ever saw. It jumped on my hand in my attempt to trap it." He was quoted as saying, "I guess that's what I get for trying to dispose of it the humane way. You know, the really scary part was how hard it was to get off. Scared me and my wife to death." He was expected to recover quickly. 2 days later, on the 4th of August, there was a nasty 4-car pileup on Highway 70 East, leaving Newtonville at around 2 in the afternoon. A child was killed, 5 people injured when a red minivan suddenly swerved sharply towards the right shoulder, and then turned and crisscrossed 3 lanes of traffic. One bystander described the scene as almost apocalyptic. Another bystander provided insight into the terrible accident. The local news station reported on his testimony, "I was in the middle lane when it happened. See, the car was on my right side, and when I looked that way, the woman behind the wheel was flailing around like she was locked in there with a wild animal or something crazy." The woman received a few deep lacerations and a broken arm, they say, but she was hysterical and, quote, extremely physical when paramedics tried to get her on the stretcher. Later that day, a black 2014 Chevy Cruze was seen rolling down Main Street in Newtonville with the front door wide open. Nobody in the car, but a few witnesses in the street sidewalk said they saw a frantic man in a white t-shirt jump 1 minute before. A few days ago, I stopped driving the Chevy. See, not because there was one of them in it, but for the simple fact that there could have been. And let me tell you, something that's worse than finding one in the floorboard or looking into the rearview mirror to find one spread out over the rear glass window. When you fear what lurks in unfathomable places, there's a persistent terror in every particle that grazes your skin in every step you take outside of your domain and in each and every position you try to sleep in. This is what it's become to me. The Harley in my garage came in handy. I power washed it thoroughly for over an hour today and did the same thing with the helmet. It's amazing how many objects we take for granted as safe for handling when there could likely be a creature hidden
along its depths or nestled in a gap intent on striking. You know that bike's clean, I tell myself. I know there's nothing in that helmet. But when I blinked, is it possible that something changed, something moved in that tiny fraction of a second? It's August 7th. Last night I decided I couldn't sleep another night in that house. I became obsessed with the idea that they were moving inside the walls with only the clothes on my back. I pumped my Harley northward, stopped in Wilson, a large rural community on the verge of becoming a small city. At a Super 8, I requested a few nights rent for a room on the first floor, just in case I needed to get out of the building in a hurry. The bedside lamp domes, they were weak, and for a panic second, I thought I saw a huntsman perched underneath the air conditioning unit at the window, shrouded in shadow. It turned out to be nothing but my own ill imagination. But during a thorough but cautious search of the bathroom, I took the longest shower of my life. Wiping the condensation of the mirror afterward reflected a haggard man that I almost didn't recognize. I stripped the comforter and the sheets off the bed, made sure the room was clear of anything that moved in plain sight, when I realized I'd forgotten my Mac back in Newtonville. I begrudgingly went back later that night and retrieved it, reminding myself not to forget about anything else this time. Before I left, again, I began to think about the estranged wood that was once my home. The culmination of these thoughts landed me in a fit of rage that I fear I can't put into words. Maybe it was what I perceived as hundreds of tiny insect-like eyes staring at me from the tree line, mocking me. Any home, in my opinion, that shelters such evil and horror doesn't deserve to be a home for anything. It drew those huntsman spiders in, and if I couldn't live there contently, they couldn't fucking live there. I got a call from Kim very early this morning. She'd awoken me from a fevered sleep, screaming and sobbing at the same time that our house had gone up in flames. "There's nothing left! It's all gone!" I laughed, and I knew she heard it. When she'd calmed down after a minute or so, I said, "At least now, we don't have a spider problem anymore." And then I hung up because there wasn't anything else to say. The hotel room I'm writing this in appears safe for now, but I know better than to settle in. I may be traveling a lot now, and who knows how far north these spiders will travel, carried further and further by some dumb insect-like intuition us humans can't understand. I mean, who's to say there isn't one underneath the bed spring right now, waiting for me to go to bed, or one behind the cushioned chairs in the corner, and worst of all, who's to say that there isn't one currently creeping closer and closer to my feet? So this paranoia may have made me crazy, but fire seems to take some of the edge off, and there are a lot of potential huntsman infestations in Newtonville and beyond.
My name is Samuel Singer, and I think I've seen something I shouldn't have. That's not exactly unusual. As a reporter, I'm often actively seeking out events and situations that people have tried to keep buried, an element of secrecy, forbidden knowledge. It's precisely what makes a good story. Usually. But I've learned something these past few days. I've learned that I'm not nearly as brave as I once thought I was. I've learned that there are darker corners of the world around me than I could have ever possibly imagined. And I learned that sometimes, even when confronted with such a dark corner, the last thing you should do is turn on a light. Now, let me take you back to last Tuesday. Firstly, it was raining, which was a problem. Though it's all too common in Habitsville, I've learned to hate the rain. I find it too on the nose in horror films and too cliché in romantic ones. In town, it would settle a smell of smog and cigarettes over the paved streets that couldn't have been escaped, not even by going inside. But last Tuesday, at least, I wasn't in Habitsville. I was traveling with my coworker Heather to Rhodes Creek, a few towns over. Despite its closeness to Habitsville, I'd never visited. Even when I was younger, I remember my parents taking the long way around when we needed to get across the state. I understood that. If I had kids, I probably wouldn't want to bring them in the area either. See, Rhodes Creek has a bit of a reputation. In 1980, 3 children went missing. 2 boys, 1 girl, all around 10 and 11 years old, vanished one night. It was summer, and the days were long, so parents figured that they would be out playing in the vacant streets as children do. They surely just lost track of time, at least that's what the town thought. Though the 80s might have been a time of more relaxed curfews and comfortability when leaving doors unlocked, panic still ensued when children went missing, especially if they're gone for 3 days. 3 days. That's how long the children had been gone when the first arrest was made. Or should I say arrests, plural. A couple, Henry and Rosemary McAfee. They were brought in for questioning and then charged the very same day. It seemed that there were multiple eyewitnesses' accounts placing the missing trio around their home, and one watchful neighbor reported that they had seen the children enter the house and never come out. The arrests had shocked the town, and I could see why. The McAfees had seemed like normal, nice people up until that point. They had moved there only a few years prior, had lived in a good part of town, and had a large, well-kept property, although they tended to keep to themselves. They were an attractive couple, and all the photos I'd seen of them seemed to lack that cringeworthy, out-of-date feeling to them. They didn't have the big hair, overdone eyeshadow, or huge mustaches that were typical of the decade. They were clean-cut, good-looking, classic, is how I might describe them. The appearance and good standing of the couple wasn't the only thing that sent a chill through the community. The third boy that had gone missing had been Tommy McAfee, Henry and Rosemary's only child. The rumors ran rampant through Road Creek. Some still thought the children had just gone lost, but many had begun to think that the McAfees were really responsible. They had murdered the children and disposed of their bodies, even that of their own son. Some considered the possibility that they had used Tommy to lure the other 2 to them, and then killed all 3. Some still thought that the children were still hidden within the house. So a search warrant was procured, and the couple that had once been so private prepared to have their home rifled through by police as the town murmured amongst themselves. But then, just before the search took place, something happened. All 3 children came back. Well, they seemed tired and perhaps a bit disoriented, but they were otherwise unharmed. All 3 gave testimonies stating that they had merely gotten lost in an unfamiliar area in the nearby woods and had trouble finding their way back. A wave of relief and, to some extent, disappointment swept through the town as the children returned to their families. The McAfees were released and regained their son. Over the next few years, the other 2 children and their families moved away. Though I've made several attempts, I can't seem to find current addresses or contact information for either of them. Tommy McAfee, on the other hand, stayed. Tommy came back into the public light a few weeks ago when the local newspaper announced that his parents had both died in a car accident, leaving Tommy the sole inheritor of the property. This was when I reached out to him. He didn't respond. Not that I really thought he would. There hadn't been a peep out of him or his family since the events of 1980, and I doubted he wanted a reporter coming in and stirring things up, but it was nearly the anniversary of his own disappearance as a child, and so I figured it was now or never. I wanted to know what really happened those 3 days in the summer of 1980. I didn't believe that 3 children who had lived in Rhodes Creek all of their albeit short lives could suddenly get lost in their own hometown. There were woods in the area, but from my research, they aren't thick. And that one witness was stuck in my mind. The one who claimed the children actually went into the McAfees' home and didn't come out. And neither Henry nor Rosemary testified to seeing the 3 children that night, claiming that they hadn't ever seen their son since he'd left for the park in the early afternoon. And then there was the children's testimonies themselves. Through methods I'd rather not divulge, I've been able to look at the actual transcripts from the original police reports. Here's what they said. Name redacted. Girl. We had been out playing. We stayed out later than we meant to. Tommy said that he knew a shortcut back into town through the woods, but we got lost partway through. We kept walking through the night. We drank water from the creek. One day we saw the road and we walked home. Name redacted. The boy. We'd been out playing. We stayed out later than we meant to. I said I knew a shortcut through the woods back into town. Part of the way through we got lost. We drank water from the creek. We kept walking through the night. One day we saw the road and we went home. Separate accounts. Given by different people. And none being able to sit in on the testimony of the others, and yet they're virtually identical in context, structure, and diction. Something wasn't right. Heather had been interested, because she's like me, she's fascinated with mysterious happenings, even those that happened 3 decades ago. But she's far more outgoing than I am, so it was her that proposed that we drop in on Tommy McAfee, unannounced, on this rainy July day, and I, because I can't shake the feeling that I haven't gotten the full story yet, said yes. Something else happened in those 3 days. Something that had been buried for 30 years, and if there's one thing I can't escape, it's my desire to dig. You know the saying, curiosity killed the cat? Whenever someone recites that to me, I always like to answer with the rest of the phrase, but satisfaction brought it back. It helps me justify my need to stick my nose into places it doesn't belong. That the end always justifies the means. But this was a mistake. Heather and I paid Tommy McAfee an unexpected visit in Rhodes Creek. Next time. Are you sure we should do this? Heather gave me a playful but firm punch on the shoulder. You said it yourself. That report looked real sketchy. There's definitely something going on. She looked out the windshield to the sprawling lawn ahead. Besides, even if I were wrong, what's the worst that could happen? McAfee kicks us out of his house? I nodded, but grimaced. I drove up the driveway, which was long and lined with trees. All the greenery leading up to the house was impressive, actually. The other yards on the nearby streets had been respectable, but everything here had a sort of vibrance that the others lacked. The grass and leaves were so green, and as we neared the house, I could see that the hydrangeas were in bloom. Each were vibrant pinks and purples, and appeared meticulously taken care of, not a single wilted petal on any of the plants. We got out of the car and took in the fresh air. Even the breeze smelled sweeter here. As soon as we had rounded the corner to Rhodes Creek, the drops had stopped, but it didn't even have that musty after-rain scent. The water that remained gave everything the glistening effect of dew and sunlight. This place is great, Heather said, taking in the view. I nodded in agreement. The house was stark white against the blue sky. It was one of those Tudor-style homes with sharp points of gabled roof and a tall, stacked chimney rising on the side. I was nervous, but I walked with Heather up the sidewalk. I was thinking about what I was going to say, trying to arrange my exact words in my head, but something was distracting me. The hydrangeas. They were perfect. Like I had first thought when we drove up, but up close. There was something not quite right about them. In school, we learned about the basics of thermodynamics. The first law is simple. Energy cannot be created nor destroyed. Almost like saying we have to work with what we've got. But the second law is the one that really screws us. Entropy. Over time, everything is working towards chaos. My science teacher used to tell it to us like this. If you left a wooden shed alone in the woods for 100 years, it would begin to decay. The wood would rot and splinter. Ivy would force itself between the planks until eventually, all that's left is a pile of rubble, without you ever laying a finger on it. Everything in nature is constantly working towards its own destruction, no matter what. And yet, these hydrangeas, there wasn't a single imperfection among them. No browning ends to petals, no stems that refused to bloom, no bite marks from hungry caterpillars, and the smell, though subtle and pleasant on the breeze, was strange at this short distance. It was almost too strong, too concentrated. It smelled like flowers, but in the way a banana-flavored candy tastes like banana. I walked over to one of the trees by the driveway. "What are you doing?" Heather asked, still halfway to the door. I reached out a hand and touched the bark before quickly pulling it back. I crouched down to the grass at my feet and tugged on a few blades. They stayed put. I walked back over to Heather. "What was that?" She half laughed. "I think you're right," I said a bit breathlessly. "I think there's something strange going on here." I motioned to the flowers in front of us. "They're all fake." Heather scoffed at first, but then I didn't return her smile. She leaned forward and felt for herself. They were high quality, to be sure, but there was no mistaking it. Nothing around here was alive. It was all synthetic, plastic, or something similar. "What the hell?" she said under her breath. Then, taking a few steps into the flower bed, she leaned a cluster of flowers towards me. "Look." Nestled in the blooms was a tiny bumblebee, the rump half dusted with pollen. Slowly, Heather raised her hand and gently rubbed her finger against the insect's wings. Nothing. It didn't fly. It didn't even crawl. "Amazing, isn't it?" Heather straightened up quickly. We both turned to see a man standing behind us. Though he was in reality 50 years old, he looked much younger. His skin was gently tanned, and his build was athletic. His hair was combed to the side, not a stray hair out of place. He wore pants ironed to perfection and a button-up shirt that was just as prim. He smiled at us. His teeth were so white they almost glowed, and his skin didn't crease around his wide blue eyes. So blue, he might have been wearing colored contacts. "Sorry," I said quickly, reaching out my hand. "I'm Samuel Singer. This is, Heather Dyer." I cleared my throat. This was always the part that chased people away. "We're with the Moonlight Gazette." He smiled, but he only looked at my outstretched hand. "A member of the press," he said through clenched teeth. "Hardly," Heather spoke up beside me, much to my relief. "We're from Habitsville, which is small enough, but we aren't even the biggest news outlet in town." She tried for an easygoing smile. "Besides, you know how print media is these days." He kept smiling. "No, I don't." Heather's expression faltered. "It's, not doing well." "Oh," the man said, and his smile immediately dropped to a frown. His eyebrows, which had been slightly raised in excitement, instead furrowed inward. He looked like someone trying to make the expression that means sadness, without feeling any actual pity in reality. "I'm sorry." "That's why we're here," I jumped in. "We're hoping that we could talk to Tom McAfee. We wanted to do a feature on him for our column in the Moonlight." As soon as I said this, the man's expression shifted back to that same smile he had began with, like someone had switched a flip. "You're in luck. I'm Tommy McAfee," he said brightly. And my heart sank. I was hoping he wasn't. "Let's go inside and talk." Then he turned on his heels and began walking up the sidewalk and towards the door. Heather and I exchanged the same uneasy glances, but neither of us turned back. "Is it about the garden?" "Excuse me?" Tommy stopped walking and turned back around. "Your story. It's about my garden, correct? I saw you two admiring it. A completely perfect, pristine, artificial landscape. No allergies, no pests. Paradise. He gazed around at his flowers. My parents made it. It's one of the few things I have left of them. It's lovely, Heather said politely. Thank you, he answered. Now come inside. We can talk more about it. You can take a tour of the greenhouse, too. He started to turn away, but my voice stopped him. Oh, I started, unsure of how to proceed. It's really impeccable for sure, but that's not what we wanted to talk about. Tom McAfee stopped, but kept smiling at us both. He didn't say anything. We wanted to talk to you about 1980, Heather said quickly, verbally ripping off the Band-Aid. It was a strange thing to watch. Tom McAfee's face, his plastered-on smile fell, but only for a fraction of a second. His mouth flatlined, his two blue eyes blinked, and then he had regained his composure. Huh, he said calmly. He looked at Heather more intently than before, then turned towards me. We met eyes only for a moment, before I had to look away from his intense gaze. Good. I hadn't expected him to say that. I also didn't expect him to turn once again and continue to walk towards the front door. But that was what he did, and Heather and I followed, thinking that this meeting was going to be better than we had hoped. In reality, it was going much, much worse. I had told Heather that she had been right, that there was something strange going on at Tommy McAfee's house. But she had been wrong, too. Heather said the worst thing that could happen would be that Tommy McAfee would kick us out of his house before we could get to the story. But that wasn't true. The worst thing that could happen is that Tommy McAfee wouldn't let us leave. Have you ever made a decision and almost in the very same moment deeply regretted it? That's how I felt after I first stepped into the McAfee house. The same sickly sweet smell of the synthetic hydrangeas drifted in with us, but that wasn't the only problem. Heather stiffened behind me, and I knew she felt it too, and the worst part was the house itself was fine. It was painted a cool, crisp light blue. The white molding and wide windows made it feel airy and open, not the least claustrophobic. It was still sunny outside, and the beams streamed in and onto the wooden floor. No, the house wasn't inherently creepy on its own. Someone had made it that way. Let's sit in the parlor, shall we? Tommy said, a casual hum to his voice as he led us. The parlor is where things became problematic. The furniture itself was again fine, a gray sofa that appeared new, 2 cream armchairs that looked the same. There was a fireplace that was spotless, devoid of ash or wood. Above it a strange oil painting, a still life I couldn't quite make out. On the opposite wall, a large framed mirror. But the devil was in the details. I'm no interior decorator by any means, but it looked like the two drastically different styles were at war with one another in this room. The clean, plain, classic look of the furniture and the, well, demented quality of the accessories. Every surface that could be covered with a doily was, but not the thin, parched white lace of a family heirloom. It was messy, concocted, most not in complete circles, some with huge gaping holes made in them. They hung off the sides of the tables, few nearly sweeping the floor. They were all different colors and materials, and the overall effect was, well, disconcerting. Deep navy blue curtains hung, pressed from either side of the windows. They had been ironed and had not a speck of lint on them, but for whatever reason, it looked like someone had cut out large squares of the navy and sewn in jaggedly cut shapes of completely different fabrics. Some were checkered, some plaid, some striped, and all were loud, bright colors. Lots of orange and purple, and each were messily sewn into place with thick red yarn. I was trying not to stare around the room, especially because I was intensely aware of Heather openly ogling her surroundings from where she stood next to me. You have a really nice house, I said gently. Oh, yeah, very nice, Heather said absent-mindedly. Tommy smiled brightly at us. Please, sit, he said, and motioned to the sofa. He sat in one of the armchairs, and I could see they too had been given a similar patchwork job as the curtains. The sofa, on the other hand, had a large tear that went across nearly the entire length of the sitting portion, like someone had raked a knife across it, then it had been messily mended, haphazardly sewn back together with the same thick red yarn. To say I was uneasy would be an understatement, but Heather sat, so I did too. Tommy stared at us for a moment, and we stared back. Then, just as I was about to break the silence, Tommy did it for me by abruptly getting to his feet. "Would anyone like some coffee?" The sweet smell, plus my own nerves, was making my stomach turn. "No, thank you," I said, but Heather perked up. "I'd love some, if it isn't too much trouble," she said politely. I tried to give her a nudge with my leg, a sort of, "I don't want to be here for too long" nudge, but if she understood, she ignored it. The ride here was sort of long, and I could use a pick-me-up. I suppressed my frown. I had come to Rhodes Creek from Habitsville, but I had picked up Heather only about 15 minutes from the McAfee house. She had been finishing up an interview for another story that she had been working on, and had agreed to help me with the column because, well, she'd already be in the area. Tommy's smile, if possible, got wider. "No trouble at all. I was going to make myself a cup anyway." He walked towards the doorway. "Be right back," he said, before disappearing around the corner. It sounded vaguely like a threat, but I blamed that on my own uneasiness. "What are you doing?" I said to Heather in a hushed whisper. "Don't drag this out. This place is creepy. Let's just get the story, get out." There was an urgency in my voice, but Heather didn't look like she was paying attention. Instead, she was staring at the fireplace. Then, wordlessly, she rose up and strode over to it. "I wanted you to take a look at this." She motioned to the oil painting that hung on the wall. I looked back at the doorway to make sure that Tommy was still away. I had no idea how far away the kitchen was, but I somehow knew that letting him catch us examining his house any closer than we needed to would not be a good idea. I stood beside Heather and looked at the painting. "What am I looking at?" I asked. The paint was put on thick, and smattering in gray and blue and white. I'd never been much of an art critic either. "It's the parlor," Heather said, and as soon as she said it, I could see it. The sofa where we had been sitting, the armchairs, the fireplace, and even painted above it, the very painting we were looking at. The only difference? Everything was on the wrong side. The sofas were on the left instead of the right. The armchair was the opposite. And another difference. There was something on the sofa. It was undefined, a smudge of lavender in the center, and lines that resembled arms and legs. I couldn't tell what it was, and yet a shiver ran down my spine. I shook my head. "That's weird, you're right," I said. "Weird is good. Weird is why we're here." Then Heather moved back towards the sofa and sat down, right in the center. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Leave some room for me." She wasn't listening, although this time she was staring at the opposite wall, the one with a mirror. She looked for a second, then stood up quickly. She grabbed me by the shoulder and shoved me into the exact spot where she had sat. I gave a grunt, but before I could protest, she pointed at the mirror. "Now, look at the mirror." I did. And at first I was confused. I saw myself, I saw the sofa, the chairs. "Oh," I said, and Heather smiled. "Oh." The painting, for whatever reason, was the exact view that a person sitting in the center of the sofa would have, if they were looking at the parlor through the mirror. "What is that?" I started, not entirely sure of where my question was headed, but I was cut off. Footsteps were approaching. But they weren't human. I tensed at first until I'd recognized the noise, the soft padded feet and swaying walk of a cat. And then it appeared. Through the doorway, it was long and lean. It was a cream color, like the armchairs, and thick white fur around its chest. Its paws were bright white, little tiny gloves. I could see the white fluff extended down its stomach, making it look plumper than it probably really was. A sigh of relief went through me. I didn't mind cats. This was fine. I moved over on the sofa, and Heather sat back down beside me, both of us intrigued by the visitor. Its eyes were a bit concerning. They were dark, probably brown. But they looked black and blended in with the pupils. It sat down after walking a few steps into the room and stared at us. Not in the distracted manner an animal stares at another animal. It seemed strangely intelligent. "Come here, kitty," Heather cooed at it, snapping her fingers lightly as she leaned towards the cat. To my surprise, it came. It rubbed against her legs and gracefully accepted her hands on its fur. "Pet the cat, Sam. It's sweet," she said teasingly, but I didn't. If I had felt queasy before, the oil painting had me feeling absolutely ill. I shook my head, but Heather insisted. Before I could stop her, she picked up the cat and put it on my lap. "No, I started, instinctively holding the cat around the middle. As I did, I quickly jerked my hand away. The cat slid out of my lap and trotted towards the door. It disappeared, and I turned to Heather. "I swear, I just felt..." Before I could finish, we heard footsteps. This time, heavy and decidedly human. It was Tommy with 2 cups of coffee, on small plates on either hand. As always, he was smiling. Heather and I both smiled weakly back. "Now," he said brightly, "where do we begin?" Now that we were inside the house and Heather and Tommy had their coffee, I knew it was time for the interview. This was what I had come for, and I knew I was potentially about to get answers to questions posed decades ago. But I wasn't thinking about any of that. I was completely certain I had felt a zipper on that cat's stomach. I was completely sure that I had felt a zipper on that cat's stomach. But Tommy was settled back into his armchair, his coffee cup and saucer close to his chest. Heather sipped hers next to me, then cleared her throat. "So we were hoping you could tell us about the events of 1980. 1980, Tommy repeated, grinning that same manic grin. "A great year. Shame about Lennon, though. My parents loved the Beatles." Heather paused. She, like me, probably couldn't tell if the strange man was joking. That is, until he let out a high-pitched, frantic giggle of a laugh. His body convulsed and his cup teetered on the china. Though this was disturbing, to say the least, Heather and I both were able to work up a nervous laugh. Tommy's cackling subdued, and he wiped an invisible tear from the corner of his eye. "I'm kidding, of course. Just a joke." He regained his composure. "You want to know about July of 1980? What happened with me and the others? Those 3 days right here in Rhodes Creek." He took another sip of coffee, and I felt myself subconsciously lean forward with anticipation. "You've read the reports, no doubt. You know what happened." We know what you said," I said, and Heather gave me a nudge. I didn't know where this sudden brashness came from. It was like the closer I felt I was to the answers, the more forcefully I was willing to reach for them. The switch-like transition came again, and Tommy's face dropped once more to a deep frown. "I don't like what you're suggesting, Mr. Singer," he said in a quiet, stern voice, one that I hadn't heard him use. I opened my mouth to apologize, but before I could, he spoke again. "But you're right." I blinked in surprise. "I am?" Tommy solemnly nodded. "You are." Another tortuously slow sip of coffee. At this point, Heather and I were on the edge of our seats on this sewn-up sofa. "We told the police we had been lost in the woods. But that wasn't exactly true. The truth is," he paused, "I have no memory of where I was for those 3 days. None of us did." That was a shock. Apart from the incredibly validating feeling of discovering that I was right, that the report wasn't accurate, I felt something else. Doubt. It seemed all too easy to loosen Tommy's lips. After all, this was a lie he had maintained for 30 years. Why break his story now? And why to Heather and me? "But why lie?" Heather asked, her brow furrowed. "I'm not quite sure that I did," he paused. We woke up on the outskirts of the woods, with no idea that any time had passed from when we were playing together 3 days prior. We walked back to my house and found the place surrounded by police. I learned my dear parents were in custody for something they obviously hadn't done. Tommy shook his head. I begged the others, before we went to the police station, to tell the story about getting lost. I didn't want any suspicion put upon my family, and they agreed. He took another long sip of coffee, then smiled at Heather and me. Even though I hadn't trusted the smile before, I definitely didn't now. He seemed different somehow. He had been confident when he had found us out front, but he seemed nervous now that we were in the house. And that he had said his piece. He was tapping his long fingers against the side of his cup and slightly rocking back and forth. I was surprised none of the coffee sloshed over the side. Wow, that's... Heather started. She trailed off, and I didn't blame her. It's quite a story, I finished for her. Yes, well, Tommy began rather hastily. We may never get the full story, such is life. His intense blue eyes weren't looking at Heather and I anymore. Instead, they were scanning the flat white ceiling above us. I tried to inconspicuously look as well, but I couldn't see whatever it was that had his attention. So, none of you ever remembered anything or tried to figure it out? The others didn't want to know? Heather asked incredulously. It seemed like the sort of thing that was best to be left alone, Tommy said. Eyes still turned upwards. I could see beads of sweat forming on his forehead and upper lip. There are things that require no explanation. Things that just are. He visibly swallowed. Things that... We all jumped. There was a sound, a series of sounds, that broke the silence of the house. 3 sharp, distinct knocks coming from directly above us. Tommy immediately jumped to his feet. Oh, he said frantically. Probably the cat. It likes to get into all sorts of trouble. I shuddered at the reminder of the cat. Tommy placed his cup and saucer on the nearest doily-covered table next to his armchair. I'd better go make sure that it hasn't broken anything valuable. Tommy had left the room before we could respond. Heather and I sat on the sofa in silence as we heard his hastened footsteps fade. Then she turned to me. I don't buy it. I shook my head. Me neither. I don't remember is pretty convenient, she said, then stood up. She started walking towards the doorway. What are you doing? I hissed. It's a big house. He probably can snoop around the next room while he's looking for his cat. My nausea increased. I don't think we should. This place is really creeping me out. I paused. And that cat... I considered bringing up what I thought I had felt on the cat's stomach, but decided against it. It's probably just my imagination. Heather laughed. What are you afraid of cats now, too? You're not much of an intrepid reporter, Sam. Why would you even choose to pick up the bad habits column if you get freaked out so easily? She had a point. And before I could retaliate, she took a step back to turn the doorknob, and her foot caught on the edge of Tommy's armchair. Her stumbling jostled the side table, knocking Tommy's cup of coffee off its saucer and on to the armchair, ruining the cream upholstery. Except... it didn't. Heather quickly picked up the cup, trying to minimize the spread of the stain, only there wasn't one. She looked into the cup, frowning. Then she wordlessly tilted it towards me. It was a prop. A ceramic cup filled with dark roast-colored plastic. A fake cup of coffee that Tommy McAfee had been pretending to sip for the entirety of our conversation. Heather and I met eyes. I sighed. Let's go check out the next room. The door at the top of the stairs was blue. It was a bright, baby blue, the color of the sky outside. The stairwell, however, was dark. We found it, oddly enough, in the kitchen. That was the next room that we had decided to investigate. It was a large kitchen, which made sense, given the grand size of the house. There were large gas stoves and cavernous double sinks. An entire staff would work in that room, easy. But it looked like nothing had been touched in a long time, maybe not ever. Except, of course, the coffee maker. It still blinked a feeble red in the corner next to the refrigerator, a refrigerator that we had opened, only to find absolutely nothing inside. That had been disconcerting enough, until Heather noticed the dark stairwell and the blue door. Its very presence had sent a chill down my spine. It didn't have anything strange on its own, but it felt strange. Until Heather had pointed it out, I hadn't noticed it. But not just not noticed it, it was like I couldn't notice it, like my eyes wouldn't let themselves settle on the stairwell or travel up the steps to what lied ahead. It was like my mind wanted me to just skate over it, to stay away. Yet here I was, staring directly up the dimly lit stairwell in the kitchen, directly at the blue door. Tommy lives alone, right? Heather asked quietly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, I answered. She frowned, then raised an arm to point up the incline. Like my eyes wouldn't let themselves settle on the stairwell, or travel up the steps to what lied ahead. It was like my mind wanted me to just skate over it, to stay away. Yet here I was, staring directly up the dimly lit stairwell in the kitchen, directly at the blue door. Tommy lives alone, right? Heather asked quietly. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, I answered. She frowned, then raised an arm to point up the incline. Then why would he need that? I followed her gesture up to what hung from the door's handle. A large, rusted, brass padlock. I wiped my sweating hands in my pants. We should go back to the parlor. Tommy's probably back now. Heather wasn't looking at me, though. Instead, she was taking one cautious step into the stairwell. Immediately, I took a step back. She stepped from the bright lights of the kitchen into the dark shroud of the stairwell, and I felt a sudden aversion to her. It was the way you might feel uneasy around catching just a glimpse of something just barely rising to the surface of a dark pond. I didn't like it, but I pushed the feeling out of my mind. What are you doing? I hissed. She waved me back with one hand as she continued up the steps. I just want to get a closer look. Tell McAfee I'm in the bathroom or something. I hesitated. I didn't want to separate from Heather. I wish I could say it was because I didn't want her to be alone in the house, that I was worried for her, but that wasn't true. Heather could take care of herself. I didn't want to be alone with Tommy. Sam, go, Heather said as she reached the top, before we get suspicious. She stood there next to the blue door. I swallowed the urge to tell her to come back down to get away from it. Fine. Then I turned and went back to the parlor, thinking that Heather would be fine, that I would be fine. How naive. Tommy was already there by the time I got back. He was sitting calmly in his armchair. He held the cup of coffee, the one that I knew to be filled with plastic, in his hand. His other hand was absent-mindedly stroking the large, pale cat that sat in his lap. It was staring at me as I entered, and I could hear its loud purr. Sorry, I said quickly, returning once more to the sewn-up sofa across from him. I was helping Heather find the bathroom. Tommy smiled at me. And did you find it? His voice sounded newly sinister, and my mind flashed to the blue door. Yes, we found it. She should be back soon. His smile faltered. Doubtful. I blinked. Excuse me? My heart sped up in my chest as Tommy, still stroking the cat, slowly peered in his coffee cup and frowned. You know, Mr. Singer, he said slowly, sometimes I don't feel quite like myself. Then he very carefully tilted his cup over until it was upside down. Nothing came out and his frown deepened. Are you okay, Mr. McAfee? I asked, trying to keep my voice from shaking. I was extremely nauseous at this point, both because of Heather's absence and the conversation I was having, but there was something else. The sweet smell, the synthetic hydrangeas scent, had suddenly gotten even stronger. Tommy kept staring into his cup. It was as though he had just realized for the very first time that there was no coffee inside. You want to talk about those 3 days, Mr. Singer? He said quietly, his face unusually blank. But I don't remember. It's as if... He paused. It's as if I fell asleep in 1980, and I've been in a dream ever since. It's a fine dream. I am okay. But every now and then I get a glimpse of it. Of reality. He stared even harder into his cup. He had stopped petting the cat, and it was getting up. It stretched, pushing its rump into the air. It lightly jumped down from Tommy's lap. It was looking at me. It started to come over. Before I could stop it, it jumped onto my lap. I didn't want to touch it. Tommy was across from me, still staring at his plastic coffee. I could see his eyes had glazed over. One small tear had begun to make its way down his cheek. Very slowly, I pet the cat. Its fur felt strange, almost waxy. It was staring at me, its expression as blank as Tommy's. With a shaking but cautious hand, I slowly slid my hand around its stomach. There it was. There was a zipper on that cat's stomach. I traced the metallic grid that went down the length of its middle until I felt it. The tab. Why would I pull it? Well, what would happen if I did? The cat began to purr. Suddenly, Tommy snapped his head back up. I yanked my hand from under the cat's stomach, away from the zipper. Though the tear was still shining wet in his cheek, Tommy's frown had bent itself back up into his earnest grin. He laughed. I'm so sorry, Mr. Singer. I think I dozed off for a moment. I didn't know what to say. I watched as he took another sip of his fake coffee. He looked at his cup for a few seconds. I had the strangest dream, he said tearfully. He stared at it intently, but his facial expression didn't change. Then he held out his cup and overturned it onto the floor. A smattering of coffee fell from his cup and onto the wooden floor. I could tell from the steam that it was still hot. Tommy smiled fondly at the stain, then set his cup back on the doily. I reached my hand slowly back down against the flesh of the rumbling cat in my lap, down to its core. The zipper was gone. The zipper was gone. I felt along the cat's underbelly even more frantically, but there was nothing but thick, white fur. It hissed at my rough touch and jumped off my lap. It trotted back to the doorway and vanished around the corner as Tommy chuckled. Such a fickle thing, he sighed. I remember when I first got it. His smile twitched like a flickering light. Well, maybe I don't remember it so well. Tap, tap, tap. Tommy and I's heads snapped upwards. 3 precise knocks once more, coming from the ceiling, just as it had done before. Tommy looked at me, and I looked back. We maintained eye contact for a few heartbeats. His smile was barely pasted on. His forehead shone with sweat, and I could hear his shallow breathing. When he spoke, he did so through gritted teeth. "Must be the cat," he just barely uttered. I didn't answer. Part of me was just paralyzed by sheer anxiety. Another, more dormant part could only think of where those knocks were emanating from. Somehow I knew. The knocks were coming from the room behind the blue door. Tommy rose to his feet, no doubt expecting to once again make a quick exit, to go off to wherever he had gone before, but this time, I stood as well. "What's in there?" I asked, with as much confidence as I could muster. Tommy froze. "In where?" I squeezed both fists at my side. "The room behind the blue door." Tommy let out a sound like a long, painful wheeze. "Nettles." The name wasn't familiar, and yet it strangely was. It was like the sweet smell that pervaded the entire house. The more I smelled it, the more I recognized it, the more I hated it. The moment I heard that name, I had this feeling it was just on the cusp of nostalgia, but intensely, unabashedly frightening, enough to chill my blood as it flowed through my veins. Tommy's teeth were clenched so tight I thought they might crack. A vein in his forehead stood out, engorged and throbbing with his too-fast heartbeat as I watched. A shudder ran through him. No, not a shudder. Not a cringe of fear, the likes of which I had felt multiple times since arriving at the McAfee house. This was different. His entire being suddenly began to vibrate and continued to do so at a higher and higher velocity. Bits of spittle sprayed from his lips, still stuck in that terrible grimace. I thought he might be having some sort of stroke, but before I could take a step, whether forward or back, he stopped. He was breathing heavily through his nose, a drip of snot working its way towards his mouth. He stared at me with his two blue, bloodshot eyes, Then he spoke. "Where's Heather?" I blinked. The cat, the zipper, Tommy, the blue room, that disgusting sweet smell, all of it had been making my head and stomach turn so violently, I'd completely forgotten about Heather. Heather, who had gone to investigate the blue room and had yet to return. Heather, who had gone somewhere she clearly was not supposed to go, in the McAfee house. Slowly, I turned my head up towards the ceiling above. Tommy stared at me for a moment. Then he let out a low, animalistic hiss. Before I knew what was happening, he had rounded the corner of the doorway. I followed him. Tommy and I were sprinting to the room across the hall, to the kitchen. We got there at about the same time. I looked around for the stairwell. Even though I had only just been in the room, I still had trouble finding it. Not finding it, really, just seeing it. But Tommy saw it right away. And like Heather had pointed it out to me, I could see that Tommy had seen it. We both ran to the bottom of the steps and gazed up. There it was, the dark, dark stairwell, and at the top, a beacon of light. That pleasant, welcoming blue door, and the rusted old padlock hanging open on the handle. Tommy took the first step, but the rest were a jumble of other limbs, clawing our ways to the top. Although athletic, Tommy was still around 50 years old. And I got there first. Don't! My hand was on the doorknob. Tommy was one step from me. I opened the blue door. I knew what he would look like before I saw him, and even now, I'm not sure I ever saw him. For a bright blue door, the room behind it was infinitely dark, and I can't tell you what was inside because truly, I can't remember. Something like a lavender smudge at the center of a red threaded sofa, and a smell so sweet I could taste it. And then I was out. I was sitting on the same sofa in Tommy McAfee's living room. The pale, purring cat was on my lap. Tommy McAfee sat in the armchair across from me. Heather sat at my left. I was breathing heavily and sweating. Heather was looking at me, concerned and saying something. Tommy watched me and sipped his coffee. Sam. What? Heather frowned deeper. Are you okay? I sat up, my arms weak and shaking. The cat stared at me with its blank eyes. What happened? I asked blurrily. I felt sick. Tommy set his cup and its saucer on the side table next to him. I think you might have fallen asleep. I don't blame you. That sofa's really quite comfortable. He smiled wide. And the cat makes such a good blanket. I looked at the cat and it stared back. I didn't even want to reach for its stomach to feel what I feared was there. Instead, I pushed it off my lap and onto the floor. It landed on its feet and it turned so it faced me just to stare. Sam, that was kind of mean, Heather said teasingly. She leaned down to stroke the cat's head. It began to purr, but didn't remove its gaze from me. I nervously looked at the painting that hung on the wall. My eyes settled on the figure that sat so near where I sat. Heather, what happened? What do you mean? She asked, still half bent over petting the cat. In the room, behind the blue door. She faltered for only a fraction of a second before answering. What blue door? It was enough to draw my attention over to her. Her form bent forward, fingers to waxy pale fur, her shirt pulled down just slightly in the back where she folded. I could see the very top of her back, and the tip of which I at first thought was a tattoo, but I knew better now. Heather had a zipper. I had been halfway back to Habitsville when I realized that I had taken the cat. Everything had happened so fast. When I saw what was on Heather's back, I got up to leave. Tommy tried to stop me, but he couldn't. The cat sat in the passenger seat on the way back, watching me. I had to pull over and throw up on the side of the road at one point. That sweet smell was still so potent, even miles from the house. I could still smell it a bit now, even as I write this. Yeah, I checked the cat's stomach. After I vomited on the roadside, I looked. Nothing. No zipper. I drove back to the office. I carried the cat inside because I wasn't sure what else to do with it. Couldn't leave it in the car in the middle of July. Didn't know how I was going to tell my boss about what happened. I didn't get the full story, or even if I did, it wasn't one that anyone wanted. That I had left Heather behind. When I walked in, there she was. Heather was sitting at my desk. It was late now. No one else was around. She stood up as she saw me walk into the room. Hey, she said casually. What's the cat? I knew I must have looked like a wreck. All sweating and shaking, dried, threw up on my shirt. I set the cat down on the desk nearest to me, and it stayed. Then I walked right up to Heather, turned her around, and looked down the back of her shirt. Sam, what the hell? She yelled, whirring back around and smacking my hand away. But I already seen what I was looking for. There was nothing on Heather's back. Sorry, I muttered. I thought I saw something. She frowned at me, but quickly was distracted by the cat I had placed on the table. She moved over to it and started stroking its head. I could hear its purr start up again, and it made my stomach turn. So where have you been? I blinked. What? She kept looking at the cat, smiling softly at it as it nudged her hand. You haven't been in the office in a few days. Did you take some time off to adopt a cat? She laughed. I felt the vomit rising up in my chest, but I forced it back down. A few days? You haven't seen me in a few days? She shook her head. Nope. She picked up the purring cat and cradled it in her arms like a baby. But I'm glad I caught you before I left. This cat's so sweet. She kissed it on the head. I have to go. I drove home. I don't know what happened that day. If I imagined everything, if Heather was lying, or maybe she just couldn't remember, just like Tommy couldn't remember 1980. I was jealous of them. I wanted to forget, More than forget, I wanted to erase. Even if I couldn't remember what I saw behind the blue door, the feeling was... it was still there. The smell of the hydrangeas, the oil painting, the lilac smudge. The hot and cold feeling of a metal zipper on a cat's warm stomach. Nettles. I didn't find out what happened to those kids for those 3 days in 1980 or worse. Maybe I did. My name is Samuel Singer. And I've seen something I shouldn't have. My family owns a funeral home. When I tell people this, I usually get one of two questions. Is it haunted? Or is it creepy working there? To the first question, no. Even though the house itself is old, it was built in the 1860s and bought by my great-grandfather in 1886. None of us have seen or heard anything especially unusual. In 2009, my dad was contacted by a producer of one of those ghost hunting TV shows because they heard rumors that it was haunted. My dad laughed, told the producers that they were more than welcome to stop by, but he was sure nothing would happen. They didn't end up visiting. But there is an article about it floating around on the internet. I think of it like the funeral home being a liminal space. We're here on the descendants' way between places. It doesn't make more sense to haunt a place they have no emotional connection to, right? To the second question, sometimes. Now, by the time I was born, the house had been completely turned into a funeral home, and my family lived in the house behind it. But for all intents and purposes, I did grow up there. Both my parents work as funeral directors, my oldest sister is a state-licensed decerologist, and my older brother is studying mortuary science, and I help out in the office and around the home, even though I'm not going to be in the business. This is all to say that we've all grown up in proximity to the funeral home, and I think every single one of us can say that while it isn't haunted, it can be creepy. Sometimes you hear the dead groan when gases release. Sometimes their bodies move due to muscles tensing and relaxing as they go through the stages of death. Occasionally, the descendant died in an incident that causes traumatic damage, and that ends up causing nightmares. We've taken care of people who died in all stages of life, the very young to the very old, and once in a while, a grieving family member or friend has a violent outburst. For us, this is just standard operating procedure. But every now and again, something happens that's truly creepy. Usually this happens due to the like wake. My great-great-grandfather was an undertaker in Yorkshire, England. When he came to the United States, he brought a few traditions with him, which he included in the operations of the funeral home. One of these was a kind of old-school wake. Regular wakes are the usual gatherings that you're probably used to, and some people use visitation and wake to mean the same thing. The like wake is a vigil that lasts all night. There are still cultures that do this, staying the night with a body to keep watch or pray. It's fallen out of fashion in modern times, but in my great-great-grandfather's will, he mandated that we should offer it as part of our service for as long as the funeral home continues to operate. I have no idea why he was so adamant on it, although one family story is that he said something like, "The people who ask for it are the ones who need it the most." So we offer it. It's on our list of services along with the FTC's funeral checklist. My family's always been very upfront about costs. I could go on for hours about how messy and corrupt the funeral industry can be, but you're not here for that. And the like wake is always a complimentary service. You only know about it if you ask. Here's how our booklet defines it. A vigil held after hours in the home, able to be attended by family members or friends with permission. Funeral home's name, directors, and associates can also participate as a proxy or otherwise as needed. Like wakes can be held up to 7 o'clock in the morning when the funeral home's operating hours begin. People have asked us what the like wake is good for, and we usually tell them that it gives people extra time to say goodbye, provide solitudes, or just assure friends and family that the descendant is not alone in the house. Theft of valuables like jewelry is a concern for some people, so this little extra assurance can be comforting. Not many people take us up on it. Those that do sometimes ask us to hold it as proxies, or just for the aforementioned assurance. Sometimes 2 or 3 of us do it, sometimes it's just one. A few months ago, it was just me. The descendant's sister had requested the like wake for her brother, asking for it to be held until operating hours again. For the sake of his privacy, I'll just say that he was in his late 20s when he died. And while he'd been killed in an accident, the damage wasn't visible on his head or hands. His sister said that she'd had some pretty disturbing dreams about his death, where he was in the casket with his eyes closed, but his body was moving restlessly. She insisted that she wasn't superstitious, but something about the dreams worried her. We held the man's like wake in the night between the visitation and the funeral itself. The last visitor left around 9:30 in the evening, leaving just the descendant's parents and sister. Before they left together, his sister came up to me and my mom and asked if she could leave an envelope in her brother's casket and to place his cell phone in his pocket. She said that she felt weird having it. We told her she was more than welcome to do so. It only took her about a minute, and when she came back, she pulled me aside. "If anything happens tonight, will you tell me when I come back in the morning?" she asked. I was confused, but I said I absolutely would. Honestly, people have asked me weirder things. The family left, and my mom and I made all the preparations for the like wake. It's not as ritualistic as it sounds. We light a candle in the same room as the casket, do our basic cleanup, fill any requests the family might have. Most of the time, it's to play certain songs or leave a particular food or drink out for them. And one family asked us to read letters out loud to the deceased, some of which were incredibly funny. So in this man's case, we put a bottle of pale ale, 2 Twix bars, and a poetry anthology book on the table beside the casket. Well, once it was done, I settled on the couch in the office for the night while my mom went home. Our rules for the like wake are pretty simple. I'd stay all night, catnapping if I had to, with alarms set every hour and a half, so I would get up and go into the viewing area to make sure the candle was still lit and everything was in its proper place. Honestly, a funeral home at night isn't as scary as you might think. I kept the lights on in the office and main hallway, and I'm so used to being in that house that very few noises alarm me. However, around 1 o'clock in the morning, I heard 2 loud knocks, like someone banging their fist against a door. This like wake didn't have any scheduled visitors, so we kept the front and back doors locked. That, and I couldn't actually discern where the knocking came from. I looked at our security camera feed and didn't see anyone at either door. I wondered if something fell down upstairs. It's an old house, so what happens. I went upstairs. Nothing. Everything was exactly where it should be. When I came back down the stairs, I heard it again. It was just as loud and insistent, if not more so. Just 2 heavy knocks coming from nowhere. I'm not scared of the house, but I was scared of something. I went down the hallway, and on a whim, I looked into the viewing area. Nothing was out of place there either, including the candle. For a few minutes, I stood there waiting for something to happen. It was quiet. Then 2 loud knocks from nowhere, followed by what sounded like every door in the house being knocked on twice. I mean, front door, back door, side door, office door, all the doors upstairs. I like to think I'm brave, but I absolutely did scream before running back into the office. I thought about calling my mom and dad, but something kept me from getting my phone. I don't know if if I was just so scared, I wasn't thinking straight or what, but I didn't contact anyone. It was quiet after that. I spent most of the next hour and a half trying to logically reason out what would have caused the knocks. And by the time I came to a conclusion, old house noises ad nauseum, my alarm went off to go check the viewing area at 2:30. Reluctantly, I went. Candle was lit, everything was fine. Except the man's cell phone was going off. So in the amount of time I stood there, his phone never stopped vibrating. For 10 minutes. It may have gone on for longer, but I didn't stay around to find out. 4 o'clock, quiet. I was messaging my friend on Discord by this point and saying, thank God at that. And then came the 5:30 check. Naturally, I was exhausted. I hadn't slept. Half the time between 4 and 5:30, I was all tense and waiting for that knocking to come back. I dragged myself into the viewing area and I saw that the bottle of beer, the Twix bars, and the book were on the floor. The bottle was upright. Twix bars were still beside each other, not even like they'd fallen, but more like someone had picked them up off the display exactly as they were and placed them on the floor like that. Then the candle was out. Don't ask me why, but the candle being out scared me more than the stuff on the floor. I turned around to go back to the office and get the lighter when I swear, I swear, I saw the body in the casket sit up and look at me. It was totally dark, except for the light in the hallway and the emergency exit lighting at the back of the room, but that was enough to make out the silhouette and the red light reflecting off his eyes. The thing is, my oldest sister put caps over his eyeballs and glued them shut to make sure that they kept the shape and didn't sink. His eyes were wide open. I ran back to the office faster than I'd ever run in my life. There is such a thing as being too scared to scream, so I sat in the locked room, huddled up in a corner, wondering what the hell was happening. I wanted to call my mom, but the phone was on the other side of the room, and for some reason I was too afraid to get up and grab it. I must have been there for an hour before it happened, too. 2 loud knocks on the office door, and then silence. Then my phone buzzed. I forced myself to get up, even though I was dreading every step. I took my phone off the charger. Everything okay? From my mom, it was from my mom. I almost cried in relief. I texted her back and I asked her if she could come over earlier, although I didn't say why. She said she'd be over in a few minutes. Those next few minutes were some of the longest in my life. In all my sleep-deprived fear, I was expecting to hear my mom come in and scream. Instead, I heard her come in, heard the door handle jiggle, and then she texted me why the office door was locked. I let her in, and I absolutely did cry and hug her. I told her everything that happened, including the part about the candle going out and the body sitting up. She comforted me and then said, "But everything's fine in there." When I looked over her shoulder into the viewing area, I saw that the candle was lit. And the bottle, the Twix bars, the book, they were back on the table. My mom thought I might have had a nightmare, and in my desperation for things to make sense, I agreed with her. Even so, I sat in the office while she started all the opening procedures. She said I could go home, but honestly, I wanted to be around her for a little bit longer. At 8 o'clock, the family started coming in, including the descendant's sister. She saw me. I don't want to know what she thought. I was in a hoodie and sweatpants and looked absolutely frazzled, and she waved me over. She asked how the night had gone, if anything had happened. I mentioned the knocking and the phone going off. Everything except for the body sitting up. She immediately started crying. She didn't explain. Instead, she went into the viewing area for a minute and came back with the envelope and the phone. Still crying, she held the envelope like it was the most precious thing in the world. "Before he died, I got in a fight with him over something really stupid," she told me. "I never got the chance to apologize. This is an apology letter, and I don't know why, but I feel like I had to write." At this, she opened the envelope, unfolded the letter, and showed me the bottom of it. "If you accept my apology, 1 knock for no, 2 knocks for yes." I can't describe to you how I felt at that moment. All that knocking, and those 2 knocks at the end of the night, just yes, 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 yes. Then she showed me the call history on his phone. There's enough times that she had to scroll down for calls from his work. This is actually my phone, she said. She started crying again, still scrolling through the calls. The day he died, he called me from his work phone. I was still mad at him, so I didn't pick up. And when I called him back, he didn't answer. The thing is, after everything that happened, his sister seemed relieved rather than scared and thanked me for staying with him. After that, I went home and I thought about what my great-great-grandfather had said and the people who ask for like wakes. They're the ones who need it the most. They need more closure than a regular funeral can provide. So recently my friend Jen has been staying with me overnight. Her mom works a double shift and dad isn't in the picture, so Jen texted me one night out of insomnia and asked if she could come over. But once I got approval from my folks, we've been spending almost every night up talking and getting to know each other all over again. It feels like ages since we hung out, really, thanks to lockdown and virtual school and all that. Anyway, since it's spooky season, Jen suggested that we start watching scary stuff every night. We're both into that jump scare crap, and I figured, what the hell, we didn't really have much else to do. A few nights ago, we watched John Carpenter's The Thing. Not the new one, the original. And it got us feeling nostalgic about other stuff that we grew up on that we weren't, as scared of anymore. Or that still scared us. The old Nightmare on Elm Street was so cheesy. That movie hasn't aged well, she said. Well, Chucky used to give me nightmares, I offered, giggling at the silliness of a possessed doll, only because I used to be obsessed with dolls. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? I told her. Jen laughed back and answered, "It's not that bad. I mean, I used to think Mr. Bad Bones was pretty freaky." I wiped away a tear from my last laugh and mumbled, "Mr. who? Bad Bones? What kind of fucky name is that?" Jen rolled her eyes and said, "From that show, Halloween Time?" And now I was sure she was pulling my leg. It didn't sound familiar at all. She got a stern face and remarked, "Don't tell me you've never heard of it." Nope. But then my folks sheltered me a lot. No R-rated stuff. They were super helicopter parents, I remarked. Jen shook her head and went to grab her phone. No, this was a Saturday morning cartoon. Came out in the 90s, always came on usually after Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or Pokemon. It was channel 46, she said, and scrolled through her photos. "Here's a drawing I did of him once," she said, pausing on the picture and showing it to me. Mr. Bad Bones lived up to his name. In Jen's drawing, he was a tall, lanky, humanoid-looking skeletal figure with 4 spidery arms and backwards legs like a bird. His face was a mixture between a human skull and what looked like an ox, I think. And his entire body, if you could call it that since all you could see were his bones, were painted the darkest black I'd ever seen. Strangely enough, he didn't have eyes or a nose like a normal skull, just a misshapen mouth with incisors going through the back of his head. Like the teeth that gouged out his eyes or something. Freaky, I agreed, a bit surprised by how bizarre and hellish he looked. "And you said this was a Saturday morning cartoon?" I asked. "Yeah. I don't think it ran for very long, but it was so memorable. There were these 2 little animated kids that always dressed up in costume in the show too. Jack and Jill, I think. Every week their costumes changed, and you never knew which one was which because you never saw their faces. They were supposed to teach kids about not being afraid, I think." She continued to tell me more about the show, and it sounded pretty cool to be honest, but also a little disturbing. One episode, their dog died, and they had to bury it. I remember that being super sad, but then they made a deal with Mr. Bad Bones, and it came back, she said, looking visibly frightened by the memory. I crossed my arms, and then reached over to grab my tablet. "Okay, you're making this up. I think I would remember a show like that. I watched all the 90s cartoons, I said, going to YouTube and typing in Halloween time. Like I suspected, nothing related to what Jen was talking about popped up. It wasn't a big deal like Transformers or something. Like I said, hardly anyone remembers it, Jen said, with a shrug as she scratched the back of her neck uncomfortably. Was she lying? Was she bothered by this? Something didn't feel right. Okay, sure. But Google isn't showing anything either. You're telling me you're the only person in the world who remembers this weird-ass show? I chuckled nervously and showed her my screen. Jen snatched the iPad from my hands, looking surprised by the fact that it wasn't there. Her face was a mix of confusion and what I thought was dread. At first, I thought she was pulling my leg. This is like one of those creepypastas, isn't it? You trying to scare me? I asked. No, this is real. I swear I watched the show when I was little, Jen said, scrolling through page after page of other options. But no show ever popped up. This doesn't make any sense, she admitted, as she frantically tried to find it. I could tell that Jen was bothered, or possibly even disturbed by all this. I mean, hey, what's wrong with you? I said, trying to take my phone back. Hey, I'm not making this up, she snapped. I never said you were. This is going a little too far. Calm down. She looked up at me apologetically. Her eyes seemed desperate for answers, but I had no idea what was really bothering her about this. Hey, let's just play Xbox or something, I suggested. She agreed to it, thankfully, despite how tense she was, and I figured a good distraction would keep her mind off things. Finally, it was time to go to bed, and she hopped up to change. Sorry. About earlier, she said as she brushed her teeth. I shrugged. It's fine. I'm sure there's a logical explanation, and we can figure that out tomorrow, I told her. She nodded. We both got into our beds. But I couldn't sleep. Despite the fact that Jen had been calmed down, it still bothered me how serious she was taking this cartoon. Why was it she insisted it existed? And a part of me wondered if there might be any truth to her claims. Lost media was hard to come by, and if it really affected her so much she wanted to prove it, to the point of going a little stir-crazy, that made me wonder what was this show all about. So once she had gone to sleep, I slipped over to my laptop and did a Tor search. It would have a wider, deeper range than just the regular internet, I figured. I typed in the name Halloween Time and got nothing. Then I tried Mr. Badbones and brought up some rather strange, disgusting Rule 34 art that made me want to vomit. I think I almost shut the computer off. Then I noticed that the art was all done by the same person. And maybe whoever was doing this weird art knew something about the show. I figured reaching out to this perv was the worst idea imaginable. After all, the art looked like they were glorifying all kinds of lewd acts, along with making Mr. Badbones look like he was a demonic sadist. But I was also worried about Jen. I needed her to at least see that she wasn't crazy about the show, I thought. So I emailed them a quick little question about doing a commission for the artwork. Short and sweet. I used a burner account so that whoever the sicko was wouldn't come find me. I clicked send. I heard a little chime behind me. It made me freeze in my chair. I slowly turned around to where Jen was fast asleep and saw the notification on her phone. It was like a beacon in the midst of a foggy sea. Instinctively, I pulled her phone out of the plug and checked the notification. It was the email I just sent online. She was the artist. I felt internally sick as I slid open her phone using the passcode I had seen her do 1,000 times. Then I went to her photos. There was an entire album full of more drawings, some far, far worse than what I had seen online. I kept looking, seeing all the different dark ways she was obsessed with this character. I kept scrolling towards the bottom and saw Mr. Badbones performing gory murders, slaughters. The latest drawing was one from just a few days ago. The eponymous character was standing over a cartoonish corpse. One that looked a little like me. What do you think? I jumped and dropped the phone. Jen was staring at me. Her bloodshot eyes as creepy as could be. Those are, those are some awesome sketches, Jen, I said nervously. I wasn't sure what she thought I'd seen. She picked up the phone slowly, still staring at me as she did. I just remembered something about this show, she muttered sleepily. I felt like I was sitting on pins and needles. What's that? The main characters all die in the end, she said nonchalantly. I swear, you couldn't hear a peep in that cold room as she closed up her phone. Maybe tomorrow we could try to watch an episode, she suggested. Sure. If we can find one, I said, not keeping my eyes off her. I'm sure we will, Jen said with a smirk and closed her eyes, back to sleep. That was a few hours ago. I'm pretty sure she's out for the night, but I'm extremely disturbed and scared by all of this. I don't want to think about the worst case scenario and believe that my friend might be a sociopath. And that's why I'm here, I guess. I'm scared out of my mind. I need some clarity about this fucking show. Was it real or not? Until I get some answers. I'm sleeping in the other room, with the door locked. Local clinic burns to the ground under mysterious circumstances. Miracle Clinic, a psychiatric unit just outside of town, was torched to the ground last night when one of the doctors set fire to themselves and to a mural in a patient's room, causing the east wing to go up in flames. When the first responders arrived and put the fire out, they took the doctor into custody, who insisted that he was trying to destroy the mural. He provided the following transcripts as the reason for his acts of arson. Patient file. RJ 47355. At approximately 3:30 this afternoon, the patient presented with symptoms of labored breathing, intense hallucinations, and severe self-inflicted injuries to the torso and legs. Patient was immediately given antibiotics and antipsychotics and placed in the behavioral unit until further diagnosis can be made. Note from Dr. Hanlon's journal, October 5th. I worked in behavioral and mental health for almost 30 years, so I feel like I've seen it all. That being said, I still want to treat every patient with the same care and respect that I would want if it was a member of my own family. I knew from the moment that the patient, henceforth referred to as Jane Doe until further notice, was troubled and experiencing severe PTSD based on what came with her. A police report that told a story of a massacre, one that she had survived. According to that report, Jane Doe was the sole survivor of a family of 4, with her sister and parents being brutally murdered. The official cause of death the medical examiner gave was decapitation. Police theorize that Jane Doe herself may in fact be responsible for these killings, seeing as there's no evidence of a break-in, nor anything found to suggest the family was a target. Once she recovered from the antipsychotics that we administered, I intended to have a full interview with her and discover as much of the truth as possible. October 6th. I wasn't able to speak to the patient yesterday. The medicine we gave her seems to have had a calming effect. When she woke up, nurses found that she had been scribbling on the wall, a variety of different caricatures, all of which seemed to focus on the holiday of Halloween. Interview with Jane Doe. Good afternoon. My name is Dr. Gregory Hamlin. Can you tell me your name? Melody. Patient is fidgety and uncomfortable. Seems obsessed with continuing to draw. I couldn't help but notice the lovely artwork that you've been making. Can you tell me more about it? Patient's eyes appear bloodshot and dilating quickly as though experiencing hallucinations. Halloween time. And what's that? Jack and Jill went up a hill to bury their dog, but didn't want him dead. So they made 2 more holes and went in the ground and stayed with him instead. Patient is singing this as she paces around the room, noticeably distracted by looking at 2 smaller cartoonish sketches in the wall, both of which were wearing ghost costumes. So, are those Jack and Jill? Can you tell me more about them? Dead now, like all things should be. No need to be afraid. That's how we all are made. Again, the patient is acting erratically and starts to draw what looks like a large arching door. Melody, can you tell me more about this Halloween town? Time. It's just a show. Just to show that no one knows. But they will. They'll make the nightmare real. She's sketching faster now, looking noticeably exhausted and confused, as though she isn't in control of her motions. What is that? What happened to your family? This seemed to disturb her even more. She paused, and she looked at me with troubled eyes. Dead now. All dead. Just like she said. All because of this! I had to call 2 orderlies in to sedate her. It took well over the recommended dosage to get her back to calm state, and after which we chose to have her strapped down and administer other tests. They also requested a blood sample to determine if she might be in our database. End of interview. October 6th, evening. Thanks to the sample I took, I had determined that the patient is a 17-year-old female from a local nearby community who was on her way to finishing up her school year earlier thanks to virtual classes. Nothing in the files from her high school or her PCP show any family history of mental illness. A review of her electronic devices was made by the police, however, and they found an unnamed file, which seems to solidify the theory that the patient harmed herself and the others of her family. Thanks to a colleague in the PD, it shows Melody and this other young girl both asleep in their room, both with the sound on. It sounds like one of them is singing, and reminds me of the strange jingle that Melody was humming to me as we talked. What's this all about? I decided to fast forward the video and see if anything happened. Around the midway mark, Melody is standing up, looking like she was in a daze of sleepwalking. It's difficult to see what is in her hand, but it looks like a pillow. To my shock and surprise, I watch as Melody smothers her friend to death. I could hear the screams as her friend writhed and tried to fight back, but this first girl was too strong. All the while, she kept singing that bizarre jingle over and over. Hey there, it's time for a scare. Won't you come with me today? Don't be afraid, we'll have a parade. All the livelong day. She said, over and over, as she held the pillow over her friend's face. Autopsy report confirms the girl died of asphyxiation. Then Melody turned around and went back to sleep as though nothing had happened at all. A few hours later in the video, she rose up again and began to scream bloody murder, shocked that her friend was dead. And then something turned the video off. I don't know for sure what, but it wasn't Melody, as she was too scared trying to resuscitate her friend. My initial thoughts in the video are that Melody entered into some type of hypnotic state that allowed her to act out on an impulsive behavior against her friend, and then later her parents. I have no idea what connection this has to her drawings, but I am insisting to the police that she remain here under observation until we can determine what is her current mental state. October 7th. Second interview with Melody Bradshaw. I'm sorry for the timing of this interview, but the police have asked that I ask some basic questions to determine your state of mind. Is that okay? Sure. Do you know where you are? Miracle Medical, I think. Yes, that's right. Do you know why you're here? Because of what I did. And what is that, Melody? Her lip twitched. Was it a smile or a quiver? Jennifer, she warned me, but I didn't understand. I still don't know what's happening, but this isn't just some kid's show. It's evil. It controls people. Melody stammered. She was looking towards the door she drew in her wall. It's a very wide, large arc door, similar to how many artists have depicted the gates of hell. I can't help but to be drawn to it as well, given how much time she spent on it. I'm further fascinated by her insistence that killing her family wasn't what she wanted to do. Jennifer told me that there was one more episode of Halloween Time. I just didn't know I would be a part of it, she said, looking down at her shaking hand. I tried to press her further about what role her friend had in this entire bizarre story, and instead found that she was returning to a catatonic state. Unfortunately, it isn't the first time that I've seen patients attempt to push responsibilities over to another party, especially to a victim. I have to take what Melody has told me with a grain of salt. Still, part of me is disturbed by the things that I have seen and heard. Melody was not deranged before the incident, and instances of sudden madness do not happen often in the general public. My buddy at the PD has also told me that they did a check of the other girl's belongings and found no evidence to suggest Melody's theory, one that Jennifer was the cause of her sudden obsession with a cartoon show, one that doesn't exist. I can't help but to draw comparisons to a case in the northwestern U.S., and I'm afraid that I have little choice but to believe Melody is doing the same and using an insanity argument to avoid jail time. I'll be finishing up my report and handing it over to the authorities in the morning. October 8th. Police officers arrived this morning and escorted Melody to a holding facility upstate. However, upon entering her cell, we've discovered that the patient is missing. Furthermore, we've had discovered that the video file of that evening had been thoroughly scrubbed. No evidence of a break-in can be determined, and no trace evidence can be found to see where she could have left the padded room. Police are continuing an ongoing investigation. Dr. Henlon's internal notes. I returned to the room to get a better look at the sketches. Call me crazy, and disturbed as well, but I feel convinced that something was different about them now that Melody had disappeared. And I was right. I could see now that the drawing of the door was changed, altered somehow to show it unhinged, and it had a forced perspective of a hallway drawn within the cracked open door. My mind felt like I was going insane as a part of me considering the possibilities that somehow Melody had slipped into the walls and escaped that way. I instructed nurses not to bother the room for 24 hours so that we could document every drawing and try to compare them to any possible cold cases in the Tri-County area. When I returned home that evening, I couldn't help but to notice that I had an email in my inbox, straight from the patient herself, or rather, from the mysterious Halloween Time that she claimed to have been so fond of. I'll try my best to dissect what the video shows, and then send the evidence to the police. I can't help but be mortified, though, that this may be a message from beyond the grave. Children frighten me, and that's actually a good thing. You know, the fact of the matter is, kids these days, no longer all right. There's something to be said about the sudden rise of specialists in the field of behavioral health in the age range of 5 to 10-year-olds. And you may find it odd to discover that my job of choice is that of a guidance counselor, given what I just said. The reason for this is because I feel that even though the young mind is an enigma, it's pure, it's innocent. And that's all the more reason to help the young who have been particularly traumatized by the rage and darkness that haunts this world today. Beyond my general counseling, I also provide a service for the local DHS and Child Protective Services to help foster homes and shelters for wards of the state. Typically, there's only 3 reasons why a facility of this kind will call upon my services, and it's always because I'm their last resort. Number 1, a child has begun to act out violently and is in need of therapeutic treatment to alter the behavior. Number 2, a child has begun to act out in a manner non-typical of their age group or individual education plan. For example, a rambunctious child suddenly becomes silent, or a boisterous child choosing to remain calm. 3, child's experiencing psychological problems relating to physical activity such as wetting the bed, sweating profusely without explanation, or night terrors. So last Thursday, I was called in on a case involving Owl Creek RTC, where 8 of the children in Ward B exhibited all 3 of the symptoms, and apparently it had gotten so bad they needed outside help. For all intents and purposes, Owl Creek is a place that really shouldn't have existed. Before it became a private orphanage, it was a boarding school, and before that, it was a hospital for developmentally disabled youths. In other words, it was a place where society sent children they could no longer handle themselves. Long, perfectly trimmed hedges and iron gates barred the ground from the outside world. A perfect utopia for these children to experience life unfettered from the abuse that likely shackled them in their whole lives. Here they could be free. Or at least, that was what it was meant to do. I recognized that those same protections could be perceived as a way to keep them unaware of life beyond these walls. The building itself was made of brick and long wooden trestles between slanted long glass windows. In every sense of the word, it resembled a fossil, a relic from a bygone era, and as I got closer to the front steps, I could still see the long scorch marks that had stained the stones during a fire that had likely occurred before I was even born. The entryway spread open into a more inviting atmosphere. A mixture of old and new architecture distracting onlookers enough to make them feel comfortable. Besides myself and the front receptionist, the chamber was empty, void of any other warm welcome. Kenneth Avery, to see Headmaster Rachel Browning? I told the short-statured blonde sitting behind the desk. She adjusted her Bluetooth headset and held up a bony finger before typing something out on her screen, then turning her full attention to me. She took my name again, and then paged the person in charge before making idle small talk. "How do you do it?" she asked me. Do what? "You've seen some of the worst things happen to the most innocent. How in the world do you keep going when time after time you come face to face with such despicable evil?" I opened my mouth to respond, but before I did, one of the larger wooden frame doors slammed shut, and a slim middle-aged woman approached us to greet me. "Dr. Avery, I'm so glad you can come on such short notice," she said, a faint smile passing her face. She looked worried, and I detected a lack of sleep in her voice. "Please, I don't have that title anymore. Just call me Avery, or Kenneth," I insisted, as she guided me away from the conversational desk clerk. "Sorry. I'm just so glad that you made it here. All the nurses are at our wits' end, to say the least," she explained, as she seemed to pick up the pace in the twisting corridors. "I'd like, if possible, to review the child's cases before I began evaluations," I told her. "I don't think that would be beneficial in this setting," she said softly, as we turned across a long, open courtyard to the secondary building, Ward B. "Did something happen?" I said. "You heard about the costumes, I assume?" "Yes, but I figured it was more than that. It's better if you come up with a fresh point of view, that's all," the headmaster answered. I couldn't argue with that logic, and there were too many times that a pre-existing opinion could stifle my observations. We made our way to the lounge where the nurses had gathered the 8 children for me to meet. All of them were different age, sex, and nationality. A regular bunch of kids, if I had ever seen one, playing with toys and puzzles as I entered the room. And also, all of them were wearing Halloween costumes. We've been trying to get them to cooperate to take them off, but... The nurse trailed off as they shuffled their feet towards me inquisitively. All of them stopped a few feet away and stared up at me in unison. Well, this is uncomfortable, I joked as the nurse shuffled past the group to greet us. Where did they get the costumes, anyway? That's the thing, we don't really know, she admitted weakly. That alone made me uneasy. Mr. Avery, we made accommodations for you to stay at the administration building. How many days do you expect to remain? She asked. As long as it takes, I said firmly, as I focused on the children. Something was very wrong here. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to begin watching them as a group before I begin individual sessions. The 2 women showed themselves out. The children were still staring at me. I knew better than to show them the behavior made me uneasy, so instead I slid a chair from the side of the room to the center of the circle. Once I had settled down, the 8 finally seemed to lose interest in me and return to their individual activities. Some were building with blocks, others gathering toys. All of it they were doing in complete silence. It was almost deafening how quiet it was. One boy, a 10-year-old, walked over to the arts and crafts and gathered some papers to begin to draw. I watched casually as he sketched out 8 stick figures in costumes, sitting around a circle, and I decided this was my moment to insert myself into the conversation. That's very good. Can you draw me too? I asked, pointing towards the center of the blank page. You don't belong there. Halloween time is just for us, the boy said simply, as instead he finished the 8 stick figures and had them holding hands like in a campfire circle. Really? Then, what are you drawing in the circle there? He started scribbling a man-like silhouette. Not saying a word, I watched as the drawing got larger and larger, and then he began to simply randomly scribble. Eventually he finished the main massive black blob and started scratching long etches towards each of the stick figures. They looked like tendrils. What is that? I asked casually as he finished the drawing. It didn't look friendly any longer. Mr. Badbones. He's just here with us always, the boy answered. One of the girls grabbed a hold of her knees and cried a little. Does this Mr. Badbones hurt you? Not all the time, the boy said, shaking his head. He looked like he wanted to cry. And when does it hurt you? It took Dr. Hanlon away. It'll take you away too, another girl whispered. I had read the report about my predecessor, but I still didn't understand how it could be connected to these children he hadn't practiced here in some time. How do you know about that? I asked the girl. It doesn't like you, the boy said. He kept scratching at the drawing, boring a hole into the paper. The girl kept rocking. She was mumbling something. Dead now, dead here. Time for all the dead to cheer. Dead now, dead here. Time for all the dead to cheer, she whispered, over and over. Did you come from here? Another girl added. She looked about 5. No, sweetie, it's just a show. I promise I can be your friend. I didn't understand the connection yet, but what they were doing frightened me. No, 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 she said, as she started to pull her hair out. Then she kept repeating the song over and over. I just want to help. Another little boy with curly hair stood up and glared at me. You think we're lying? You think it's not real, just like the others, he shouted and accused. I'm here to help, I repeated. We don't want you here. Go away! Go away! Go away! Go away! He screamed as he started tossing toys at me. I stood up defensively and exited their circle, surprised that all of them showed the same anxious fear about my presence, like I was a threat. What had happened to them? I summoned the headmaster back and we discussed the procedures that I planned out for the week ahead. Where did this Halloween time come from? I asked. They had seen on the news about their old counselor, Dr. Hanlon. It seems like it triggered something. That doesn't make sense. I did my research on the way over. What they're talking about, it doesn't exist. The headmaster bit her lip. I could tell she was holding something back. What haven't you mentioned? I asked coldly. I needed answers. Surprisingly, she gave them. They didn't want to tell you at first, but they all came from Asher Grove. I felt my mouth go dry. Suddenly, the trauma they had experienced made so much more sense. Asher Grove, if you're not familiar with it, is an unincorporated facility just west of here. It was meant to be a complex for a religious organization. In reality, it was a stronghold for a powerful cult. The things they did there, I couldn't even begin to describe. It also might explain some of their trauma, I thought, as I looked back in the room. The children were trying to hurt one another. Nurses rushed in to stop the violence, and I did my best to focus on the headmaster. When was this? About a year ago. Right around now. There are others we wanted to save, but circumstances didn't allow it, she explained softly. And you thought you could handle it yourself at first? They were never this way before. Just sort of spaced out. We thought they just needed time. Dr. Hanlon seemed to have a good grasp on them. And now he's likely in prison for attacking a mural, I muttered, shaking my head as I pondered over all these revelations. The children had stopped attacking one another thanks to the intervention of the nurses. Now they were all simply watching us like they wanted to be in our conversation. Some had scratch marks, or even one girl a bloody lip. Did they not recognize what they had done to themselves? Then they seemed to lose interest. The curly-haired boy that seemed against my arrival was beginning to play a game of Duck, Duck, Goose by using one of the toys as his instrument to pat his friend's head. It was a plastic toy used commonly for raking sand to improve motor skills. Then, as he finished the game and chose one of his friends, the curly-haired boy started to bash the toy against the other child's head. Good gracious, the other nurse exclaimed as she ran into the room and pulled him away. Curly Hair started to kick and scratch as she did. I watched for a short time and then turned my attention back to the headmaster trying to shake away the oddness of the whole situation. The boy that was bleeding from his forehead hadn't even cried. I moved into the room, staring at the boy in disbelief. His werewolf costume now covered in his friend's blood. What made you do that? I asked. Mr. Badbones, he whispered back. I felt a shudder as I realized these children seemed brainwashed. Then a nurse screamed, Emma? Where's Emma? We locked down the building and tried to find her. But the little girl had vanished. She went to Halloween time, one of the girls told me as we gathered the others together. And how does one get there? I asked them. Asher's, a boy whispered. The others seemed frightened by the mention of the name. Later that night, I watched the children on camera get into their beds. They were zombies, or maybe puppets. And I knew that meant someone was pulling the strings. It was all starting to come together, but not quite cohesively yet. If I was going to discover dark secrets of Halloween time, I had to find out what happened at Asher's Grove. I swallowed a gulp of air as I shuddered. Visiting a cult was not what I had in mind for a fall festival. While trying to control my younger siblings, I reached down and examined the large coat covered in fresh blood. Upon closer inspection, I realized that there were also pieces of bone sticking to it as though from a recent attack. It's also stuck in the jacket pocket a letter, torn and a bit faded, addressed to my mother. This is what it had to say. To whom it may concern, I, Kenneth Avery, being of sound mind and body, do hereby relinquish all assets and properties attained by me during my tenure at Asher's Grove, and wish to announce my intention to resign from my position as data associate effective immediately, 2 weeks from now. I would like to take this time to express my thanks to each and every individual that helped me grow and adjust to this field of study. While I understand that this is a decision that affects my previously agreed upon 2-year contract, I've reviewed my options and believe that a change in perspective is necessary for me to continue to grow as an individual. If I can be of any use to select my replacement, please be sure to contact me post haste. And again, with best regards and sincerest apologies, Dr. Kenneth Avery. As soon as I finished reading it, I felt guilty for finding it a bit amusing. Although intended for my mother, I knew that no one in the vicinity of Asher Grove would ever bother to read such a letter. It didn't seem right, though, to simply ignore it. If no one came forward about this, I knew that it could lead to lingering doubt and uncertainty, a feeling of abandonment. It was a feeling we knew too well. I didn't care about what people at Asher Grove felt, that's for sure. But I'm sure that Kenneth had relatives and family that needed to know what happened to him. This pain of abandonment is what we had carried for almost 2 years now. And if you were to understand the story of Dr. Avery, then you must know ours as well. On October 30th, 2018, I returned home from school, an ordinary teenager. It was the last good day that I would ever have, so I remember each and every detail. It was sunny and warm, which was a tad unusual for that time of year. Typically, spring is still cold here in northern Idaho. Dad let me ride to school with 2 of my best friends, Todd and Brittany. Todd had just gotten his driver's permit, and his parents were rich enough to afford him a brand new ride. I could still see myself sticking my hand out the window of the Ford Fusion, letting the wind rush through my fingers. At school, I called Mom, asking for permission to take part in a local 4K color run that would be that Saturday. To my surprise, she said yes, and even suggested that Todd give me a ride to the fairgrounds. Even the bad parts of that day seemed to have some ray of happiness to them, like during music class when a snotty girl pushed me aside to get to the front seat, and I almost fell gracefully into the arms of the senior hunk. Dad came to pick me up on his way to work as usual, and though I didn't notice, looking back now I recognize that the car ride was unusually silent. I remember asking him what was for dinner, and he claimed that Mom would be buying us a pizza from a local place, Gertie's. When I got home, there was a few simple chores for me to do, and then I got permission to go over to my friend Jennifer's house. We laughed and fiddled with our hair and watched some scary cartoons like typical teenagers until Mom called to tell me that it was time to come home. I'd eaten dinner at Jen's, so I hadn't even noticed when I got home that she hadn't ordered the pizza. She asked me to give my little brother Tim a bath because Dad had a flat at work and she had to go pick him up. It was the last time that I ever saw either one of my parents. When I think about what happened after that moment and all the pain we went through, it makes what we saw that day on the side of the road seem almost tame in comparison. Losing our parents has been the hardest thing that we've ever experienced, but now seeing this strange note attached to the bloody jacket, it made it all come full circle. Asher's Grove was a place that had taken our parents away from us. It's a closed-off community not far from here, a cult that dedicated itself to reviving ancient pagan traditions relating to Halloween. Many people over the years have been allured by the mysterious parties they held every year at the end of October, and entrapped our parents. Police have tried to get a warrant for the facility, but unfortunately the majority of the local police force seemed to be in the cult's pocket. Whatever had happened to our parents, they were officially declared missing that Halloween. I dialed 911 while Gabby climbed over my back time and time again, pretending that I was some sort of horse to be ridden. And finally, after the 10th climb, and listening to the most annoying elevator music ever, I found myself speaking to an older officer who called himself Sam. I briefly explained my reason for calling, and even apologized for delaying in making the call, all of which he understood. He paused for a second and said that he needed to go check something. And then, when he returned, he asked if I was serious. His tone had changed slightly, and I asked him, was something wrong? He told me that a body had been found and identified as that of Kenneth Avery. Then he bid me good day. I thought about the bloody jacket. Maybe he had tried to escape the cult. I mean, with Halloween right around the corner, perhaps he knew something sinister was about to occur. There was something odd about the way the letter was written, too. It didn't sound typical of a note to be given for severance. It was more like a will and testament. As though Dr. Avery had decided he was leaving and he knew he wasn't coming back. The cult saw to it that he couldn't live a life outside the facility. Was this the same fate that had taken our parents away? Tim and Gabby cried as we sat in the cold shelter, and I looked up more information about the upcoming Halloween time event the cult had planned. They did it every year. They invited everyone in the area. Most were smart enough to ignore it because someone knew that most of these invites never returned. The cult either brainwashed or killed them. I was sure. But something told me that whatever Kenneth had discovered, it had something to do with this event. I looked up articles from a nearby RTC to see if there was anything there, and sure enough, found a missing person report filed by an attending only a week ago. I decided to reach out to them and explain the odd circumstances of how I'd come in contact with Kenneth. But their response was not one that I had anticipated.
I've come to terms with what the children have done. I appreciate you being kind enough to explain one reason for this departure, even if it doesn't answer any of the others. Kenneth was a quiet man who said little but loved much, and I think that's what we miss most. The kind heart like yours, I'm sure that you'll understand that now we simply want to be left alone. Don't bother to go find him or search for any answers on your own. All you'll find is evil in that place.
I asked if she wanted to stay in touch, but she didn't see any reason for us to. Not over something like this. It could only make her hurt more. I understood her pain all too well, especially sitting there typing back a response as Gabby slept against my side, and Tim cried for another bottle. Although she didn't say it in so many words, I knew the reason for her reluctance to talk. It was a reluctance I shared too often with anyone who asked me about my own past. When he had left, he told no one. He simply did so, uncaring about the results of such a callous action, unconcerned with what he had left behind. Dr. Avery had abandoned everything, only concerned with his mission. Why then had he even bothered to write the letter? It felt so pointless, so futile, perhaps most irritating of all, so selfish. It felt like he was laughing at all of us, making the pain seep into our skin. Worst of all, it felt all too familiar. I kept the letter my mother had written for their departure to Asher's Grove, trying to forget about it, but it's like an old wound, but never healed. It won't heal. Even after I scrapped the note, the pain it gave me still remained. It was amazing how this man I had never met was having an impact on my thoughts. how much I related to this pain. Finally, I started to realize that I was emulating the feelings I felt for the letter itself. I was being pointless, futile, childish, no better than them. I wasn't going to get over this until I found out what happened to my parents or Dr. Avery at Asher's Grove. I looked down at my younger siblings and I ruffled their hair, knowing I couldn't just leave them here. I needed to forget about this and move on, and that's what I tried to do, but the cult had other plans. That night, early trick-or-treating was going on in our neighborhood, and Tim and Gabby and I had to take shelter somewhere else. The winds were cold as we walked empty streets, but cold wasn't what bothered me. It was the fact that as we moved out of the way of these costume kids, they were choosing to follow us. I tugged at Gabby and Tim and encouraged them to move faster. I looked back to see if we were still being followed. Then I was struck by something straight in front of me. I toppled over and looked up at the strangely dressed man. His costume was as dark as the night around us and resembled something I had seen in a distant dream.
You were never supposed to leave.
His voice rattled inside my brain. Then he grabbed the hold of my shirt and pulled Gabby towards him. I screamed and I tried to stop it from happening, but it was too late. He yanked her from my arms and I watched in shock as it seemed to absorb her into his costume. He grew larger as he grabbed a hold of Tim and did the same, and all I could do was stand there and shake helplessly as my two siblings were taken by this monster. Around me, the other costume children made a circle. I wondered if this was the same way that Dr. Avery had been killed when he tried to uncover the truth.
The children belong to me. It is nearly time. Nearly Halloween time,
the monster cackled. And I blacked out. The next thing I knew, I was over at the nearby Miracle Clinic being evaluated. Surprisingly, they didn't take my phone away, but it still doesn't make my fresh pain go away. The room I'm in is marred with strange art resembling this strange cartoon. How could something so fake feel so real? Did the cult do this, or was it from my own hand? The door opens and a man with a long white lab coat enters the room. He adjusts his glasses and looks at the cartoon, smiling softly before asking me a simple question. Are you ready to go back? Go back where? I ask with dry mouth. I notice one of the drawings looks like Tim and Gabby running off towards a haunted house. Asher's Grove, the man whispers. That's where they are, he adds. I'm going to take his hand and meet my family again. I know this is fate. I ran for a whole year, but now Halloween can't be avoided any longer. They used a small VFD in the smack middle of nowhere. Gritty red bricks and slanted broken metal tiles gave it this certain aesthetic feeling of nostalgia mixed with neglect. There were 5 other cars parked outside when we arrived. I knew one of the others from school. One of them, Ken, I had talked to. He was pretty chill, and I figured I would just hang near him after my parents left. The 5 of us were standing there awkwardly for a moment, alone, and I almost considered making a run for it. They wouldn't know, I told myself, or might not even care. Each of us was told to bring a costume from home, something that represented the fear that we were trying to overcome. I had brought a skeleton one from an old cartoon that had once given me nightmares. Ken was wearing a lab coat, like he was a doctor. The 2 girls were both dressed as witches, twins, and I could hardly tell them apart. I'm Melody, and this is my friend Jen. Is this your first chance to experience Asher's Grove? The girl said with a giggle. Something about her laugh seemed off. Before I could answer, we heard a shuffling of feet from the front of the building. It sounded like a clicking noise, a clinking and clanky way of walking, and a moment later, I realized why. Our instructor was walking with a cane.
"Welcome, children,"
our teacher said as they leaned against the cane and loomed over all of us. They were wearing what looked like a cape, a black cloak, and a glow-in-the-dark costume that resembled my own. It sent a shiver down my spine how sinister they appeared. It was all they said before promptly walking inside and turning on the lights in the facility. The 5 of us followed inside, and I looked around some of the workstations that were presented to us. For some odd reason, there were various embalmed animals lying on the floor, as though brought from a taxidermist office, and I immediately felt uneasy. It didn't look like it had anything to do with Halloween. "What is this?" I asked.
"Your assignment for today," the teacher said simply.
The instructor offered us tools, what appeared to be surgical instruments of some kind, and then explained,
"In the real world, the first lesson you must learn is that life is not fair. These poor creatures had their lives snuffed out from them. They didn't have a choice on how they would die, and ultimately, neither do you."
Jennifer laughed. "Are you fucking serious?"
"You're meant to be molded by society, whether you like it or not. You have roles to play, whether as a doctor, a psychiatrist, or even 2 young twins. These are roles you can't escape simply because you want to," the older man said. He turned towards us and smiled grimly as he took one of the animals and began to change its shape as though it were merely clay. "You're feeling confused. You're asking yourself, why are you here? If any of this is even real," the teacher said softly as they walked to the door and locked it. "The fact is that each choice that you made has consequences, and those should also be clear to you. What we present to you in this program is for you to realize what choices are the best ones to make. The ones that led you here."
"All right, I'll bite. What does the dissecting dead animals thing have to do with troubles that we have at home or school? What do you mean, led you here? Our parents brought us, dipshit," Ken said.
"This is more than just make-believe. Halloween is real. The program is meant to reshape your entire process of how you think. Accept that your life can be shaped the way it's meant to be, and you will see that the impossibilities are endless,"
the teacher reassured us. But it didn't sound that way at all. He was saying one thing, but I could tell that he meant something else entirely. The instructor moved to the back of the room and took a seat while the 5 of us that remained tried to decide what to do. I looked down at the sculpture, feeling a faint memory prick under my skin. Was he saying that we had all been here before? I told my mom this was a stupid idea. "You'll build character," she said. "Dumb shit," Ken lamented as he sat down at the table. This was good enough for me. I knew that while the program was voluntary, the teacher likely would give a report to both the school and my parents. As odd as this task was for us, I didn't see much harm in it, so I took some of the instruments and got to work. An hour passed by, and then 2. It was time for my parents to come back and get me. As the clock hand drifted towards the next half hour, I decided to bring up the issue with our teacher. Excuse me, I don't mean to be rude, but shouldn't you call our parents?" I asked. The elderly man leaned forward. He was looking amused.
"And why would I do that?"
he asked. Ken, Melody, and Greg were taking notes of our conversation now because of his strange response. "It's getting late," Ken said as though it were obvious. In fact, I could already see some of the sensors going on outside the small building. It was very dark. I had hoped to go trick-or-treating.
"You won't be going home. You can call them if you like, if they still remember you," he sneered.
Melody slipped out her smartphone and gave a ring to her mom. "Hey, where are you?" The next few seconds, I watched as her face went from one of puzzlement to disbelief. What the hell? What do you mean you don't know who this is? Mom, this isn't funny, she said as she walked about the room. I was busy finishing my dissection as the instructor stopped by to give it a look.
You should stop. You're only ruining the work,
he corrected me. Then he coughed to get everyone's attention as Melody paced the room.
You should know that everything is as it should be. There's no need for concern or alarm. You'll be staying here. I've made arrangements for you to sleep in the cots in the attic, and tomorrow we'll be checking out the forest for more samples.
What? We can't stay here. Ken was dumbfounded.
I think you'll find that you can. And that you will, the old man responded. I heard a low rumble of thunder and frowned in desperation.
There's a storm rolling in. Maybe the roads are closed, and that's why our folks couldn't get here, I guessed. It was a flimsy excuse, but it was all I could offer. In reality, it felt as though something beyond our control was happening. And I thought I heard the old man snicker in delight as Jen and Melody began to whimper.
Good night, my children.
He went to a stairwell, and we watched as he descended towards the basement. Finally alone, Melody made a bold accusation. Is this guy trying to freak us out or something? I mean, it is Halloween. Maybe this was part of overcoming our fears. It's probably part of this program. It's whatever. I'm sure our folks probably are laughing their heads off, probably right now, about all of this. I mean, I swear, when I get home in the morning, I'm going to make their lives hell. Jen promised. I could tell she was trying to sound confident when none of us really knew for sure what was going on, especially as the hours started to tick by. The dark of the night loomed over Asher's Grove, and we felt trapped. Maybe we actually were. The storm raged louder that night, and on until daybreak. Somewhere amid the crashes and the cold, I heard Melody whispering to herself. Dead. Now. Dead here. Now we all have reason to cheer. Was she going insane? I looked down at her bed in frozen place. It looked like she was starting to fade away. Her eyes bulged open and we locked eyes with one another. Don't be afraid. We'll be together soon. And then she was gone. I clung to my bed and tried to calm down. This had to be a bad dream. By morning, I thought things would definitely make more sense. 6 o'clock, and we were awoken to the soft clanging of metal against wood. Our instructor was making a racket to get us up.
We're going for a walk,
he told all of us, and then led the way. But I wasn't moving until I knew what happened to Melody. Where is she? I demanded. The old man looked even more like his costume, like it was sticking to his skin.
Her story is over now,
was all he replied. Weirder still, the others didn't seem to care. The air was still damp, and he pointed towards the nearby bay where the fire trucks normally parked.
My children, you'll find some baskets in here and a wheelbarrow. We'll need them for the task at hand, he said.
He kept walking, fully expecting us to comply. I turned to Jen and tried to get her attention. Hey, aren't you worried about her? She's your friend. Jen, however, seemed to be in a daze. What am I supposed to do? Ken helped me with the wheelbarrow. The ground was a bit muddy to push it. Felt like carrying a ton of bricks for half a mile. We strayed from the roads and into the menagerie of forest that thickened around the east. A gentle fog was rolling across our feet as the instructor told us where to start to pick up lumber.
Nature has a way of putting us in our place. We have so much to learn from them. If only we listened to the silence of their suffering,
he said as we set back about our task.
Nature doesn't ask where it should be planted, or if it's meant to be. It simply accepts the circumstances and survives. Nature always thrives in any environment, any condition. There are no mistakes in nature.
Greg was wandering a bit from the group. I was about to call him back when I heard the scream. Dropping the basket, I ran to his aid. Then I saw what caused his outburst. There, in the ravine below, Jen was sprawled out. Dead. And bruised from some vicious attack. Our teacher slowly walked over to see what the fuss was about, and Greg pulled out his phone, struggling to get a signal. No damn reception out here, he muttered. Are the bears around here? Ken asked nervously. We have to do something, I insisted as I moved the wheelbarrow. Halloween time is here. All the stories are being told, the instructor said mystically as Ken and I lifted Jen up into the wheelbarrow. This was her time, he added in a stronger tone. Like hell it was. She didn't know that she'd get mauled by a mountain lion, Ken muttered. None of us know where fate will take us. Nature took its course with her. What do you think it tells you that you feel inclined to do something with her now, after the fact? The teacher asked. I have a sense of decency, Ken spat back, and then helped us to push the wheelbarrow back to VFD. I still can't get a signal, Greg lamented as we walked. I could feel the old man's eyes watching us as we pushed her corpse away from the woods. He was judging our actions. When I looked back again, Greg was gone. And in his place, a wooden effigy. Ken, we have to get out of here. A few hours later, we were confirmed the phone lines were down. The storm had knocked them out, and the VFD was running on an auxiliary generator. Our teacher returned shortly afterward, bringing a few knives and other instruments before remarking, You two will be next. It can't be a story until all the characters play their part. Kenny's mouth was agape. What is wrong with you? Right, this isn't a game. All our friends are dying. Our instructor went to his workspace and began to sharpen his blade. As he closed the door, I heard something move inside. The hell was that? I asked. And then, did you know that in the old days, when one of the tribe got sick, the others would offer it as a sacrifice to the gods to appease them? They felt that the weak only destabilized the structure of the entire group. So they sought balance. They sought to control a situation by appeasing a force beyond their control. Ken slammed his fist down and glared at him. Don't talk in riddles. What the hell does that mean for us? Why are we still here? The instructor turned to us and I felt my stomach hollow as I realized he had been using his knife to carve at his mouth. He looked exactly like the dark demon from my dreams, like the cartoon I had tried to forget. You never left, my children, he cackled as he towered over us. I felt like I could cry, a sickening feeling twisting in my stomach as he took the blade and then slammed it straight into Ken's body. I was numb to the fact that he too was now fading. My children, once you learn that everything in this world has its place to what is and is not possible, you will see that you have the capability of fulfilling any dream you have ever had. Your future is going to begin right here, and you will be responsible for it. Together, we will make it possible. Together, we are Halloween time. I stared back at him and I felt my body go numb. He was expecting me to blindly obey. This is where we all began, and where it all ends. There is no escape. It was only here and now, the monster said.
The world around seemed to melt and conform into abstract shapes. I knew he was preparing to kill me too, make me a part of this twisted story, the one that he had designed. But no. No, something inside me chose to fight. I grabbed the small knife he had used to dissect the animals. I raced towards him, listening as he cackled madly. The room kept melting, and I kept screaming, and I wasn't going to let my story end here. I closed my eyes, and I kept stabbing. I kept stabbing until the laughter stopped. And then I opened them, and I realized I was alone. The faculty was gone, my friends, and the instructors too. I was alone. I walked for miles down a deserted road until I found a rest stop, and then I made a call. Getting the police to come pick me up, I just wanted to go home, but they insisted on asking questions. I told them about Asher's Grove and the strange Halloween time show that apparently my instructor had tried to bring to life. They didn't ask questions, they just listened. And when it was over and done, they went to talk to each other for a moment, and I knew what they must be thinking. I'm crazy. And maybe I am. I don't know anymore. A moment later, they told me what I was anticipating, or at least I thought they would. Do you remember how you got to this grove? They asked. No, my parents, I think. We've been checking our database. There's no record of you or any of your friends or even Asher Grove. I felt numb again as I looked at the data myself. How could that be? How could it all cease to exist? They let me go, and I thanked them for listening, but I felt even more lost than before. All that was left to remember any of this by was a notebook filled with memories. The only thing from the grove that hadn't faded away. Inside, there were cartoonish drawings, showing my friends, all of them playing happily in costume. And the final page had a message. Join us next time for an exciting episode of your own, it said. And I thought about it. Maybe next year I would do just that. After all, if I'm not meant to be real, if we're all part of this evil, it's better if I fade away, right? All I ask for anyone still paying attention, stop watching. Halloween time is over. For now.
I've never been a fan of watching the news. Usually, if the news anchors aren't being overly dramatic about the weather or sports, they're reporting on depressing things like car crashes, animal abuse, child abuse. I find none of this entertaining and typically flip the channel to an episode of South Park. Just recently, a news report caught my attention during a ritual of channel surfing. If the anchorman hadn't phrased it just right, I probably wouldn't be alive right now. I caught the tail end of a news segment before the commercial break, and the anchorman, Ross Cooper, said, "Coming up, find out what local residents are starting to call a miracle. Our own Dan Aaron reports live on a slowly growing phenomenon happening in our city right after the break. Stay tuned." A line like that was enough to keep me hooked. So I chose to sit through the seemingly endless string of commercials. As usual, you had your movie trailers, store advertisements, and those drug commercials that always show people frolicking in the meadows while a narrator lists all the unpleasant side effects. Commercials always last too long, but I feel it's worth it if listening to this particular exciting news story. When the news returned, the face of Ross Cooper looked very worried as he reported that there was a breaking news story, and reporter Dan Aaron was on the scene. The camera cut to Dan standing inside a darkened home with several other people peering outside a window. It's impossible to see what was happening outside, but shouts and screaming could be heard in the background. "I'm reporting from a home deep in the heart of Los Angeles, where other survivors have taken refuge. The miracle that people have been talking about is false. To everyone in the area watching this report, do not go outside. If you hear people calling your name, do not listen to them. Dan started, looking both panicked and nearly ready to break out into tears. Showing concern, Ross asked him exactly what was going on. Earlier today, there was a giant flash of light that looked like a portal was opening up from the sky, and then these things came through. I don't know what they are, but they're not human, and they intend to kill us all. Extermination has already begun, Dan shrieked, trying his best to keep his cool on live TV. Something inside of me said it was a prank, but I had to keep watching. Now calm down, Dan. How can you describe these attackers to our viewers? Ross asked, staying professional. Well, a young man in our group described them as shapeshifters. I believe that's an accurate description. None of us here have seen their true form, but their appearance seems to change multiple times, completely at random. And when one of these things looks at you, it's like it could see into your mind, see all the thoughts and the family members, and it uses that against you. These beings will take the form of all your friends, your loved ones, even those that have passed on. They'll mimic their speech exactly how you remember it, and they'll beckon you to come outside with them. That's how they get you. See, when their victims die, their bodies just vaporize. They vaporize from this eerie light that shines from their eyes and their mouth, and you hear what they really sound like. It's horrible. I've seen so many people die today, Ross, and there's nothing left of them. Dan had completely lost his mind. He was trembling. He was sobbing into the camera. Dan, do you feel safe where you are right now? Ross asked. I don't know! Dan snapped back, his sadness turning into rage suddenly. The group that I'm with has guns and the doors are bolted, but we have no idea what these beings are capable of. I don't know if they're aliens or demons, but their numbers are growing by the minute, and I think LA will soon be overrun. Everyone with me is in a bad mental state right now. We can hear our loved ones calling to us, begging us to go out and see them. I just saw my great-grandmother moments ago. I want to run to her, but I can't. It seems like the end times, and I'm sure things... This is happening elsewhere. The human race may be wiped out, but if we could just hang on and not let our emotions cloud our judgment, we might survive long enough for help to arrive. Call the military. Call everyone you can. We can't let these creatures win. The signal started to die. The last thing I remember him saying was, "Oh God, I think a few got inside," before he faded out, and a shocked Ross Cooper announced that his station would be going off the air. An emergency broadcast signal started seconds later, and I just sat there on the couch in silence. I didn't know if I should call everyone I knew or wait and see if this epidemic would even affect my area. I felt the sudden need to look outside, and just as I did so, I saw, of all the people, my old gym teacher, Mr. Moores, who had mentored me and helped me become the athlete that I am today. He called to me, reminding me how long it had been since we last spoke. Of course, I knew it wasn't really him. Had I not watched the news report when I did, I would have gone out to talk to him, only to meet an agonizing death. Behind him, approaching from a distance, was a mob of these invaders that were marching through my neighborhood. And that's the last time I glanced outside. Now I sit locked in a dark basement with only the glow of my computer screen. All the doors to my house are locked, and all the lights that would attract attention are out. I think the mobs bypassed my house as I can't hear anyone else calling my name. I've just heard screams of terror from my other neighbors. And I think they're dead. It's very quiet now. I've already warned everyone I can think of to stay indoors. I'm sure I'll think of more people as the night goes on. But for now, I'm going to focus on getting the story out. I mean, I think the military will act. I'm sure they'll be here any minute to get whatever this is under control, but if not, I have enough supplies to hopefully last a month or two at the most. After doing constant research online, I'm certain it's a global phenomenon. Videos are starting to appear on YouTube shot by people who have barricaded themselves in either their homes or public spaces, and these videos feature footage of mobs like the one that I just saw not long ago. One particular video came from far away from Tokyo, Japan. The video's already had over 1 million views, and in the comment section, several people have claimed to have seen their own relatives in the mob that was filmed by a man from this 40th floor of his apartment building. I checked it out for myself, sure enough. All the way from Japan, I saw my grandfather, my uncle, my stepmom marching through the streets. They seemed to be staring right at me through the computer screen. Videos like these, they're proof that we're now dealing with a force far beyond our understanding. And what exactly are they? How did they get here? Hopefully we can survive long enough to find those answers, and if I make it through the night, I promise to constantly update my tale of these catastrophic events. My name is Reagan Myers, Los Angeles, California, and I'm a witness. A witness to the beginning of a new era. This is Private Blake Aaron of the U.S. Special Forces. I'm stationed outside the city of Los Angeles with what is left of my original squad, and I'm recording the events that I just witnessed in the hopes that someone finds these reports if we don't make it out of here. This report itself will be dedicated to my fallen comrades and my big brother Dan Aaron, who I suspect is dead. Dan was a news reporter, doing a story on the very event I'm going to talk about before he was attacked. We're dealing with dangerous beings that possess power no military force should have been prepared for, because well, they're not of this world. The information on these attackers is said to be classified. Let's face it, nobody knows what the fuck they are. My experience started after my team was scrambled at sundown and sent to LA after a supposed riot breakout, and we were to take control. See, a large SWAT team had been sent in before us, and these rioters were overwhelmed. It was our job to save the day. We expected to get the situation under control in no time. When we arrived at the scene by nightfall, the whole place had already begun transforming into a chaotic battleground after only a few hours. Buildings and cars were on fire. There was barely anything left of the SWAT team, and there were tons of citizens out on the street yelling and screaming. Our first instincts told us to get these people to safety. So we tried to establish order, but we soon found out that the people on the streets were actually our enemies. My squad and I, we all of a sudden started to hear shouting from people who had barricaded themselves into the nearby buildings. And we realized they were warnings, saying that the seemingly ordinary people outside were evil, and that we shouldn't engage them. As you can imagine, this caused a lot of confusion, but that's when we looked around and noticed the remains of the squad that went in before us. It had been a riot control team, riot shields, helmets, pieces of body armor littering the streets. So a massive force had to have done this, and the only suspects around were harmless-looking citizens. We all thought that we'd show up on the scene, guns blazing. We just stood there. No plan. Suddenly, shots fired into the crowd from 3 surviving squad members that had been hiding behind an overturned van. And since they were on riot control, the bullets in their guns were rubber, so the crowd wasn't too affected. And then I saw a frail old woman walk up to the 3 troopers and open her mouth, and she let out the worst noise I'd ever heard, followed by a blast of energy that shot out of her body and reduced them to ash. Our team leader, Frank Hobson, he gave the command to open fire before he too was vaporized by another member of the crowd. I held down the trigger on my gun and instinctively grabbed the riot shield as I ran forward for cover. While more blasts of energy came my way, 4 more members of my squad were gone in seconds, and the rest of us took cover behind wrecked vehicles of all kinds. Toby Gearhart, my squad's second-in-command, immediately radioed for backup and emphasized that tanks and helicopters were needed. The rest of us took shots at the crowd, and although some of them were going down, it didn't seem to do much good because more of them were coming from a portal of some kind. One that had opened up far off in the distance. To make matters worse, the ones that had been shot started to get back up, and although it was hard to see through all the smoke from the nearby fires, they didn't seem to have any bullet wounds. That's right, yeah, you heard me correctly. These living weapons came from a portal that just opened up without warning. That's the only way I can describe the phenomenon. The eerie light that shoots out of their eyes and mouth would be astonishing if it wasn't so terrifying. It's a very interesting method of attack and simply should not be possible. What's even more interesting is their appearance as human beings, and they must have been studying us for a very long time to mimic us so well. There's another thing about their appearance that's even harder to believe. I was blindly shooting at these things, pointing my gun through the car windows that I was hiding behind, and then I decided to look up over the car, and that's when I saw the face. It's the face of my wife, Alyssa Aaron. The woman I've been married to for 6 years was standing amongst a crowd of invaders, screaming my name, crying with joy. I released the trigger, and so did 2 others when they saw people they recognized in the crowd. Her presence in the battle zone was impossible, but for some reason my mind didn't even question it. The urge to drop my gun and run over to her was almost too much to resist. I would have given in to this urge if I hadn't noticed that the faces of the other people were constantly changing depending on who they were looking at. It then became all too clear that their plan was to beat us by getting into our minds, playing with our emotions through shape-shifting. I remember calling out, "It's a trick! They're not our loved ones!" to my comrades, but before putting a hole in my wife's head, who just returned fire in my direction moments later. Despite this, some of my comrades still refused to fight, one of them being none other than Toby himself, the toughest badass I'd ever known, who surpassed me in every military training session I could think of. The guy literally stood up, dropped his gun, and abandoned us because his emotions would no longer allow him to shoot at people. People that looked like those that he cared about. With 2 of our leaders gone, I volunteered to become the new team lead, even though I knew we'd be fighting a losing battle. I ordered my men to fall back. By doing so, I could only get them to a safer place, but I was expecting the evil crowd to follow us, so all the people hiding in their buildings would sneak out and possibly escape the city. My plan seemed to work, but that also meant that we would be running like hell as energy blasts were fired at us. Those things began to chase us down the street. They made horrible screeching noises as they did so, which were unbearable to listen to. One team member couldn't stand the noise any longer. He covered his ears, fell to his knees, making him an easy target who was killed quickly. The man's name was Gerald, youngest of the group, who had very recently added to my squad. Seeing his skin burn away and bones disintegrate made me think just how hopeless our struggle was. All I could do was continue to flee for my life, not knowing how many of our teammates were still with me. We briefly hid behind a diner to return fire, and as I shot at the killers some more, I gazed further back past the crowd to see a group of survivors leaving their buildings, running to safety. A couple of them, however, they were not so lucky, as they fell for the same trick I almost did. Several beams of that eerie light shot the diner, setting it ablaze, so I gave the orders to keep moving, as the armies of strange beings hunted us. We ran down the doomed streets as fast as our legs could carry us, and nearly got ran over by some vehicles heading far away from Los Angeles. It was already around that time that we had heard the buzzing of helicopters and the rumbling of several tanks that were headed our way. Once the tanks became more visible, we ran into the nearest alleyway out of their line of fire. One chopper flew over our heads, shining a light down on us, then landed away from where the invaders were. There was nothing more we could do. We had to board the helicopter and leave. We ran for the chopper, we heard loud booms behind us that shook the ground hard, and once we were in the air, I caught a glimpse of the battle scene that I'd never forget. Dozens of invaders, blasting a tank all at once, causing it to melt. The other tanks firing many shots that sent enemies flying back. Bullets rained down upon them from the other helicopters. I never got to see if those that were hit stood back up, but I'm sure at least some of them are finally dead, assuming they're able to die. The view from the chopper of the dark city below was haunting, to say the least. Nearly all the lights were out in every building, only the glowing of the fires to illuminate it. An evacuation was underway, and all exits leading away from the city were clogged with cars. Our pilot reported back to base that he could spot more armies of the invaders marching towards the nearby neighborhoods. There were other teams standing by to help with evacuation, and we would need all the help available to us to get citizens far away from the extermination squads, ones that were at full force. We were flown to a camp that had recently been set up in an area overlooking the city. Plenty of vantage points in case our enemies try to sneak attack. This camp is where I'll be sleeping tonight. I've been told to stay put. Wait for further instructions from the people now in charge. The boys and I, we set one TV up, and I've been watching reports from newscasters on this disaster from literally all over the world. And I shit you not. It's on one of those reports that I heard my brother's last words. One of those things got into the building where he was hiding, and from experience, I know you can't survive if they get too close. It's something I've been trying to talk to people about, but I don't think they'll listen to me. So I'll just put it down right now. I know what these beings really look like. When one of them invades your mind and tries to make you lower your defenses, you get brief flashes of their true face. It must be like your minds are becoming one. Their skin has this metallic silver shine. Their eyes are large and diamond-shaped. They have razor-sharp teeth, no senses. The weirdest part of them is their eyes, because they're vertical. That image will never leave my memory. I must say there's something very strange about the people we're taking orders from. The first thing before that, they don't seem to be with the military. There's troops marching around with black armor like Darth Vader. They won't even make eye contact with me. Someone keeps radioing in about what sounded like an unsuccessful attempt at capturing one of those invaders. So far, I've at least been able to talk to Agent Matthews, the person who seems to be running this operation. He informed me that my men and I were relieved of our duties for the time being. But to stand by anyway. Agent Matthews is a shady character. I get the feeling that he knows something the rest of us don't. There's an odd calmness about him, even though we're at the brink of an apocalypse. He and his men were quick to respond, almost as if they knew these invaders were coming. And that makes me ask more questions. But I know that'll all be frowned upon. I'm not here to have questions answered. I'm here to fight when told to, because I'm just a grunt. Although because of my recent actions, there's talk that my status as Special Forces operative might be changed soon. It doesn't matter. Not after the mass exterminations of humans everywhere. One thing I will mention about Matthews, he's constantly on his cell phone with someone he keeps referring to as master. I've been in the military for a long time. I haven't heard the word master uttered as a military term. And obviously that's someone far up the chain who put this operation in Matthews' hands. And, fuck it up will lead to a harsh punishment. The only time the guy ever seems to get anxious is when he's on the phone receiving orders. Maybe someday I'll actually get to meet this mysterious person. But I'd sure like to know who I'm fighting for. You can bet I'll be sleeping with a gun tonight. Even though I have that feeling that I'll wake up dead. Whatever traveled to our planet's here to stay. It won't be easy to stop them when they already know all of our weaknesses. But if I don't make it through this nightmare, and someone happens to stumble upon this report, then please find a way to let my wife, Alyssa, and my son, Colton, know that I fought my damn hardest to save what's left in this world. Thomas Gray sat in the graveyard, a thin rain misting his hooded face. Behind him, the local park lay forlorn and abandoned, devoid of any noise except the lonely creak of a rusting swing. The world had fallen into ruin. The laughter of children long since disappeared. The children of this new world were taught from an early age the danger of wild laughter and joyous exuberance, but Thomas didn't mind. The world had been a noisy, chaotic place before the Lazarus virus had swept across it, devastating nation after nation. The hungry dead had swarmed and multiplied, their terrible hunger consuming all in their path, until only the last vestige of mankind survived. Always on the run. chased by a relentless enemy that groaned and slouched its way through both day and night. Hordes of the dead in your city, your town, and eventually at your door. Some said it was an act of God. God's punishment for the sins of mankind. If that were true, then Thomas had surely had it coming. He tried to push away the memories of that night, but they invaded his thoughts. Images flashed through his tired mind. The lonely heath, a rope, a shovel, blood on his gloved hands, his latest victim, groaning back to life. Jess, he whispered into the rain. Her name had been Jess. He had met the girl online, a Lonely Hearts dating site. It was a brave new world, no need to go out hunting anymore. Now the victims could be chosen in the comfort of his own home. Even their likes and dislikes were at his fingertips. It was like shooting fish in a barrel. A couple of weeks of mindless chatter, sometimes even less. Then a meeting was arranged. Always at a public place, usually a dinner date. There, Thomas would use his good looks and charms to lull his victims into a false sense of security. Sometimes they would leave the venue with him, other times they would not. Funnily enough, it was the ones that left with him on those first dates that usually survived. There was no fun. Okay. With Jess, it had taken 4 dates over the span of 2 months before he could finally get her alone with a promise of a moonlit drive up to the heath. Perhaps she was expecting sex, or some kind of sexual encounter. But she received much, much more. Thomas wasn't into sex. He was into murder. Ever since he had returned from Afghanistan, the urge to kill had been with him and haunted him day and night. He had resisted at first, even thought about taking his own life, but in the end, he had given in to his urges. Strangulation was his favorite method. To feel that power in his hands as he squeezed the life from his victims, the pure joy of watching hope fade as their struggles became weaker, and the light faded from their eyes. In that moment, he was God, a master of death over life. Sometimes he would take them to the brink, then ease up, letting them take a desperate, gasping breath before bearing down hard and finishing the job. It had been that way with Jess as she lay on a blanket in the tall grass, kissing him hard. He had climbed between her legs, pinning her in place. She had scrambled frantically at his belt buckle, but he had smacked her away and clamped his hands down around her throat. She had smiled up at him then, perhaps thinking it was some kind of kinky game, but her smile had faded as his fingers tightened around her slender throat. How she had struggled, beating at his arms, clawing at his face. But it had all been over far too soon, and now she was dead. A toy to be discarded, buried and called missing, like all the rest. Thomas was a great believer in being prepared, and her grave had already been dug the previous night, if you called a shallow hole a grave. He had been in the process of dragging her towards the grave when he had felt a small twitch on her lifeless body. At the time, he had thought nothing of it. The dead often twitched and jerked as the body settled into death. It was only when she sat up, as he threw the first spade of dirt across her face, that he knew something was terribly wrong. Thomas had killed enough people in the war and as a serial murderer to know dead when he saw it. And the girl had been most definitely dead. Even when she began to claw her way out of the grave, he still could not believe what he was seeing. He had stood there paralyzed, his mouth working but issuing no sound as she climbed to her feet, a low groan spilling from between her slack, drooling lips, her pale, dirt-covered arms reaching towards him. When her cold fingers brushed his face, his paralysis broke, and with a cry of terror, he jumped back, swinging his spade, crashing it into her. She staggered back, but did not go down, but came on, her jaw chomping. Thomas let out a curse and hit her again. This time she went down, but she still tried to rise as he beat at her, begging her to lay still. At last, in an act of pure desperation, he brought the spade end of the shovel coming crashing down onto her head, splitting her skull almost in two. And with the final act of defilement, she lay still. It was only then that he heard sirens in the night and noticed the flickering firelight in the distance as London started to burn. Thomas did not know what was happening, but a part of him, perhaps the animal cunning that had kept him alive so long, had told him to flee. And so he had, leaving his latest victim to rot. He jumped in his car and headed west towards Cornwall. There was a village there named Mavaghazy, where he had holidayed as a child. He had always loved it there, and he figured it'd be a great place to lay low until whatever this was blew over. Little did he know that it would never blow over, but get terrifyingly worse. Still, he had been right about one thing. He had been safe in Mavaghazy. The village itself was in a rural area 15 miles from the nearest big town and 35 miles from Cornwall's only city, set in a natural steep-sided valley with its back to the sea, and only one road leading into the village. It had been easy to defend. The villagers, always an isolated lot, had mobilized almost immediately, setting up a large barricade across the road with rusting caravans and trailers, burnt-out cars, and heavy furniture. The barricade was manned both day and night by armed men, and anyone approaching, alive or dead, was shot on sight. Luckily, Thomas had managed to slip in between the barricade and was in place and had integrated himself with the locals by helping out here and there and everywhere to make sure the village was properly defended. After a time, they had accepted him. The days had gone quickly. Scavenging parties had been set up to plunder nearby villages of any resources, and of course, there was always fishing boats and barricades to be manned. Occasionally, the dead would arrive, but they were quickly taken care of by the swarming villagers, and that's the way it had been for the first 8 months. In that time, Thomas had suppressed his killing urge by murdering the dead. He had soon got himself a reputation as a fierce fighter and slayer of the damned. Thomas. A heavy hand fell on his shoulder, dragging him back from the pass with a start. Hey, Thomas, we need you down at the harbor. It's happening again. Thomas looked up at the tall man before him. His name was Joseph Martin, a fisherman and town councilor. Come on, pal, he said hurriedly. It's happening again. The harbor's crawling with them. Fuck, Thomas cursed, leaping to his feet. How many? 40, Joseph replied, breaking into a run. Maybe 50. Fuck. That goddamn ship's been nothing but trouble. The trawler's been out this morning? Yeah, Joseph said a little breathlessly. All morning. My brother, Tim, was on board. They must have scooped up nearly 100 of them off the seafloor. They took them to Polstreth Beach, burned the lot. I figured that's why you was up at the old graveyard, to avoid the smell. Only thank God it's low tide and those bastards can't get out. Thomas said nothing to this, but carried on running. They were entering the village square now, running past the old war memorial, down Halfpenny Lane, past the boarded-up post office, and out onto the harbor front. Holy shit, Thomas gasped, stopping dead. The harbor floor was crawling with zombs, their awful moaning and rotting flesh. They were entering the village square now, running past the old war memorial, down Halfpenny Lane, past the boarded-up post office, and out onto the harbor front. Holy shit, Thomas gasped, stopping dead. The harbor floor was crawling with zombs, their awful moaning and rotting flesh defiling the air. A pike was thrust into his hand by a nearby fisherman whose name Thomas couldn't recall. Come on, boy,
the old-timer said. Better get this over with. Thank God my old girl Bessie died before she could see such nonsense as this.
Thomas said nothing but grabbed up the offered spear and joined the men at the mouth of the harbor, where a small bassinet had been placed, a screaming infant inside. The child was in no danger, not high up on the harbor's concrete sides, but its wailing was attracting the dead. The people of Mavagacy were fishermen through and through, and knew the value of good bait.
Come on, Tom, Joseph said, joining the melee. And someone get the baby out of here before one of those damn fools kicks it over the side.
The baby was quickly thrust into its mother's waiting arms and whisked away to safety as Thomas and the rest of the men continued their attack, piercing skulls and puncturing eye sockets as they dodged and scrambled away from the grasping hands and flailing arms. One man's boot was snagged and he was dragged screaming over the side, the dead falling upon him, tearing at his throat, tearing open his guts with rotten, twisting fingers. "Bring the patrol!" someone cried. Moments later, the whole horde was alight, setting the ragged band of men reeling back from the stinking smoke and terrible heat. Some of the dead went down under the terrible inferno, but others remained, blackened and scorched, like some nightmare scene from Dante's Inferno. Outraged, the men of the village renewed their attack, their fear and disgust lending them strength as they mopped up the last of their tormentors. When it was all over, Thomas sat down heavily on a nearby bench where once tourists had sat eating ice cream and enjoying the good Cornish weather. Such times seemed dim now and far away.
You okay, Tom?
Joseph said, wiping the sweat from his brow. We have to get rid of that ship, Thomas replied, breathlessly, looking at the battered cruise liner that lay just off the harbor's outer wall. Those damn things on board keep swarming into the ocean, and trawlers have been scooping them up day and night, and still they manage to get ashore. Joseph shrugged uncontrollably.
The town council had a vote on it last night. We can't destroy it, Tom. Not yet, anyway. Those things are like floating cities. The resources on board would be enormous.
Resources? Thomas laughed. And just how the hell are we supposed to get at them? The side of the thing must be 100, no, maybe 200 feet tall. And even if we could get on board, who would be mad enough to go over there in the first place, with those things crawling all over it? Joseph looked at the floor guilty. You're shitting me, Thomas said. Me? You're thinking of sending me? Look, Tom, you came here from God knows where. You didn't say, and we didn't ask. It was a crazy time. You helped us with the barricade, driving back the dead, but I will tell it to you straight. A lot of people don't want you here. Times were tough. Supplies were running low, but still, we let you stay. And then there was that unfortunate incident with Anne. That had nothing to do with me, Tom said quickly. No, Joseph said, holding up a restraining hand. I never said it was. But that old doctor threw some suspicion your way. You and Anne had been stepping out together for a few weeks, then all of a sudden she hangs herself. The doc wasn't happy with his findings. Something about the marks on her throat not quite matching up and such. And of course everyone knew by then that old Doc White wasn't what he used to be. He'd been having forgetful spells. And right next day he wrote it off as an accidental death. No more was said about it. Still, there was more talk about throwing you out of the village, but I and a few other voices on the parish council, your good friend Matthew Fancy being one of the loudest, they clamored for you. But it was a close thing. Thomas, a very close thing indeed. So what you're saying is, I owe you. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Thomas. You do owe us. You're a hard man. There's no doubting that. But you would have died out there if we hadn't taken you in, and you know it. Thomas nodded his head. And I'm grateful for it. But going over there is suicide. The place is crawling with those things. Is it? Joseph said, taking the binoculars from around his neck and offering them to Thomas. Look at the deck. Tell me what you see. Thomas did as he was bid, and focused in on the derelict craft. Joseph talking in his ear all the while, When that thing first washed up near our shore, the ship was crawling with the dead. You saw the activity on the shore, threw themselves into the ocean to get at us. Well, our boys in the fishing fleet soon saw to that. We sent out our trawlers and scooped those sons of bitches right up off the ocean floor. Yeah, a few got through, like today. And just like today, we handled it. Our route has already been made up for and approved. The harbor and nearby beaches will be patrolled day and night for the foreseeable future. What I'm trying to say, Tom, is anything that was on board is now either dead or floating around the bottom of the sea, giving you a clear path. Bullshit, Tom said. You're reaching and you know it. Yeah, the decks are clear. I'll give you that. But what about below deck? There could be hundreds of those things still on board. Well, Joseph said, smiling. Sadly, that's what you're going to find out for us. We need this, Tom. That place is a treasure trove. Food, water, medicine, blankets, pots, pans, clothes, everything we could ever dream of. We just need you to take a quick look over there and come back. Recon mission, if you will. And when you return, if, Thomas interrupted. Okay, if, Joseph conceded. If you return, then we'll send a larger force, grab up the supplies, and leave. Why just not send a large force now? Armed to the teeth. Try and take the ship over. Why send me alone? Joseph sighed. Stood up, brushing the seat of his pants. One man may go unnoticed, Tom. An army wouldn't. I'm sorry, Tom, but that's the way it has to be. Okay, Tom said, knowing he was trapped. Do as he was told, follow the orders like a good little puppet, and be expelled from the safety of the village. Okay. I'll go and take a look. But if I die, I'm coming back to bite you on the ass. Sure, that's the spirit, Tom, he said, patting the other man's shoulder. That's the spirit. Early the next day, Thomas was bundled aboard a small trawler with the unfortunate name of the Betty Blue. There weren't that many firearms in the village, but Thomas had had the pick of all of them. In the end, he had gone with a sawn-off shotgun and a wicked-looking hand sickle, which he had tucked in his belt. Still, he knew that if he ran into a horde, he was royally fucked. As they drew nearer, Thomas took some time to look the derelict ship over. He didn't know much about the cruise ship, but this one seemed small compared to the ones he'd seen on TV before the fall. There seemed to be roughly 6 decks. Some of the portals smashed and splintered. The hull, that had once been white, had turned a dull gray and was covered in barnacles and deep rusting gouges. The scene was one of neglect and decay. Thomas shuddered, thinking of this ghost ship sailing through the night's blackened seas. The sound of cold waves sliding against its rotting hull. The moans of the hungry dead inside, wandering its shadow-infested halls.
Thomas,
the captain shouted from the nearby wheelhouse.
Come up here a minute, will you?
Thomas dragged his eyes away from the ship and scrambled up into the wheelhouse.
There's your way in,
the captain pointed. As they rounded the prow of the ship, Thomas followed his finger, noticing a section of the hull lying open about 30 feet above the water. What is that? He asked.
It's a runabout bay.
Come again? Thomas said, raising a quizzical eyebrow. The captain sighed.
The runabout bay, when those rich folks want ferrying to and fro from the ship, or a fancy cruise ship rounds the island, they would use a runabout. Think of it as a small pleasure cruiser. It would also be used as another lifeboat in emergencies. I noticed it a few days ago when the council asked me to recon the ship.
Okay, Thomas said. That's our way in. Let's get to it. 20 minutes later, with the help of a rope ladder and much cursing, he managed to scramble on board the derelict craft, keeping his eyes open for any sign of movement. But there was nothing. Only the pounding of the ocean and the soughing of the wind.
I'll wait for you here, the captain yelled up to him. Try not to get yourself killed. If you're not back in 2 hours, I'm out of here.
Thomas said nothing, but ventured further inside, his eyes alert for any kind of movement, but there was only peeling paint and slippery seaweed underfoot. "How the hell are you still afloat?" Thomas whispered, not liking the sound of his own voice and the oppressive silence. Slowly, carefully, he made his way towards a small metal staircase that led upward into the ship's dark interior. On a nearby wall was a small plastic plaque with a yellowed curling map inside. Thomas glanced it over, noting the crew's quarters on the next level and the galley on the level after that. "Okay," he whispered. "Let's start there." Flicking off the safety, he unstrapped his shotgun and made his way upstairs, wincing as his footfalls rang out on the metal steps. At the top of the stairs was a pair of swinging doors. Each one had a small porthole filled with dirty glass. Thomas wiped at it with his wet sleeve of his jacket and glanced through. He was looking down a narrow hallway with a red, threadbare carpet. Cabin doors ran the length of the hall, some open, others tightly shut. Taking a deep breath, he pushed his way through, cursing under his breath at the creaking doors. For a moment, he just stood there, his heart pounding, waiting for a shadowy figure to shamble from one of the cabins, but there was nothing. Only a deafening silence and the drum-like thud of his own heartbeat that rang in his ears. For a moment, he considered fleeing, just turning about and getting the hell out, but he had made a lot of mistakes in his life and committed so many atrocities that perhaps there was redemption here. Or, if nothing else, a reckoning. Taking a deep breath, he crept forward, checking the first cabin. The door was open, but the room had been completely destroyed. Broken furniture and bloody sheets lay upon the floor, giving evidence of a gargantuan struggle, and yet there was no bodies. Only bloody footprints leading out of the room and away down the hall, almost lost in the matted redness of the threadbare carpet. The next room that Thomas came to was tight shut, and he licked his lips nervously. He reached out a shaking hand towards the tarnished brass handle before quickly shoving it open. The smell hit him then. It sent him gagging and reeling away. He took a deep breath, but that only made things worse, dragging the foul smell down into his lungs, sliming the back of his throat. "Jesus," he groaned, taking a strained bandana from his pack and quickly wrapping it around his face before heading back in. There was a corpse in the corner, long dead, and in the later stages of decay. The body was slumped over, back against the wall, head almost touching the floor. A gun lay in what was left of its rotting hand. A black bloodstain flecked with grayish matter and shards of bone decorated the wall. Small testament to a desperate death. Thomas turned towards the neatly made bed, meaning to cover the body with a sheet, but stopped when he saw the envelope. The word Marsh, written across the front in a hurried scrawl. For a moment he considered just leaving well enough alone, but in the end, his curiosity won out, and he tore the letter open and began to read. "My dearest Marcia, I have been bitten by one of those things, and I don't have much time. I've seen what happens to those who are infected, and I won't let that happen to me. I know you may never see this letter, but I want you to know I love you, Marcia. I always have. Ever since I first saw you that day in that park, it was you. It's always been you. I hope wherever you are, you and the girls are safe. I only wish there had been time to see their precious faces once again, to hold them one last time. I hope God will forgive me for what I must do, and I hope to see you and the children once again in heaven. I love you, Marcia, now and forever. Your loving husband, John." "Jesus," Thomas whispered, letting the letter slide from his fingers. There was something welling up in him now. A feeling he thought he'd never feel again. Compassion. Compassion and a terrible dread of this place. He had to get out as soon as possible. He would quickly check the mess hall, the kitchens, then he would leave. Enough is enough, goddammit. Quickly he turned, making his way towards the end of the hall, ignoring the other doors, and heading for the stairwell marked kitchens. At the top of the stairs was another set of swinging doors leading into a short hallway, where another set of double doors lay slightly ajar. Thomas pushed through, but came to a screeching halt when he heard the first groans of the hungry dead. Crouching, gun at the ready, he scurried over to the door and slowly raised his head up towards the porthole-like window, meaning to get a quick glimpse and then head out. But what he saw stopped him in his tracks. The kitchens were teeming with the dead, most of them dressed in the remains of chef whites, waiters' uniforms. They slouched and they staggered, banging their rusting ovens, pulling over pots and pans as Thomas looked on in horror. One of the zombs stood up from a nearby table, one that had been slouched over. It picked up a can of peaches, grabbing a tin opener, and it began to crack the tin open. Thomas's mouth dropped open as his shotgun clattered from his nerveless fingers. The zombie quickly looked up, straight into his staring face. It was then that Thomas realized he was looking into the face of a young girl. 16, perhaps a little older. She was covered in dirt and disheveled, but very much alive. The girl, seeing his face, let out a scream, jumped up, rushing across the room. She barreled through the door and into his shocked arms. "You're real!" she sobbed. "You're really real!" Thomas was about to reply when the first of the dead pushed its way past the door and lunged for Thomas, completely ignoring the girl. With a cry, he grabbed it by the throat, narrowly escaping its chomping jaws. "Stop that!" the girl cried, and grabbed the zombie by its dusty clothes, dragging its wasted body down to the floor. Another zombie pushed through and fell over the first. "Come on!" the girl cried. "They'll kill you!" "How?" Thomas babbled. "Why did they not attack you?" "Not here," the girl said, running ahead. "Do you have a boat or something?" "Yes," Thomas said, running to catch up. "Down the stairs, on the cruise deck." The girl did not answer, but clearly knew where she was going as she fled down the stairs. Behind them, the dead groaned and slouched after them. They were in the hallway now, running past the room with a terrible letter, and it seemed to Thomas the entire ship was coming to life. All around them, the shadows seemed deeper and matted carpet clinging to its feet as if determined to hold them back. Just as they made the second set of steps, the door behind them banged open, and a horde of zombies fell through it, their terrible groans of hunger reverberating round the narrow halls. "Quickly!" the girl moaned. "For God's sake, hurry!" Winded, almost out of breath, Thomas pushed forward, almost falling down the last set of stairs through the swinging doors and onto the seaweed-strewn deck, glad for the frigid air that pierced his lungs. Gasping, he shambled to the edge and signaled the captain. "Start her up! They're coming!" The captain, hearing the raw panic in Thomas's voice, ran to the wheelhouse, and with a roar of smoke, started up the Betty's engines. Thomas looked around, desperately searching for the ladder, but the captain had taken it down. "The ladder!" he screamed, as the first of the dead shambled onto the deck. "No time!" the girl yelled. "We have to jump!" The dead were pouring onto the deck now, reaching with shredded fingers. With a cry, she jumped into the freezing waters below, quickly followed by Thomas. The dead did not hesitate, but lunged after them, falling all around them as the pair bobbed to the surface. "Quickly!" the captain yelled, pulling the girl on board. "Before they swamp the boat!" Thomas swam with all of his might, the cold seeping into his bones. He grabbed the side of the trawler. The captain's strong hands reached down and dragged him on board. And just then a rotten arm grabbed at his flailing legs, trying to drag him back under. With a cry, he kicked the creature in the face over and over, disintegrating its rotten features. Suddenly, there was a flash of silver as the girl ripped the sickle from his belt and with a cry, swinging into the creature, almost decapitating it as it sank below the growing waves. "Are you okay?" the captain said, as Thomas fell onto the deck, gasping for air. "Move!" Thomas managed to scream as another rotting body plummeted into the nearby water. "Get us the fuck out of here!" The captain did as he was bid, scrambling into the wheelhouse and throttling away from the accursed ship. When they had reached a safe distance, the captain stopped the engine and grabbed up a couple of blankets from the emergency stores, giving one to the girl and the other to Thomas. "Why the hell are you stopping?" Thomas asked.
We ain't going nowhere until you explain what the hell's going on. Who the hell is she? He said, pointing to the shivering girl. How did she survive?
My name's Becca. I'm immune.
Bullshit, the captain said.
It's true, Thomas said. I saw it. She was there, living right among them. They never went after her, not once. Look, the girl said, raising up her soaking sweater and showing the multiple bite marks on her arm. The wounds were old and white with age. On the first night, people on the ship started to turn and bite people. I was bit just after my parents were killed. I got sick, real sick, with a fever. I thought I was going to die. I was burning up inside. I wished for death, but then I got suddenly better. But I was alone and heartbroken about my parents. I wanted death. I left my cabin looking for it, but the dead, they wouldn't attack me. Even when I beat them, they wouldn't kill me. Eventually, I learned to live with them. They ignored me and I them. Then you came along, she said, smiling at Thomas. And you saved me. That smile stirred something in Thomas, something dark. He tried to push it away, but it would not go. The girl was immune. This could mean a whole new beginning. She could potentially save hundreds of lives, perhaps thousands, but what if she were to die? How many would die with her death? How many victims? The girl had such power. The power over life, over death. Death over life. One death would be the equivalent of thousands. 1,000 lives in her hands. In his hands. The power of a god, Thomas whispered. What? The captain said, drawing closer. What was that, Tom? Death. Thomas sighed, climbing to his feet. This was his destiny. The destiny to end the world. The captain gave a cry of alarm at the madness in Tom's eyes and drew back, but he was too late. With a snarl, Thomas grabbed him by the hair and slammed his face over and over again into the hard metal side of the trawler, until it was nothing but a bloody ruin. The girl behind him screamed as Thomas tossed the now dead captain into the churning waters. He turned towards her, bloody fingers snapping open and closed. Life over death, he grinned, closing in. Death over life. In the bloody dusk, the lone trawler chugged its way into Mavagissy Harbor, bouncing its way to port. A lone figure hidden from the waiting men by the shadows of the coming night staggered and fell into the harbor's concrete side. With a cry of alarm, the men ran towards the prone figure, Joseph Martin in the lead. It was a girl. Dirty and disheveled. Her throat bruised and lumpy. In her hand, she held a bloody sickle. He tried to kill me, she croaked. Even when I told him, he tried to kill me. Who? What? Martin gasped. Who are you? But the girl had already passed out. Take her, he signaled to one of the nearby men. Take good care of her. Give her whatever she needs. The men all hurried to help, murmuring questions to each other as they carted the girl off into the growing night, leaving only Joseph behind. Suddenly there was a low groan from the shadows. Tom, Joseph called, his hands going to the knife at his belt. That you, Tom? Captain? Who's there? Joseph, a voice gasped. Joseph, that you? Quickly, Joseph hurried aboard and scrambled to the wheelhouse. That's where he found Thomas slumped in a corner in a pool of his own blood, his hand desperately trying to hold on to his insides. Jesus, Tom, Joseph gasped, kneeling down beside him. What happened to you? Who did this? Was it the girl? Yeah, Tom wheezed. It was the girl. I tried to attack her, Joe. I tried to kill her. Why? Why, Tom? It doesn't matter anymore. She's immune, Joseph. Do you understand? He choked, coughing up blood. She's immune. She is immune. You have to look after her. I tried, Joe. I tried, but there's no redemption, Joseph. There's no redemption. Tom, I'll go get help. Joseph tried to stand, but Thomas grabbed him down with the last of his failing strength. No, Joseph, no. Sometimes death is better. For some, dead is better. Tom, you're not making any sense. You're in shock. But his words fell on deaf ears as the light faded from Thomas's eyes. Without a word, Joseph pulled his knife, pierced the back of Tom's skull, and closed his friend's eyes. He got up, and he strolled into the night. If what Thomas said was true, then there was a chance. A slim chance that the world could build anew. And some chance was better than no chance at all. Moving day was 22nd August 2020, and my wife and I felt lucky. She bought a lottery ticket. We never did that, but we were on a roll. Late last month, I knew I was going to lose my job. Performance reviews were being put in place. We hadn't had them for years. I could smell it. A few people were let go in the department down the hall. I was stressed, working extra hours for free, trying to show how useful I was. When I just about reached the breaking point, I came home from work and my wife asked me if I was going to apply for that job. I said I didn't know what she was talking about. She then showed me what I told her to write down. She said I called her many times excitedly about it. I was so overworked, I couldn't remember. And the next day, I had an interview. I was offered the job. 30 miles down the road, more money, better conditions, and a better place. No longer would we be living in a rundown part of a larger city, but going to work a few hundred yards away from a new apartment building that they hooked me up with. It was late as we drove our compact car containing all of our possessions, ready to move in. My wife asked me to check the lottery numbers. I did, sent her a screenshot. Then the apartment building came into view. The story behind the place fascinated me. Originally a Victorian workhouse where poor children and women worked tirelessly to weave fabric. Then later on it was a warehouse that stored oak barrel whiskey. The estate agent told us the place was perfect for something like that. He said they still had a barrel in the basement. Then maybe I'd be able to taste it. As the area hit hard times, it was left abandoned until the 70s when it turned into offices and now apartments. He said they had a hard time shifting them as few people were moving into this economy. Half the price of our old place with twice as much space. I didn't care that the building was almost empty. We parked up outside, and the security guard for the building let us in, gave us keys, showed us to our new apartment. He offered, then insisted on helping us with the modest 3 loads of our possessions that came up the stairs. He said the architecture was a little odd for new residents, and he didn't want us to get lost. When I offered him a tip, he declined. I made a mental note to tuck it into his coat that hung out in the hall for the entranceway. Make sure you acquaint yourself with the floor plan and the fire exit instructions. They're on the back of your door. You'll want to make sure you know your way around, and if you do get lost, the way out, he said sternly. Yeah, thanks again for your help, I said, nodding in gratitude. Inside the apartment with my arm on the doorframe. He didn't move. Oh, sorry, I said, as I realized he was now waiting for his tip. I thumbed in my pocket and produced my wallet. He chuckled in a soothing southern U.S. accent, so out of place. Mr. Brown, I appreciate it, but there's no need. This place, while habitable, is not complete. It's important you know your way around. Please acquaint yourself with the fire safety instructions, if you would be so kind. Now? I would if I were you. Yeah, will do, I said. Thanks again. I closed the door. How huge is this place? My wife blurted out, not wanting to say it in front of the man. It's nice, I replied, seeing our meager possessions barely fill the middle of the room. I was very glad the place was furnished. I had a week of getting used to this place before my job started, and I was very much going to enjoy it. We didn't win, my wife said, checking the numbers on her phone against the one on the ticket. Our luck has to end sometime. I took off my thin coat, realizing it was quite warm. After working up a sweat, heaving the boxes up the stairs, I placed it on the hook and noticed the fire safety instructions. Second floor was written at the top of the diagram. Underneath was the floor plan. Apartments lined the outside of the building, also the middle allowing for a circular hallway for access. A red line followed the hallway to the left, then along the stairwell. That was straightforward. I wasn't going to forget that. Blue and green boxes were dotted around the access hallway. On a couple of the rooms were large black boxes, and on top of them, crossed in hasty red marker. Rubbing my finger along the red ink caused it to smudge. Certainly an odd method to update the floor plan. On the bottom of the diagram, a legend showed the blue block was a laundry chute, but the other colors had no key. After the man made such a fuss, I was curious to see what they were. I took a photo of the diagram and told my wife I was going to have a look around. She grinned. Leaving me to unbox everything, are we? I'll help as soon as I get back. Go have fun exploring. First things first. I followed the escape route down the long, dim hallway. The lights came on when I came into proximity. That was cool. I didn't notice that on the way up. It was nice to see new technology with the bare brick walls of the old. On the left, approximately where the green box was in the diagram, was a fire hose behind glass, like those that you would find in old hotels. On the front, a label stated, "Not in use." That explained the lack of a key on the map. I carried on. I stopped in front of a room, seeing the door slightly ajar. The colorful blink of a TV lit the otherwise dark inside. I knocked. Moments later, a man in his 20s, wearing nothing but boxers and a vest, came to the door. Can I help you? I'm David, from apartment 15. I thought I'd introduce myself. Sweet, the man said, almost in a daze. I'm Carl. Nice to meet you. He held out his hand. I hesitated at first, but decided to grasp it. He had an odd-looking face, as if it had been pummeled repeatedly inside of a boxing ring. His brow protruded in front of the rest of his face like a baseball cap. Nice to see another face, he continued. So empty here, you wouldn't think that with all the noise. Tell me if I play the music too loud. I got kinda used to not bothering anyone. I'm sure it'll be fine. There's plenty of thick brick walls behind us, I said. Say, do you know what the black squares are on the floor plan? Are some of the apartments out of use? What, dude? I'm just curious. It doesn't say what they're for on my door. I have no idea what you're talking about. The big diagram on the back of your door? He laughed. Oh, I don't give a shit about that. If this place burns, I'll run my ass off. It's literally down the hall, down the stairs. It's fair enough, I said. Maybe I'll see you later. He didn't bother to close his door when he walked back into the apartment. I got to the end of the hallway. I saw the stairs we ascended and got a little confused as to why the security guard seemed intent on me knowing the way out. It was simple, and the whole floor was a circuit. Didn't seem a problem at all. To the right, a fire safety door blocked the way to the backside hallway. I pushed the door and the light turned on softly. a near identical hallway to the one I had come from. I mentally checked off the hose boxes as I passed them, then stopped in front of one of the crossed-out rooms. The apartment number had been removed, and in its place, a black square label. I was intrigued. I wanted to know what was inside to see whether the building was finished. That wouldn't have been a problem, but concerning if the management hadn't enough money to renovate the whole place. What other corners had been cut? I pushed the handle. The door opened with a creak, and a musty smell wafted out. I poked my head in to see the place was gutted. No carpet. The walls back to plaster. White filler marks pocked the surface, and my heart sunk. At that moment, it felt like the building had been a facade, a mask hiding its true self, like those fake buildings in London that hide the Underground Railway. I closed the door. I heard a bang from within and jumped. My walk turned to a light jog. I followed the hallway to the end, opened the fire door, and then continued down the next corridor. If my calculations were right, I was halfway around. For a moment, I felt out of place, a little claustrophobic, and a little nervous. The silence was deafening. In a normal apartment block, the rooms would be full, and you'd hear the muffled sounds of the living from within. But here, it was almost a graveyard. Each empty room a tomb. I wanted to get back, so quickened my pace as I approached the final fire door. My eyes caught more rooms decorated with the black squares, and this time I wasn't tempted to open them. There's quite a few. It would have made sense if they were all the same part of the building, tucked away from the other residents, but these were randomly spread about, as if the rooms were purposefully left in such a way, deemed unfit for habitation. I saw my room come into view. I felt myself begin to relax. I slowed down, felt my heart race. I let out a relieved chuckle, then stopped outside my apartment. It was open. "Charron, I'm back. I think I freaked myself out a little," I said. But no one replied. "Charron?" I was just impressed. All the belongings were already packed away. I sat on the couch and sighed with contentment. Looking back, I noticed my coat was gone. Then, on second glance, realized the place was devoid of all of our stuff. I stood up, went to the bedroom. Empty. The bathroom. Empty. The diner, kitchenette, empty. "Charron?" I shouted almost desperately. Nothing. I returned to the front door and checked the number. 15. It was right. An unease settled in. Nothing too disturbing, nothing I couldn't handle, but a sense of uncanny that I was out of place. I decided to retrace my steps, back down the hallway, through the fire door, past the rooms with the black squares, through the fire door, down the corridor. I stopped. The room I had hastily peeked in was open. I knew I closed it. I heard that bang. I crept by, purposefully averting my gaze. I didn't want to look inside, but I was compelled by an unconscious awareness of being watched. A man stood broadly on the bare floorboards, gazing out the window. I recognized his shock of white hair. It was a security guard. My presence alerted him. He began to spin his ring of keys around his finger and patiently turned. "Mr. Brown, are you lost?" he asked, cocking his head. "I was," I said. I think I found my way back." He walked towards me. "I heard a racket," he began. "I thought I'd investigate. We can't have people where they aren't supposed to be. That could be quite troubling." "It was my fault. I'm sorry. I was curious." He closed his eyes as if to listen better, placing his ear to the door. It clicked into place and he smiled with satisfaction. "Wonderful. There won't be any more trouble in there today." With the room sealed, the black label appeared to be ominous, like a mark of the plague. An itch formed in my brain, begging me to ask, though not wanting to know the answer. "Hey, what does the black squares mean? I mean, I've seen them everywhere," I asked nervously. He straightened himself up, adding an extra couple of inches to his already ample height. "Someone say those rooms are haunted," he stated. "This was a workhouse, you know. Untold suffering,
took place in here. Huh. Yeah, I can imagine, I replied, regretting asking. People work to the bone for very little to no pay in exchange for the room and board. And Mr. Brown, I don't believe in ghosts. Do you? Of course not. Why would you? You're a sensible man. This building hasn't stood empty for a very long time. Maybe it wasn't curiosity that drew you to the room. The dead crave the warm flesh of the living. All the sadness and suffering the past residents never really lived. These rooms have been marked and closed, to keep the suffering within. He smiled, continuing. Though it could just be that these rooms are beyond the resources of the current owner, and left vacant until the others have been occupied, but I think my explanation's a little more exciting. Yeah, I guess, I said, suddenly aware I was in a strange building with a man I only met that day. Unconsciously, I started walking backwards. You sure you know the way back? Yeah, I said, and bumped into the fire door. Be careful there, security guard said. I pushed my way through, and with pace, strode down the corridor, seeing my room in the distance. I waited for a moment outside the apartment. I took a deep breath, and I went inside. I was relieved to see my wife, who wasn't relieved to see me. She was angry. Where the fuck have you been? I got lost. Lost? You've been gone for 4 hours. We should be in bed. Your food's cold. Why didn't you answer your phone? What, that can't be right. I was 20 minutes tops. I brought my phone out to see 10 missed calls and a hell of a lot of messages. I swear, I have no idea where the time's gone. When I woke up in the morning, Charron wasn't to be seen. Groggily, I walked to the kitchen and saw a note left on the cereal bowl. Gone to do the laundry. X, it said. The little X made me breathe a sigh of relief. It meant she wasn't upset with me anymore, or if she was well on the road to forgiveness. That missing time, though. Couldn't explain it. I felt rough, like I'd woken up with a hangover. Though no alcohol passed my lips the night before. When 12 o'clock rolled around and Charron hadn't returned, I tried to call. It rang and rang before it answered. Thank God for that, I said. I thought I lost you for a minute. Static crackles greeted me, and a blown-out digital noise. It had the rhythm of speech, but none of the details. It finished with 3 blasts of all I can describe as wind. Then the line went dead. I tried to call her back, but it went straight to voicemail. Concerned, I followed the corridor to the stairs and descended. The security guard sat behind his desk reading a newspaper. Mr. Brown, he said in a delighted tone. Call me David. No need for the formalities. Manners aren't a luxury for me, sir, he replied. I'm looking for my wife. She went to wash her clothes. Do you know where the laundry room is? Out of commission, he said. I saw her, told her to place them in the laundry chute, and I'd arrange for them to get done. That's kind of you. I never got your name. Patras, he said with a smile that accentuated the end of his name. Do you know where she went? Back upstairs, sir. Thanks, I said, feeling more anxious than before, knowing she must be in the building somewhere. I took the stairs. Time moves clockwise. Its hands don't unwind without due force, she shouted after me. I'm sorry? I said, returning to the lobby. Actions have consequences, Mr. Brown. I didn't have time for his riddles. I needed to find my wife. At the top of the stairs, I pushed the fire door open, returning to that hallway that was occupied by the vacant room. It was the quickest way to the laundry chute. I assumed that was the route that she had taken. I shivered involuntarily as I passed the marked room. The laundry chute was nothing unusual, a cat flap-style device to send clothes and other fabrics down into the depths of the building. I tried calling my wife again. This time it rang. I quickened my step, making my way back down to our room, taking the corridors in a clockwise fashion. I was hoping I'd hear her phone ring in the distance, but instead,
I was met with silence, except for the ringing in my ear. A click.
Hello?
An anxious voice said, still marred by crackling and digital noise, though this time clearer. Charron, is that you? I asked.
I don't know where I am.
She said, panicked.
I'm lost.
Click. And the phone went dead. I rounded the last corner and raced to our room, number 15. It was empty again, like it had been the night before. It was our apartment. It was in the exact right place. I checked the diagram on the back of the door. I checked it with a photo on my phone. Identical. I left, this time trying to lock it, though the key didn't fit. No amount of force allowed it to slot and turn. I could feel a panic attack coming on, something I hadn't felt in years. Running, I headed for the stairs, only to come to an abrupt halt as I heard footsteps approach and the happy sound of the Yankee Doodle Dandy being whistled. I stopped to catch my breath as Patras appeared. Lost? He said in a nonchalant way. I'm not. My wife is. Why is our stuff gone from our apartment? Why doesn't my key work? Slow down, he said, placing an unwavering hand on my shoulder. She's here. Just need to know where to look. Oh, I don't know where to look. That is the problem. I called her. All I could hear was static. Then I phoned back and it was clear, but the call dropped. Does this building have any dead spots? Has lots of dead spots. Not in the way that you're thinking. Walk with me, he said, pushing to the fire door along the front side of the building. He was calm when he heard voices coming from the rooms either side of us. What's going on? I asked. I thought all these rooms were vacant. They were when you arrived. Sure as hell didn't hear anyone move in last night. I only walked this hallway minutes ago. What day is it? Yesterday was Saturday. Today's Sunday. It's Monday. But not the Monday you think it is. What the hell does that mean? You said you called her, and she was clearer the second time. Yeah? So? That means you're going in the right direction. Keep going. But be aware, you don't belong where you are now. You are out of bounds. Okay, I'm not following. Continue on this path. You'll find her. Just be sure to retrace your steps and all will be fine. I'm going to leave you here as I don't belong where you're going. If you don't find her, no one will blame you. You won't be the first to lose track of time. He patted me on the back and continued his whistle where he left off. As the door sprung shut behind him, it was as if volume in the hallway was turned up. The chatter from inside, TV sets blaring, couples arguing. Even though the place was now full of life, it felt scarier, like they didn't belong. I couldn't fathom how many people could have moved in such a short period of time. I walked this hall only moments before. I took out my phone for a third time and saw the hour. That can't be right. 6 o'clock in the evening. The day was gone and my battery was half dead. I walked past the doors and heard the cacophony that came from within. I noticed the numbers were missing and replaced by more of those black labels. I shivered and pushed my way through the door at the end. This hall was quiet. A heartwarming lack of sound. My phone rang. David? Please tell me that's you, Charron said. This time the static was almost gone. It is. Where are you? I'm trying to find you. I'm in our room, but it's all wrong. All our stuff is missing. I'm so thirsty, but no water will come out of the tap. A man's been trying to get in. I can't lock the door. I've pushed the sofa in front of it. I'm on my way, I said, pushing through the last fire door. I'm almost there. I ran past an open door. Something tripped me. I hit my face on the carpeted floor, sending a searing pain to my nose, making my eyes water. Who the fuck are you? The voice said. I turned over on my back to see an old man glare down at me. Shouldn't be running in the halls. Oh, wait a minute. Do I know you? He said. I'm David. He helped me up. I'm sorry about that. We've had a couple break-ins lately. I thought you may be one. He looked me up and down. Carl, is that you? I asked. It is. But I can't place you. I thought you lived in the other hallway, I asked, barely recognizing him. I only met him the day before, but his pronounced brow gave him away. Yeah, a long time ago, they said there was something wrong with my apartment. He stood in his underwear, his vest stained, threadbare. I can't talk, I said. My wife's in trouble. Shit. You used to live in 15. I remember now. I gotta go, I said, but he grasped my arm. That your wife in there? He said, gesturing with his hand. Yeah, I replied. I need to help her. You ain't going nowhere, he said, giving out an almost toothless grin. Ain't no women been here for a while. She's mine. Without that, I punched him in the gut. He wheezed and gave out a labored chuckle. Nice shot, he said, spitting on the floor. Before my next fist connected, he blocked and pushed me into a door, its handle plunging into my lower back, pushing me to the floor. Don't make this difficult. You know how long it's been since I've seen some tail? I can't even remember. With what's going on outside, I've not seen anyone except thieves for months. He pushed past me, limping as he made his way to my apartment. Please, don't do that, I said, pushing myself to my feet. You don't know when to give up, he said, turning to face me. I leaned against the door handle, and the door flew open. From inside, I heard voices, many of them. Whispering, getting louder, too many to hear individually. The inside of the room was a mess. Missing floorboards, graffiti decorating the battered walls. I'm not supposed to open those doors, Carl cursed, his limp disappearing as he thundered towards me. He reached for the handle, and I kicked him inside. No, he shouted. The whispering grew to an excited hum. I reached up and pulled the door shut. I heard his screams for help cut off abruptly by a large bang. And silence. I stood up, using the wall for purchase, and made the final few yards to my room. In all the excitement, I hadn't noticed that my nose was dripping fresh blood from my shirt. I knocked on the door. Charron! Charron, let me in. No answer. I called her again. I'm outside.
Thank you. I'll move the sofa.
I don't hear anything. You having some trouble?
Give me a moment.
I heard her place the phone down. Then distant sounds of heaving. Charron, I cannot hear anything.
Just need to unlock the door.
I heard quietly, though I still stood in silence.
I'm letting you in,
she said.
Wait, you're not David! Get off me! Get off me!
Charron! I shouted down the phone. I backed up, and I plunged my shoulder into the door. It opened easily. The room was empty. Decrepit. Bereft of life. But down the phone line I heard the screams of Charron. Begging for her life. With practiced purpose, I followed the fire escape route, coming to a halt in the lobby. Patras sat at the desk reading a paper. Mr. Brown, he said in a monotone, not looking up from the paper. My wife, she's in trouble, I gasped. It was dark outside, and the darkness shimmered. I've been quite a nuisance today. Please, help me. My wife... It trailed off as the darkness beckoned me. I didn't realize I was walking towards the door. Patras rose from his desk and placed his arm in front of me. You don't want to go out there. It's not where you think it is. I heard snuffing sounds like dogs sniffing under a doorway, though nothing was visible through the glass. Help me, please, or retrace your steps, he said. How the hell is that going to help? The hands of time don't like to be turned back. They'll fight you kicking and screaming. If you love your wife, you'll do it. No, I don't understand, I said, feeling a tear roll down my cheek. Let me clear it up, he said. You can't be going back looking like that. She'll wonder what happened. He opened a bottle of water and poured it onto a towel, rubbing it on my nose. I breathed sharply through my teeth. Broken, he said blatantly. Take my shirt. He removed his hand and I removed mine. Much better, he said. What date did you arrive? The 22nd. Of August? Yeah. He whistled. 4 circuits should be enough. Anti-clockwise, remember. At the top of the stairs, I saw our room at the end, the door still open, its splintered wood hanging off the hinges. I took a deep sigh and ran. I left through the fire door past the open door of Carl's room, still open and the TV blaring, through the fire door down the back passage. I Hadn't noticed it before, but the lights were no longer reacting to me. Only the emergency lights were lit. Left, through the fire door. The sounds of life rang through the rooms, but I skirted past. All the doors open in unison, and women, young and old, filled out. Please, I need some food. My children are starving, they begged. Grasping and pulling at me, I pushed past. I haven't eaten in days, a young girl said, standing in front of me. I don't have anything for you, I said, my voice wavering. Please, she begged. Her face began to change as if it were aging in front of me. Please, I'm so hungry, she said, as her voice became decrepit. With that, a rot infested her features, her eyes shriveled, and the right side of her face fell away, sending her jawbone to a delicate swing. I danced past, sprinting for the fire door at the end of the hall. The older woman shuffled towards me, holding her hands out in front, reaching for me, their bony fingers pointed accusingly. I couldn't push through the door quick enough. As soon as it shut, silence fell. I caught my breath and continued towards my apartment. Room 15 sat close in front of me. The number had been removed, and in its place, one of those ghastly black labels, its edges corroded by time. I continued to run, left through the fire door. All the apartments were open, and the sounds of machinery rang out from within, like that of a printing press. Hiss, bang, hiss, bang. Something grabbed my collar.
David, what are you doing here? I thought you moved out.
It was Carl. Younger now, but still older than when I met him minutes earlier. Sorry, I said. I allowed my foot to connect with his crotch. Why? He wheezed, falling over to the floor in pain. Left, through the fire door. I came to a halt. There was a woman. She looked disheveled. Charron? I asked. But I wasn't sure. David, I thought I'd never find you. Out of breath, I ran towards her to embrace her. I stopped feet away. Something wasn't right. I'm not upset anymore, she said, trying to smile, but the muscles in her face couldn't make it appear. Instead, they contorted into a weird grimace that twitched. How do I know it's you? I asked, taking a step back. I'm your wife, baby. I was lost, is all. Take my hand. She held her arm out, and for the briefest of moments, I reached, then pulled my arm away. The grimace was replaced with a scowl. You've been gone 4 hours. We should be in bed. Your food is cold. Why didn't you answer your phone? It wasn't her. It was an imitation. I raced around her, but she grabbed my arm, and when I looked, her skin began to peel away, falling to the floor like leaves from a tree, revealing rotten muscles and sinew and bone. Her grasp tightened. She brought her face to mine, and a musty smell leaked out of her lips. I'm letting you in, she said, her eyes wide and vacant. Why? Wait! You're not David! Get off me! Get off me! Whatever it was repeating what I'd heard Charron say. It grabbed me around the neck and clicked open a door behind it. Vicious whispers emanated, and I felt the darkness closing in. The whispers invaded my mind, sighing satisfaction as they took their residence. I held onto the doorframe, trying to pull myself back into the hallway, back to safety. They wanted me badly, and I was so tired. Then a hand I'd recognized, clamped on me with enormous strength, and it pulled me to safety. He closed the door. A bell rang. I heard a racket, he said. Thought it'd be best to investigate. He held me up and carried me. Not surprised. I'm not supposed to intervene. I get in trouble for this, he said. I think the worst of it is past. The building knows. I don't understand, I said. I don't expect you to, Mr. Brown, he replied flatly. We went through the last fire door, and I saw the stairs that led down to the lobby. 2 more circuits to go. Keep your head down. Don't think of your wife. Okay, I said. Are you sure you can't come with me? That's not where I'm supposed to be, he said, and disappeared down the stairs. It felt as though I'd run a marathon, both physically and mentally. Patras was right. Nothing bothered me as I completed the remaining steps of the second to last circuit, through the fire door again, opposite the stairs that led me to the lobby. I stopped. I could see 2 people in the distance outside of our apartment. I stepped back into the shadows before they had a chance to see me. Peeking back around the corner, I saw someone disappear into room 15. If I didn't know any better, I'd think it was me. Someone else was walking down the hallway. Patris. He smiled at me encouragingly. "One more to go." I approached the apartment, hearing voices from within and a muffled, "Go have fun exploring." My eyes were wide, and I rushed through the fire door. The door to Carl's new apartment was closed. It wasn't his room yet. A black square decorated the entrance. 3 more doors, and I was back facing the stairs that led to the lobby. Everything was calm. Something clicked in my head, telling me it was over. I approached our apartment and knocked. Silent. I knocked again. I pressed on the handle and I walked in. It was empty, but it felt right, not like the other times I'd been in here. It didn't feel off. I walked back down the hallway and realized in my panic I must have gone back too far. I pushed on the fire door to retrace my steps, but the door didn't open. It was locked. I hopped down the stairs to the lobby. Patris wasn't there. The light from outside was bright. I pushed through the door and I felt a warmth greet me. The soft bustle of music murmured in front. I brought up my phone, but it was dead. I jogged through the traffic and to the corner shop on the opposite side of the street. The door opened with a ring and I headed straight to the newspaper stand, picked one up and checked the date. 3rd August, 2020. That wasn't right. "Excuse me, do you have a phone I could use?" I asked. Shopkeep glared at me. I pulled some money out of my wallet. "I'm a paying customer," I said. I really need to contact my wife." He stared at me, pulling a 5-pound note out of my hand and showed me the back room. "Thank you," I said. The phone rang, and I felt my heart thump in my throat. "Hello? Charron, is that you?" "Yeah, I thought you were at work." I am," I said. I needed to hear your voice." "So nice. You never call me from work, especially more than once." Bit of an odd question, but, what's today's date?" 3rd of August. I laughed. "Are you okay?" "Couldn't be better," I said. "That's good. You seemed depressed this morning when you went to work. Do you still think that they're gonna make you, redundant?" I had a brainwave. I've been working too hard. I have something I need to tell you. I'm not sure I'll remember it by the time I get home from work, but do you have a pen?" "Give me a second." My heart began to race. It all made sense now. "Got it. Write this down." I told her about a job going at a company only 30 miles away, and that they would offer us an apartment. "Got all that?" "Yes," she said excitedly. "I really think our luck's about to change," I said, "but remind me tonight and don't take no for an answer. I'll be shattered, but I've had a vision. This will be good for us. I really hope you're all right, because I hated seeing you like that." I thanked the man for letting me use the phone and asked if he had any batteries to charge mine. Luckily he did. I paid, I left the shop, and I sat on the bench just a few yards down the street. As I sat, I waited for my phone to turn on. I noticed someone coming out of my apartment building. A sense of dread filled me. At first I had no idea why, but when I recognized his clothes and the way he filed in and out of traffic, I knew who he was. It was me. He was doing exactly what I was doing, except a few minutes later. He disappeared into the shop. I raced across the road and up the stairs. The key to my apartment worked, thank God. I sat on the sofa and I contemplated what to do next. He probably would have the same idea. That's when I realized. I may not be the first. An earlier version of me could be waiting. Paranoia has taken the better of me. I locked the door, I pushed the sofa in front of it. I heard someone jingling with the lock earlier, but I've long since given up. I've checked everywhere in the apartment for places where someone could be hiding, and I can't find anyone. If there is one of me out there, chances are there's going to be more. I mean, ones that came out after me and ones that came before. It's those that bother me so much. What damage are they causing to my life? How many of them have phoned my wife? I mean, such a simple trick would now look like a mental disorder. I need a clear plan. I've been thinking for hours. The only one I can think of is extreme. See, I have no idea if it would work. But I need a reset so none of this happened. Because if the building doesn't exist, neither does my future. And neither do the others. I mean, it works that way, right? I hope it does. For all our sakes. On Davidson Avenue, 1 mile east of Highway 164 and East Main Street intersection, sits the entrance to Hillcrest Park, home of the now-defunct Nike missile base, known to the Waukesha, Wisconsin locals as the Old Hillcrest Doom Tower. From 1956 to 1964, the active site was home to 8 Ajax and Hercules missiles that were launched 1 mile south of the D Battery. The actual location, now overgrown and overrun, is still the home of the blast building, troop quarters, circular water reservoir, and radar tower. If you Google Nike Battery 74, you can read all about it. It used to house 3 U.S. Army units during its years of operation, and on August 1st, 1964, it was designated inactive. There's no documentation as to why this was, since the Cold War didn't officially end until 1991, after the fall of the Berlin Wall in 1989. Since I lived in Elm Grove, a mere 15 minutes away, I decided to see if I could find out any answers for myself. I visited the Waukesha Library to see if there would be any more documentation on the site aside from what we already posted online. The good thing about actually going to the library is that very rarely can you find microfiche on the internet. And though it may be tedious, the farther you dig, the more likely you will come up with something. And that something is exactly what I found. A photograph dated July 31st, 1964, one day before the site was designated inactive. That one fact caught me as odd. Usually when a site is retired, it is decommissioned, not designated inactive. The photograph I found was the senior officers and technicians that were assigned to the site. After a bit more digging, I was able to come up with a name. Charles Gunderson, the commanding officer of the Nike missile base. And after a bit more digging and a trip to the public records office, I discovered that Mr. Gunderson was still alive and living in Waukesha. I decided to give him a call. A tired old voice answered the phone and tried to be as direct as possible. Charles Gunderson? Yes? Good afternoon. My name is Jonathan Wilcox. I'm a historian for southeastern Wisconsin, and I'd like to ask you some questions about the Nike missile site. Battery 74. There was a long moment of silence. I made sure that he was still there. Mr. Gunderson? I could hear labored breathing coming from the other end. Charles, are you okay? Did I catch you at a bad time? I have no idea what you're talking about. Excuse me? Goodbye. He hung up the phone. I attempted to call back, but he never picked up the phone again. Now I was worried. Was he hiding something? Did something happen to him? I checked the information I was given and drove over to his house to make sure he was all right. It was only 2 miles from downtown Waukesha. The thing about Waukesha is that there isn't a straight street anywhere in the city limits. The city was planned around the old hot springs that used to flow, and Waukesha used to be a resort town back in the late 1800s. But as soon as the springs dried up, so did business, and Waukesha switched gears and became an industrial town, swarming with blue-collar workers running the foundries and factories scattered throughout. So because of the city layout, 2 miles was easily 30 minutes of navigating through one-way streets and winding roads. I arrived at Charles's house, an awkward, sandy brick ranch on the northwest corner of Garfield and Wilson. It took him a few moments, but Charles answered the door after I knocked. Mr. Gunderson, I'm Jonathan Wilcox. What are you doing here? He shouted at me. I'm sorry, sir. You hung up quite abruptly. I could hear you breathing heavily on the phone. I wanted to make sure you were okay. What the hell do you want? I want to talk about the old missile base, Hillcrest Park. I have no idea what you're talking about, he stammered. Please leave, sir. I don't mean to pry, but I took out a copy of the photograph that I had acquired from the library and I handed it to him. One of the men in the photograph was circled with a red Sharpie. That man in the photograph, the one that I have circled, is you. I did my research before I came here. You were the commanding officer. I just want to get a bit more information for my research. Charles looked at the photograph, and his eyes welled up, and his hands began to shake. He looked me up and down and began to shake his head. Why couldn't you leave this in the past? He retreated back into his home and vanished around the corner, leaving the door open. I stood outside, puzzled by his words, when I suddenly heard a gunshot ring from inside. I tore open the door and darted around the corner Charles had disappeared around to witness a grisly sight. Charles has taken his old service revolver from a desk drawer in his study and put a bullet through his temple, splattering his brains and skull all over a nearby bookcase, his fresh corpse now pooling blood where it lay, his fingers still twitching in the odor of death, brain matter and gunpowder now mixed with the musty scent of old books and dust to concoct a vile aura that chased me headlong into the small yellow bathroom across the hall. I wiped the vomit from my chin as I stumbled back outside and immediately called the police. I was held for questioning since I was the only witness. After several hours, I was released after they declared the incident a suicide, so I drove back home in silence. What could have happened that would make Charles take his own life? The questions were beginning to pile up, and I wasn't getting any answers to clear them away. The next day, I began the arduous process of interviewing neighbors about Charles. Everyone I spoke to in the neighborhood had nothing but kindness to say about Charles. He was a widower of 15 years, served in World War II in Korea. But when I mentioned Hillcrest Park, the old missile base, the mood suddenly changed. The rumors were playful and in various colors. Older folks simply said it was a relic from the Cold War and the arms race was in full force. Some folks said it was a base for more secretive work. One guy even suggested that they used it to experiment on war criminals deep in the blast building. Another told tales of it being a second Guantanamo. Another thought it was one of many surveillance outposts to spy on Americans. Whatever the true nature of the old Hillcrest Doom Tower, I was bound and determined to uncover its secrets. Now, if you don't know what to look for, you can easily miss it. A wooden sign obscured by the surrounding trees and bushes marks the entrance to Hillcrest Park. The drive is a dirt road that resembles a service or park maintenance entrance rather than a park. The parks in southeastern Wisconsin are meticulously cared for, so seeing a park entrance that looked like it was specifically to be forgotten about sent a shiver up my spine. And it was in the middle of the day. I drove my vehicle slowly around the bend and past the old barracks radio tower, it was actually called the Doom Tower, and parked my car by the blast building and reservoir. I got out and snapped some photos of the neglected grounds and chuckled at some of the more poignant graffiti, especially the one that instructed me on who to call if I needed a good time. I first started by documenting the barracks and its present condition. The door had been removed, most likely by a vandal or kids needing a cool hangout place. As I had suspected, the interior matched the exterior, run down, dark, moldy, covered in graffiti. I heard some rustling in the far corner, but it only turned out to be a squirrel. I left the troop quarters and documented the old Doom Tower itself. There wasn't much left of it but its iron frame, but something about it still standing gave me an eerie sensation. Out of all the things that still stood the test of time, Since the base was marked inactive, the Doom Tower actually appeared to be the one thing that defied aging. Like someone had been caring for it all these years. It stood out, like a sterile, blue, sore thumb. None of the paint was peeling. There was no sign of excessive rust or decay. I climbed the ladder to the top, and the view from the summit was spectacular. You could see down the valley of Waukesha and almost all the way up to I-45. Suddenly I heard a faint echo. If you see pictures of the Doom Tower, you'll notice there's a large pipe or a tube that's the central support for the structure. I initially thought it would be just that, but it was hollow, and I couldn't see the bottom when I looked down in, meaning that it must have gone down for quite a ways. The echo came from deep inside. Now, I'm not anything close to a naturalist or animal specialist, so I just naturally assumed it was some critter that got itself trapped. It must have fallen all the way down and just waited there to die. I tried to pay it no mind, but there was a pleading sense to it, as if it knew that I was up here, and it knew I could free it. The more I listened to it, the more it sounded almost human. I figured I must have been matrixing the sound that I was hearing, but I swear to God, it sounded like it was crying out a word or something. Chaw, bellowed. My mind automatically pictured Sloth in the Goonies when I listened to it. It was a sad, solemn moan that tugged at my heartstrings. But there was absolutely no way I could fit in that tube, so I just decided nature would take its course, and I climbed down the tower. As I finally made my way towards the blast building, a sudden familiar sound startled me in my tracks. A local police officer had seen my car in the drive and wanted to inquire as to what I was doing there. I informed him who I was and what I was doing, and he seemed agreeable enough. But technically this was still private property, and not a public park. Wait, but the sign said, yeah, I know what the sign says, but the land technically belongs to a private owner, and if people aren't on the actual park side of the property, the police motioned back behind him, where the swing sets and children's playgrounds were. If you ain't over there, we've been asked to escort you off the property, or at least shepherd you back to the actual park. Oh, sure, okay. Hey, out of curiosity, who owns this land? Gunderson, Chuck Gunderson. Lives out in Wilson by Carroll College. Gunderson? You mean lived? I was still shaken by the incident. What? Apparently, news does not travel fast in Waukesha. When did Chuck die? The other day, I was the last one to see him alive. You mean... His memory was starting to kick in. You mean that's what all the commotion was over there? I didn't know it was old Chuck. Yeah, I asked him about this place, actually, and then he went to his study, and he, shot himself. Jesus Christ. What did you ask him? Just that I was curious as to why the place was closed down in 1964. No explanation in any reports or archives. I've lived at the library for days trying to find some explanation as to what happened here. And the only clue I've got was Mr. Gunderson, so I called him, and he hung up on me. Fearing the worst, I drove over to check on him, and then... That's when it all happened. Damn. The policeman just stood there for a moment, deep in thought. I know I'm gonna regret doing this, but come on. He started walking towards the blast building and flipping through his keys. But Chuck ain't around no more to bitch us out for not doing our jobs. I guess he's been hounding us ever since then to make sure nobody ever came near this place. And when more and more of it just started falling apart, the mayor himself, he turned it into a historical landmark and made part of it a park. Chuck was happy for some reason, knowing that it wouldn't be torn down. And that's the part I never got. I mean, who would care if this old abandoned building was demolished? And like you said, ain't no one been here since the 60s. The officer finally found the key he needed and unlocked the large padlock barricading the front door to the blast building. You got 1 hour. You hear me? I ain't losing my job over this, but damn it, I want to know what's down there too. The officer jerked open the door as much as it would, and I slipped inside. Hey, wait! He stopped me and handed me his flashlight. You might need this. I took the heavy mag light and thanked the officer. I'm gonna be waiting down here. As I said, you got 1 hour. If you ain't out by then, you're on your own. I thanked him once again, and he closed the door behind me. I clicked the light on, hung my camera on my neck, and turned my Bluetooth voice recorder on. With the headset just in my ear, it allowed me to focus on my surroundings and watch my step just in case. The air was foul. Not at all what I was expecting. I was preparing myself for a musty basement that no one had been in for years, with the occasional mold and moss. But there was a definite stench in the air. It was like rotten eggs. A porta potty. Not powerful, but enough for you to notice. I took note of my watch. It was 3:23 p.m. I made sure to document the time with my recording just to make sure I got back to the door in an hour. I sure as hell didn't want to be left inside. The first room I entered was a simple entranceway, or mudroom, like a connection between the garage and the rest of the house. Some old boots littered the floor, and an abandoned coat or two still held their posts on the hooks along the wall. A faded poster of Lyndon Johnson's re-election teetered on the far wall. Opposite that was the only door leading farther into the building. Time had not been kind to the door's hinges, as it took some effort to wrench it open. As it squeaked and squawked in defiance of opening, I could hear its protest echo deep into the darkness that it kept me out of. With a final forceful shove, the door finally yielded, but not quietly. The hinges splintered off from the frame, and the door collapsed onto the floor with a reverberating crash. As the echo began to die, it was answered with a familiar sound. It was the same animalistic cry from when I was on top of the tower. I realized quickly that the pipe in the middle of the tower must have led down into a room inside the blast building. There was an intelligence in the cry, rather than just a carnal moan, like the critter knew someone or something was coming its way. The howl was only heard once and quickly died in the blackness of the building. On the other side of the door was a series of metal catwalks, stairs that led down further than my light would allow me to see. I shone my light around, and I saw on the level beneath me there was a few doors. My only mission within the hour of time I was given was just to find some more information about what happened here. So I was hoping one of those rooms was the base archive. My feet clanged and echoed against the metal floor as I raced downstairs, and I reached the first of the doors. I heard a low thud, like something large had just collided with a wall a great distance away. It drove chills up my spine to think of what would have been large enough to make that noise. Then I heard it again. Chaw! Whatever it was, I was definitely closer to it. And the more and more I thought about it, the more I didn't want to know what it was. It howled again, and I listened intently as to put my overactive imagination at ease. It was deep and gravelly, like a hippo, but emotional. It was scared or concerned, or maybe just calling out. Listening to it bellow out a third time did not calm my nerves. I quietly opened the door and slipped inside, away from the metal floor and onto moldy, sodden carpet. It definitely explained some of the stench that I picked up on earlier in the entranceway. It was potent. But still, I've experienced dealing with a flooded basement. The smell was not a stranger to me. After a quick scan with a flashlight, I discovered that I was in a common room. The dated furniture and decor affirmed what I was seeing. As I snuck deeper into the room, my feet squished into the decaying carpet. I saw something that seemed off. A red playground ball. It was well used, and the label had been completely worn off from the use. I went to pick it up, and rolling it over, I saw that the only part of the label that wasn't completely torn off was the production date. 2003. Now, I had originally thought that maybe some of the kids were playing at the nearby park back outside, and maybe this ball had somehow fallen down the tube and landed inside the building, but two things made me think otherwise. First, from where the tower sits and the angle of the tube, it would have opened up much lower in the building. So how did the ball get all the way up here? And second, the tube was about half the circumference of the ball. It wouldn't have fit. I quietly set the ball down, and from the back of the stairwell, I heard it again. Chaw! Whatever it was large. It was angry, and it was just outside the room I was in. Then came a thunderous crunch, as if whatever was on the other side was pounding on the door. I just stood there. The blood left my arms and legs, freezing me to that one spot. It pounded again, and I peed myself. I didn't know what to do. Fight or flight never kicked in. I was just too terrified to move. And suddenly, whatever was on the other side of the door shifted, and the pounding stopped. I stood there for another few minutes, trying to gather whatever was left of my nerves and still intact, and hoping that my underwear would dry a little. I knew I didn't have much time left before the police officer would abandon me, but I still wanted answers. What happened down here that would make Charles Gunderson kill himself? And what the hell was that thing that was trying to get in here? The only good news was that I couldn't smell the moldy carpet anymore, just my soggy boxers. I raised my flashlight again and surveyed the room. On one side, there was a door that appeared that it may lead into the room that was situated next to this room, if my memory being out of the stairwell was correct. And it was. I opened the door and was firmly met with a new odor. Old books. A quick flash of my light, and I had found it. The base's archives. Shelves filled with binders lined all the walls. I picked one black binder that read 02-1964 on the spine. And I began to read. President Johnson has ordered that all nuclear missile bases in the continental United States be decommissioned. The threat of nuclear war is non-existent, but will be maintained on a social platform until such time it is deemed no longer useful to steer the American public. This location, Nike 74, will remain active, not as a missile installation, but as a scientific compound, to further study the effects of nuclear radiation. I have briefed the crew in our new assignment, and I am aware of our first directive. CG. CG. Who is CG? And then it dawned on me. Charles Gunderson, the commanding officer of the base, and until just recently, a resident of Waukesha, Wisconsin. I continued to pore over the binders. Today we began our first directive. The commanding team, consisting of myself, XO, Richard Kingford, Rick, Sergeant Major James Strauss, Jimmy, and Staff Sergeant Thomas Faber, Tom, have received a sample of slag recovered from the Marshall Islands. With limited test ban treaty in effect, obtaining the sample from Bikini Atoll was difficult. We hope that our experiments are successful so that those who died to get us this were not in vain. CG. I continued to pore over the next few entries as they went into technical specifics of their experiments. March 18th, 1964. After we secured a segregated room on the location to fill out these experiments, we decided we needed a control. We were able to procure a few test animals so that we could ensure that the equipment we had on site would adequately meet our needs. March 20th, 1964. The local college lent out some of their laboratory rats. Early this morning, Jimmy and I injected some of the sample directly into the bloodstream of one of the rats. After 5 minutes, the rat suddenly exploded, covering both Jimmy and I in entrails and rat blood. We decided to rethink our procedure. March 25th, 1964. We used a combination of rat blood taken from one of the subjects and mixed it with our sample in hopes of diluting it so that it wouldn't be fatal. The next test subject lasted 30 minutes before its hair began to fall out and it broke out in blisters. Instead of exploding, the creature just melted, leaving nothing more than a red puddle and a skeleton. April 5th, 1964. We continue to dilute the sample, but every test subject continues to perish. We may need something that has a stronger constitution than rats. April 5th, 1964. We were able to track down a few feral cats in the neighboring farm community and employ them in our experiments. The duration of lifespan after injection is longer than the rats, but still fatal. Tom has requested we stop and rethink our procedure. I just think he has a soft spot for cats. May 12th, 1964. We have perfected a serum that has a 0 fatality rate in all our remaining test subjects. Rick has wired our authorities of our progress. June 7th, 1964. We received orders from my superior officers to test out our findings on a human being. Our location's been chosen because of the depth of the blast building, and that the radiation could be kept under control. All experimentation has been halted until our human subjects arrive at our location. I reached a page that seemed stained. With what, I'm not entirely sure. The date was July 30th, 1964. 2 days before the base was designated inactive. Our test subject was Graham Phelps, who was convicted of arson. The subject was delivered to our installation and led into a cell where the necessary precautions were administered. He was sedated and strapped to an operating chair in room J57, which had been reinforced with concrete months prior. The experiment was simple. Expose the subject to increasing amounts of radiation and sample serums that we had developed, and monitor the effects and measure the damage. We began the experiment with 100 cc's of the serum. The subject was injected with a dosage, and the effects were instantaneous. The subject began to convulse violently as the radiation traveled throughout his bloodstream. Next, the skin began to blister and melt, leaving visibly open sores. The subject began to scream in pain, and we were instructed to terminate the subject at that point. Rick, Jimmy, and Tom entered the room, wearing protective suits as they prepped the subject for termination. The subject suddenly... Just then, there was a crash through the door, leading back into the stairwell, and the gigantic thing, for lack of a better term, barreled into the archive room with such momentum that it toppled over the nearest bookcase, and with that, it knocked over the next, and the next, and the next, like a set of steel dominoes, and it was headed my way. I tucked the binder I was holding under my arm and headed for the common room. The shelves collided against each other, hurling dirty old books across the room and kicking up decades of dust and mold into the air. He was only 20 feet to the next room, but the billowing, noxious cloud soon overtook me, and I was lost in a fog of dirt and grime. The odor was stale, and I could taste copper as it seeped into my mouth. I tried to stumble my way towards the door, but I must have gotten turned around, and instead of running headlong into the common room, I collided with what felt like padded walls. A padded wall that was now swelling and retracting. It was breathing. The dust finally began to settle, and I stared at the ground, attempting to regain my bearings. The wall was dark and billowy and still heaving in and out. Shapes slowly took form, and what was dark and billowy was now tattered fabric and muscle. I gazed down at the floor, and what once appeared to be large boxes were enormous bare feet, hairy, filthy, nails that were ingrown and yellowed. My head tilted upward, and I realized the fabric was shredded clothes, and not just any clothes, but a scraggy and frayed uniform. I raised my head still upwards. Feet led to legs, legs to hips, hips to a torso, which led to massive shoulders, a thick, veiny neck that was larger than my thigh in circumference, and as it bent down to get a good look at me, a hideously disfigured human face. A few strands of brown hair littered its massive head, and his eyes looked like he had lost a fight with a lawnmower. He glared at me with one good eye, while the other, which was clouded over, looked in a completely different direction, and he grunted at me. I felt my shorts grow soggy again. He aimlessly sniffed at the air like he could smell the fresh piss in my pants, but couldn't quite tell where it was coming from. I began to slowly back away from him, as I could see I was only about 2 feet from the doorway. He craned his neck back to me and stopped me from moving any further. His brow furrowed, and he leaned back and let out a mighty roar. Achoo! I took my chance. I bolted through the common room door in an attempt to escape back to the surface, but as I reached the door that connected the common room to the catwalk, he was there to impede my progress. I thought his massive size would make it difficult to move through the room that he just destroyed, but his reflexes and dexterity were electric and feral. With one swipe of his massive paw, he clutched me from the hallway by the neck and hurled me into the darkness down below, and I screamed like a baby the entire way down. And then blackness. I woke up to the sound of buzzing. I sat bolt upright and gasped, but the air was protrudely rotten, and I vomited immediately. The ground was squishy and furry. I looked around, but I couldn't immediately find the flashlight the officer had given me until I laid back down on the plush ground and felt its metal housing digging into my spine. I wiped my mouth on my sleeve and picked up the flashlight and found that it still worked, although I wished it hadn't. As soon as I clicked it on, I discovered the soft ground was nothing more than the decayed, partially half-eaten corpses of thousands of forest creatures. Squirrels, chipmunks, rabbits, raccoons, birds, and foxes made up the floor of the stairwell. And their decaying flesh poisoned the air. I scrambled to find the bottom of the stairs, and in my haste, forgot about the binder I had with me at the time of my descent. I quickly swung my light back and forth, and eventually found it buried in what appeared to be a wolf's ribcage. Trudged back through the woolly swamp of putrid animal cadavers towards the binder, and I could feel the maggots crawling up my legs and the bot flies circling around my head as I reached down and pulled the tome free of the animal's remains. The puke rose in my throat once more, and I retched again. I ran back to the stairs as quickly as I could, and I climbed several levels before I stopped to rest. Now that I was out of the filth, I surveyed my own body for any injury. Surprised to find that aside from a few fly bites and scratches, I was fine. As I collected myself more, I glanced at my watch. Which now read 5:14. 5:14 p.m.? That meant that the officer who was waiting for me to return to the surface was gone. I was on my own this time. I started nervously going over all the possibilities that awaited me once I got back to the top. Did he lock the door behind me? Did he get back? Was he going to have me arrested for trespassing? Then I started thinking of worse scenarios. How did I know it was 5:14 p.m. on the same day? How long had I been down here? It was in this panic that my light just happened to scan past a partially ajar bulkhead that was fenced over with chicken wire and small planks of decaying wood. I limped over to the door and began to look for any clues as to where this door led. A plaque, caked with years of grime and rot, sat bolted to the wall next to the door. I scraped off as much as I could to reveal an alphanumeric label. J57. I tore away the boards and wire as efficiently as I could in my condition. Once I had made enough of a hole in the blockage, I crawled in past the bulkhead and forced it closed behind me, straining to turn the bulkhead's wheel to bolt the heavy door into place. I slumped down onto the damp floor in exhaustion and just stayed there motionless. When I finally felt myself blink back into consciousness, I finally took in my surroundings. I was in some kind of control room. One that looked through a shattered glass partition into another circular inner room. Then I remembered. The plaque on the outside of the bulkhead, J57, J57, this is the room where the experiment was conducted. That's what I remember. I never finished reading the entry. I flung the binder back open and rifled through the pages until I came back to where I left off. The subject suddenly exploded, covering the 3 men with radioactive blood and entrails. Protocol states that the room needed to be sealed immediately to contain the radiation. I sat in the control room helpless as I watched Rick and Tom succumb to the radiation and finally perish. Jimmy's fate was much more extreme and heart-wrenching. His hair began to fall out, and his body began to deform. His face slid from his skull as his body swelled. I could hear his skin stretching and his bones cracking under the stress of his transformation. He was crying for help the entire time. His speech began to slur until it became unrecognizable sounds of fear and pain. As his growth finally began to slow, I could see that he was now at least 10 feet in height. But the girth of his frame simply wouldn't allow him to fit through the door. I could still recognize his face. It still looked like Jimmy, but the radiation mutated into a feral beast. He thrust his meaty paw against the glass and shattered the viewing window, cutting my face in the process. I fled from the control room and bolted the door behind me. The entire time he was calling my name for help. But his deformity now prohibited his mouth to forming the correct Charles. It now resembled a garbled chew, cho, or chaw. No, that can't be possible. That hulking beast is Jimmy Strauss. That would make him as old as Mr. Gunderson. I took another look at the experiment room, the old blood spatters over the glass shards that littered the inner chamber and the control room. I slowly peered beyond the glass to see exactly how the radiation affected these men. The mangled remains of a human corpse lay splayed open on the operating chair in the center, the skin worn away by time, showing nothing more than a skull frozen in an expression of unbearable pain. On the floor lay two humans dressed in a primitive protective clothing. I can only assume that these are the remains of Richard Kingford and Thomas Faber, the two who did not survive the experiment. I opened the binder back up and read the last entry. The experiment lab was sealed, and after reporting the incident to my supervisors, the base was designated inactive. In the months that followed, the crew was reassigned, and the details of the failed experiment were covered up. The deaths of Rick and Tom were explained as military accident, and even though their caskets were empty, they were given a proper burial. Jimmy, on the other hand, will suffer a fate worse than death. He is now a prisoner in the nuclear tomb, and only I know about him. This is my punishment also. No man should have to suffer through this alone. I'll do what I can to make Jimmy as comfortable as I can, until I perish from this earth. CG. It all started to make sense now. Why this land was owned by Mr. Gunderson, why the beast called out Chaw. Charles Gunderson was the only one who knew about the beast. And the beast knew only of Charles. I left the room and I began to head back up towards the surface. I knew James Strauss would be roaming the dark corridors, and he deserved to know what became of his old friend. I was 2 levels below where I originally thrown into the pit, when I heard him stomping around aimlessly and angrily. Originally, I would have been terrified, but now it was all replaced with sorrow and pity. I decided that I should get it over with as soon as possible. I called out into the darkness, "Jimmy!" The words reverberated against the concrete. No response. Jimmy, Charles sent me!" Suddenly, I heard a calm, thunderous footsteps approaching from a corridor. Around the stairwell, I shone my light in their direction to see a massive hole in the wall. There was movement from within, and it was getting closer. A thick, bulbous head reached out from within and gently grabbed the edge of the hole, followed by the rest of Jimmy. Now that I was no longer fearing for my life, I was able to appreciate his massive frame. The journal was accurate. He stood about 10 feet tall. By the looks of it, he'd grown accustomed to stooping over to fit within the hallways, so if he were to stand fully upright, he might be closer to 12 or 15 feet. His arms were as thick as tree trunks, covered in matted, mossy hair. He glared at me across the stairwell as best he could with one good eye, and he called out, "Chaw." He sniffed the air, and I knew that he could tell the difference again. Like a pet identifying his master, Jimmy was trying to figure out why I didn't smell like Mr. Gunderson. "Who are you? Or Chaw?" He was deformed, not mentally challenged. He was doing the best he could under the circumstances, and I figured it would be best to play to the remains of his humanity and appeal to his compassion.
My name is John Wilcox. I'm from Elm Grove. I'm a historian. Are you Jimmy Strauss? Jimmy nodded in silence. I called out again. Do you know what year it is, Jimmy? He looked at me for a while, cocked his head at an angle, and then after a few seconds, shook his massive head. But believe it or not, Mr. Strauss, the year is 2010. And I have some sad news for you. Jimmy leaned on the railing, his face full of worry and concern. Your friend Charles, he died several days ago. Immediately, giant pools began to well up in the great man's eyes and poured down his face into the darkness. His sobs resembled the cries of a bear that had become trapped. He collapsed to the floor. He began to wail over the loss of his only friend in the world. I didn't know what else to say. For 40 years, he had been trapped in this tomb, and his only link to the world outside. His only link to the world outside was gone. What could there have been said? He stood up and he looked out towards the ceiling of the stairwell and wiped away the tears with his tremendous hands. He took a deep breath, and a calm came over him. He almost appeared to grin.
You go.
His voice was soft and articulate, probably the most he had sounded like his old self since the accident. He then turned to face the wall. He raised his monstrous arms over his head and violently began to pound on the concrete wall. It shook the entire stairwell and almost caused me to lose my balance and fall over back down to the bottom. He bellowed out this time, "Go!" I didn't need any further instructions. As fast as my legs would carry me, I raced up the catwalk and the stairs towards the entranceway. He continued to pound until I could hear the steel pry itself away from its supports and buckle and crumble. The decades of rust and mold was helping Jimmy with his task. As he continued to batter the foundation of the stairwell, bolts sprung from a section of the walkway and gave way, hurtling towards the darkness below. I continued to run as best as I could as the metal was forcefully quaking and deteriorating. I reached the top of the stairwell and turned to see Jimmy continuing to pound against the walls of the stairwell. A second later, there was a titanic crack, a deafening screech, and I had leapt into the entryway just as the entirety of the catwalk had buckled and plummeted into the inky blackness below, taking Jimmy with it. A few seconds later, the metal scaffolding crashed to the bottom of the stairwell with such a booming and ear-splitting impact that it resembled that of a volcanic explosion. I stood at the entrance of the stairwell, peering down below. I don't know what I was looking for. Hope? A fairy tale ending? A miracle? Jimmy was dead. And was finally free of his prison. I opened the door to the blast building to find I was surrounded by a squadron of police officers. I immediately threw my hands up and surrendered. The officer from before escorted me to his cruiser, slapping his handcuffs on me and forcing me inside. The ride to Waukesha police station was quiet enough. So what? I assume you were the cause of whatever sonic boom everyone heard topside. What happened down there? It wasn't me. It wasn't you? What else could it have been? It was Jimmy. He was just saying goodbye. Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and if you enjoyed tonight's story, I strongly suggest that you check out the new book by the same author. It's called After Alice, and it's available now on Amazon in the description down below. Now on to tonight's story. I remember when I was a child, my dad would tell me and my brother of the urban legend surrounding dragonflies.
For those of you unaware of the strange nature of the dragonfly, allow me to fill you in. See, apparently, if you're a child out too late, dragonflies can sense it and will attempt to punish you by sewing your mouth, eyes, nose, and ears shut with their tails. So imagine that for a moment. A bug that might fly directly into your face and quickly sew your head orifices shut with little provocation. Walking through the woods or some overgrown field, you might happen to disturb a dragonfly perched atop a blade of long grass and have it attack you, leaving you blind, deaf, unable to scream, unable to breathe. Horrific. It gives me chills just mulling the possibilities. My big brother and I would always turn our noses up at this and frown. I mean, sure that our dad was telling us tall tales that made sure that we'd come home when the sun went down. That was it. Nothing more, nothing less. But our dad persisted and would go into graphic detail about some kid he'd gone to school with. My dad, when he was a child, my dad would go down to an empty lot often to find a group of neighboring kids. They would dig in the dirt with sticks to imitate pirates sketching out crude maps to a treasure. They would pitch rocks at one another and whack them with sticks. They would take up in all manner of play. However, there was this one kid that no one ever invited to their deserted lot. This boy's name was Tanner, and no one liked Tanner. He would always insert himself into their playtime and almost always ruin the fun for everyone. He wasn't exactly a bully from what I'd gathered in my father's description, but he often whined and was a right party pooper. Whenever Tanner would be excluded from their activities, he would run home, tell his parents all about the miscreant children's endeavors. Then, so it would be that their setting fire to an anthill would be put to a stop, and the tomboy who'd brought their dad's matches to play with would be grounded. In particular, my dad hated Tanner, but whenever he would tell stories about that time in his life, he always seemed to look back on Tanner as a sort of tragic figure. As an adult, my father could see the cruelty in himself and his peers whenever they excluded the boy. I mean, kids can be cruel, my dad would say, but I reckon that's just the way things go. He would revel in telling me and my brothers the sort of misadventures that him and the other children would get into, and we'd always listen with great attention, as we'd grown up on the age of the internet, and it was helpful, in some nebulous way, to hear about a time gone, when kids would play with dirt and marbles, and that was enough, somehow. It was simply neat. The aforementioned tomboy, named Rachel, was the girl who'd given my father his first ever kiss at the age of 8, behind an old honeysuckle bush. The other children found out and endlessly teased both into never speaking to one another again. I remember when my dad told us this bit, I stuck my tongue out and gagged. But my brother, who was a few years older than me, elbowed me and listened intently to our old man. That was also the day that we learned about the dragonflies. We were riding in the car to visit the oncologist. My mother sat in the driver's seat, maintaining eye contact with the road. Our father twisted in his seat to face me and my brother in the back, his bony frame and his bald head, tired eyes motioning as the story unfolded. He and a few of the other kids in his neighborhood had just bought a new, explicit music CD from a teenager, and they were running it to their lot, to their makeshift tin shack that they'd constructed with old sheets of metal and branches, to listen to the thing in a collective battery-powered stereo. They were all overly excited to learn a few new curse words. As the group walked along the sidewalk, the tenor fell into step with them, pestering my father with question after question. Where'd you get that? Why is that lady on the cover wearing no clothes? Where are you guys going? And finally, I'm going to tell my parents if you don't let me listen to it too. They had no choice but to let Tanner into their shack if he promised to shut his yap and not touch their stereo. Tanner protested, but ultimately agreed to this agreement. Quickly they settled into the furniture they'd scavenged from the nearby woods. An old stool, a moldy recliner, and a particle board table. They inserted the CD and powered it on, head-banging and dancing like little idiots. My father told this bit with his trademark smile, and even my mother in the driver's seat was cornered and had no other option but to grin solemnly. Gray. Of fucking, started my dad, but upon feeling my mother's tense her shoulder, he rephrased, of course, that rotten Tanner started skipping songs on the CD. My dad threw his hands up. Even after all these years, he was vividly upset with his child. That's when Dad started slapping Tanner's hand whenever it reached out for the silver button on the old stereo. The feeling in the shack was palpable and visceral. A fistfight was brewing, and every one of the children knew it. Finally, Tanner reached out again and skipped another song. My father slapped his hand, and Tanner, red in the face and teary-eyed, grabbed the square black box with speakers and held it over his head. Fine, Tanner screamed before slamming the thing against the dirt floor. It shattered, and the song died into a creaking sputter. The group had had enough and shoved Tanner from his clubhouse so that the little boy went head under feet and straight into the ground. Tanner began crying and slinging dirt into a frenzy, tossing it into their faces. You guys are nothing but a lot of bullies, you know that? All you ever do is pick on me, you bunch of jerks. He spat out a mouthful of dirt, wiping his dusty cheeks. My dad, not too proud of this recollection, jumped onto Tanner's back and sat on him. The other children followed suit and began sitting on the screaming boy. I can't breathe, he would shout. No one cared. They'd had enough of the brat. He began hyperventilating and kicking and punching. He was funny at first, but knowing they couldn't keep him down forever, they got off the boy and let him scramble away. You're crazy, he screamed at them. You could have killed me. He spit and wiped at his face again. That's when they began throwing rocks at the boy. Most of them were light tosses, to be sure, but one of them connected with the side of Tanner's face, sending out a rush of hot, red blood. Tanner looked at his hands now covered in the stuff, and he cried even harder. Then he ran from the group, across the empty lot, and disappeared through a hole in the fence, where beyond only the forest was. And that was the last we saw of him, my dad said. None of us ever said anything about it, but I know we all felt bad about it. The police asked us a lot of questions the following day. Turns out he died in those woods. My parents stopped letting us go out to that lot after that. My dad sighed. And this was followed with a wet cough, quickly transforming into a gasp for air until his eyes were full of water and his hands were shaking. After regaining control of himself, he continued. Rumors spread that the dragonflies got him because he got lost. Couldn't get out of the woods before dark. My brother, wide-eyed, asked, Why did they say that? My father struggled. They said he was found with everything sewed up. He motioned with his bony index finger to emulate the motion of a dragonfly sewing his face shut. Noticing our small, horrified expressions, he put both hands over his chest, all crisscrossed, and closed his eyes with his tongue stuck out. It did extraordinarily little to lighten the mood. When our father died, my brother grew distant. Stopped playing with me, started hanging out with other teenagers while I still colored in my SpongeBob crayon book. I was left alone, confused by the whole world and always waiting for my dad to come home. I would tug on my brother's shirt, pleading to go do things like we used to, perhaps hoping to create adventures like the ones our dad told us of. I'd be met with a swift knuckle to the forearm. My arm would hang limp by my side for a brief second before tears pooled in my eyes. Mom, always the resilient type, withdrew emotionally, and it's only in retrospect that I'm aware that she was trying to hold herself together. I honestly believe that she thought she was doing the right thing, not wanting to destroy us all with her own grief. She worked, she cleaned, absently lived her life. That always makes me sad. This is what I remember. I hate you! Screamed my brother as my mom held up the small bag of marijuana she'd found stowed in between his mattress and box spring. It was all so vivid. She'd confronted him in his troublemaking ways. I hid in the corner of the doorway to his bedroom. Fuck this, he said, shoving past her He nearly stumbled over me in the hallway, but upon seeing me there, he stopped and put his hand on my shoulder. "I'm leaving, and I'm not coming back." He started to move away, but it seemed that something occurred to him, and he turned back to me, full on crouching to meet my eyes. "I love you." I was stunned. He pulled me into a brisk hug and left out the front door. I could hear my mother crying through the wall that night. I wanted to confront her. I wanted to go to her and tell her it was all right. I wanted to let her know that he was just lashing out. I was 10. That night I crawled out of bed long after I was sure that Mom had gone to sleep. I crept through the house and into the living room, withdrawing an old photo album from the cabinet near the fireplace. It was covered in dust, and I laid it out over my lap as I sat in the armchair with my father's outline infinitely pressed into it. On the first page there was a happy family of 3. And the mother had a swollen belly beneath her sundress. She was giving the grinning man in the photo a smirk and eye roll as he snapped the photo. This was the park. The little boy there was forever posed in a laugh. I flipped through the photo album and watched the grinning man growing thinner and thinner. But the smile stayed the same. His smile was always there. It seemed that everything else around the mouth changed, including the people. The boy developed pimples and an icy, angsty stare. The mother's expression hardened into a stony resolve that broke my heart. The younger brother, no longer in his mother's womb, grew from a chubby baby into a round-faced boy with a confused look on his face. The man still smiled. As the pictures came to an end, the pimply boy, now a teen, wore all black and painted his fingernails. The mother stopped letting her hair fall into a frizzy, wavy mess, and instead opted to wrangle it into a tight ponytail to expose the deepening creases across her forehead. The round-faced boy looked at his father with admiration. The man smiled still. The last picture was of a water-eyed family, crowded across a slim man in a hospital bed. The man's skin clung to his skull, like the thin paper they wrap gourmet sandwiches in. The mother was pole-stiff next to the bed, looking directly into the camera, holding the man's fingers with a limp grasp. The teen's cheeks were stained with mascara. The round-faced boy stood next to his brother, looking at the tiles of the hospital floor. The man in the hospital bed pointed at his chest with one hand and held the other in a thumbs-up fashion. His bruised eyes expressed that he was not worried about the surgery. There was everything else around the mouth that changed. I shuffled the last photo out of its page and held it up to the first. In between, there was a story here that only we could know. All of a sudden, everything made sense to the confused-looking round-faced boy as he sat in his father's armchair. A sound clattered from across the kitchen, and I jumped, dropping the book onto the floor and pulling my scared feet underneath my bottom. After a moment of complete silence, I shifted from the chair and scampered across the living room floor to peek into the kitchen. The room was pitch black save the moonlight splashed in from the sliding glass door that led to the back patio. I could feel the blackness all around me like little bugs hissing in through my teeth. I smacked the light switch near the threshold and kept my eyes fixed at the glass door as the overhead bulb spit light into the patio. I could see something moving out there, something humanoid, shifting black against the kitchen light. I held my breath and slowly, deftly, I moved across the tiles as I reached the glass door. I put my face against it, cupped my hands. Nothing.
Then the dark figure sprang to life, smacking against the door and rattling it in its frame. I tumbled backwards, falling over one of the wooden kitchen chairs, scrambling to flee the monster. I trod across the room, hiding at the edge of the threshold, and turning to look back, and I saw a hand grasp for the handle. The light shone. It was pale, and it had painted fingernails. I gasped, and I rushed back to the glass door, unlocking it, sliding it open. My brother fell into the kitchen. Face down, hands scrambling all around, feeling. His body contorted and clawed at his downturned face. I reached out to touch his shoulder, and he recoiled, turning to expose his face to me, and I let out a shrill, stiff cry. His mouth, eyes, nostril, and ears had been sewn shut in a tangle of thick black thread. He reached out for me, and I could see his cheeks turn purple and swell. He grabbed at my legs, and I backed away in terror, still screaming. And then he fell limp. I could hear my mother moving through the house. She stomped into the kitchen, obviously prepared to hand out disciplinary action. When she saw my brother lying lifeless on the kitchen tiles, she stopped dead in her tracks before springing into action, trying to shake him back into existence. We buried my brother, and we lived on, putting it away so that it's one of the things that we rarely withdraw and discuss. My mother softened after his death. We kept in touch. Whenever I visit, we talk about everything besides my dad and brother. As time goes on and her mind has started to slip away into oblivion, she opens more. The more recent time I joined her for dinner, she told me, be careful of the dragonflies. For a long time, I thought that maybe I was the one. The only one that had recalled the story from my father's childhood, but it seems she does too. I miss them every day. And still, time's arrow marches forward. Now that I have children of my own, I tell them the story of Tanner and the dragonflies. I'm not quite the storyteller my dad once was, but I give it my best. And it scares them well. I hope it does.
Hey there kids, it's me, MrCreepyPasta, and I wanted to tell you about one quick thing. It's a website that's put together by Spookbrain, who's the author of tonight's story as well as the previous Death Coach story. Spookbrain.com is a website created by this author that's going to be featuring numerous incredible stories and a bunch of spine-tingling stories for Halloween. The official launch for it is going to be on Halloween night, and if you're looking for new stories, new authors, and new experiences and contests, then this is going to be a great place to be able to check out and spend your Halloween. Okay, on to tonight's story. Death coaches are solitary creatures. Not by choice, mind you. It's a life that we're forced to lead. To be a death coach is to be stripped of all familiarity and sent adrift in a vast sea of isolation. We travel from town to town, client to client, wandering nomads who never settle down for more than a month. There's a certain beauty to our lifestyle, if you look hard enough, but it's certainly not for the faint of heart. As is always the case, there are exceptions to this rule. If the agency deems a case to be particularly dangerous, they'll assign 2 death coaches as a precautionary measure. This is not out of an abundance of caution for our safety, but rather to ensure success. I've been paired with a partner twice in my career, and although the first was memorable, the second time was something else entirely. I met Sebastian in a downtrodden bar in Defiance, Missouri, off the Katy Trail. He was a burly man with an unkempt beard, a rotund belly peeking through a stained shirt. Sebastian, I presume? Her little, chunkier than I imagine. Extending my hand, I greeted him with a sly smirk. You must be Alex. You're as much of an asshole as they say. He gripped my hand until my knuckles cracked. Well, this should be fun. I motioned the waitress for a stiff drink and a pizza. So, can you bring me up to speed? I haven't had much time to read the case notes, I said flippantly, annoyed there was no pizza on the menu. Yeah, no problem, but you're buying. I ordered Sebastian a frosty mug of beer, as the waitress kept ignoring him. I'll give you the summary version. Seems like your style anyway. Go for it. He was right on that one. The client's name is Brett Davis. He is a disgraced professor suspected of several horrific child abductions. Sebastian took a long pull from his drink. Just as the cops were closing in, he took his own life. His pointer finger against his temple, thumb raised high. Sebastian pantomimed a gunshot. A pair of ponytailed bikers entered the bar, eyeing us suspiciously. They sat in a corner booth, whispering to each other. About 5 years ago, a rash of disappearances swept through this area. A handful of kids are still missing. But we know what the police don't know. Or will believe. Sebastian slid over a manila folder filled with photos. The agency captured these images. A half-decomposed man, tattered garments clinging to flaking skin, appeared in a series of grainy pictures. His shadow jutted unnaturally in multiple directions, creeping over paved sidewalks and streets. There's more. Much more. I'll do you a favor and spare you. Just trust me when I say Professor Davis was, and still is, a monster. He's as much of a devil as he is a man. Not there's much of a difference between the two. Sebastian ended with a nihilistic flourish. Don't worry about me. I'm all too familiar with the devil, Sebastian. More than you'd like to know. I dragged a cigarette deeply. Now keep this in mind, partner. Every monster, even monsters, can be saved, I responded with my oft-derided ideology. Sebastian and I rendezvoused in the hotel lobby the following morning, reeking of poorly cleaned sheets and stale coffee. This place is shit. Weirdly familiar, though. Is it a chain? Sebastian asked, inquisitively. No, this is the one and only Country Moon Motel. And let's thank God for that. We chuckled lightly at my joke. A few elderly guests sauntered by, barely glancing at us, talking loudly on their cell phone. The young woman at the front desk chattered on, blissfully ignorant to the world going by. I'm going to run through the plan once more. Got to study hard if we're dealing with a professor, right? My second joke fell flat. Tough crowd. Anyway. Our target location is Professor Davis's summer home, which remains abandoned. All the missing kids lived within a 5-mile radius of the house. Can you hurry this up? I've rehearsed this ad nauseum. Sebastian tapped his foot nervously, biting his fingernails. Okay. Bullet points then. Role reversal. You and I are going to the house tonight, going to do some dangerous and poorly paid work, and hopefully convince a murderous entity to cross over to the other side. And if we can't convince him, we salt his bones, send him to hell. Right? Unlike me, Sebastian was less forgiving. Not that this was surprising. Yeah, I guess that's right. Why don't you bring the salt? I replied sarcastically. That night, Sebastian and I split a ride to a vineyard, a short walk from Professor Davis's house. A clear night sky dotted with brilliant stars extended beyond the horizon. A chorus of cicadas chirped mournfully. Are you cold? I'm pretty cold. It was a sweltering, humid night, but Sebastian was shivering. I'm ready to get this over with. That's what I am, I answered dismissively. Coming up to the end of a fenced-off dirt road, we pointed our flashlight beams across a field of tall grass and wildflowers. A fresh trail cut through the unruly vegetation, winding towards a decaying, vintage farmhouse. Stay alert. I think we have company. The living kind. We crouched down, creeping onto the makeshift path. Insects chirped all around us. Sweat drenched my back, dripping down like a leaky faucet. Sebastian continued to shiver, his teeth chattering like chains. Being a death coach isn't for everyone. Even death coaches. End of the road, boy. The bikers from the bar emerged, stealthily out of the darkness, brandishing pistols with Confederate engravings. Sebastian let out a surprised shriek, cowering behind me. The bikers chuckled, slapping each other on the back like triumphant teammates. Professor Davis sends his regards. The biker's voice morphed into a silky and elegant drawl, eyes rolling back until blood vessels were visible. Possession is a common form of defense employed by the no longer living, although only the most dim-witted fall prey to it. It takes a weak, feeble mind to be controlled by the dead, and in those bikers, Professor Davis had found easy pickings. No need to send regards. He'll be able to give them himself. Reaching into my pocket, I cupped a handful of fine white powder and blew it into the biker's face. They screamed and clawed at their skin, collapsing into a convulsing heap before finally going limp. Death coaches, just like the dead, utilize a variety of self-defense techniques. Possession powder is one of those tools, a potent chemical cocktail that expunges unwanted entities from a host body. It is an agonizingly painful process, one that I experienced firsthand during a particularly disastrous mission. Quick thinking. Now, how did he know we were coming? Sebastian cautiously stepped over the unconscious bikers, who groaned miserably in their sleep. Not sure, but that's irrelevant. We have a job to finish, and if possible, I'd like to get back before the pizza joint closes. Sebastian was hesitant to continue, but it's not like either of us had a say in the matter. There's no such thing as a failure when you're a death coach. You either complete the mission or die trying. That's technically a third option, but it's not even worth mentioning. Dark oval windows peered down like the distrustful gaze of an owl, watching intently as we approached the back door. With a gentle push, it creaked open on rusty hinges. Stale, damp air washed over us, much colder than outside. Footsteps rattled the ceiling, sending dust and plaster tumbling to the ground. Guess someone's home, I muttered. Why don't you lead the way? I'll take the rear. Sebastian huddled against me as we climbed the stairs. A stifling shroud permeated the top floor. Thick shag carpet, yellowed from years of neglect, stretched down a narrow hallway. 4 doors, shut tight, lined the wall. 2 on each side. The footsteps had stopped, but the house crooned like a hoarse soprano. Starting to think I won't be eating pizza tonight. Shadows stretched around our flashlights, begging us to come closer. Let's get the last door on the left. I got a feeling about that one. Sebastian followed like a lost puppy. A hiss of air like a deflating balloon, accompanied with the whimpering hinges as the door swung open. As we passed through the door frame, we were led into another hallway, exactly the same as the one we'd left. Don't close the goddamn door! Sebastian had already closed it, his eyes wide with fear. Great. Now we're stuck in an endless hallway, I squawked angrily. Powerful spirits have the ability to manipulate and interact with physical spaces, creating distorted mazes that trap victims until they go mad, or starve. Death coaches refer to them as endless hallways. I'd already been stuck in 3 up until this point, the longest stretch being 5 weeks. I'm gonna salt the fucker's bones! Sebastian roared. His pride dealt a serious blow. You could do that, I suppose, but then we'd be trapped here. Well, forever. So maybe you want to rethink the plan. Sebastian shrugged his shoulders. Usually the best thing to do in this situation is search until we find an exit, but that takes time, and I'm not much for company. So let's go with Plan B. Plan B? Perplexed, Sebastian teetered his head to the left. Yeah, Plan B. Before we could react, I sprayed a black viscous liquid into his eyes. Sorry, bud. This is the easiest way, just not the most pleasant. Sebastian rolled on the ground, squealing in pain. I'd spritzed him with a highly diluted neurotoxin, which creates a chemical and physical reaction that is, well, comparable to catnip for dark spirits. Needless to say, they love it. I wasn't in the mood for waiting, and I doubted Sebastian would agree, so I went ahead and made an executive decision. I felt kind of bad, but I was sure that he'd thank me once it was over. Better to be in pain for hours than miserable for weeks.
And when he shall die, take him and cut him into little stars, and he will make the face of heaven so fine that all the world will be in love with night and pay no worship to the garish sun.
A baritone voice with an elegant drawl quoting Shakespeare floating through the halls. The door clattered with its echoes. I'm more of a mindless action movie guy, but thanks for the brush up in the classics, I responded mockingly. A rotting man wearing an angled sweater vest, hanging on by threads, materialized to the ceiling, his bloody eyes fixated on Sebastian. The spirit swooped from the rafters like a screeching bat before he could descend upon my partner. I produced a faded notebook from my bag and threw it on the ground. "Remember this, baby?" I shouted. A treatise on man's infernal affliction. The original copy of Professor Davis's manifesto, his life's work, lay coldly on a grime-covered carpet. His spirit momentarily pacified, Professor Davis began assiduously flipping through the journal's pages. Then, something strange happened. Well, strange from the hardened perspective of a death coach, who frequently deals with the supernatural. Sebastian glided effortlessly to his feet as if a pulley had dragged him. No longer showing signs of impairment from the toxins, completely transfixed, he joined Professor Davis in lovingly caressing the pages of the manifesto. A blinding flash of light exploded as their fingertips collided, sending me careening into a wall. As the light cleared, I saw Sebastian and Professor Davis spinning rapidly around each other, a circle growing tighter and tighter and tighter until they were practically touching lips. Sebastian began to transform, his limbs shortening and belly receding, and the closer he got to Professor Davis, the more he resembled him until they were indistinguishable from one another. Well, I didn't see that coming, I mumbled softly. A chorus of children's laughter flooded through the halls, reverberating off every corner. As the laughter crescendoed and distorted into something demonic, Sebastian and Professor Davis merged into a single entity, wailing in anguish. The ground beneath Professor Davis's feet dissolved, morphing into a cavernous pit, wisps of fire licking its sides. Dozens of tiny hands burst forth from the hole, grasping Sebastian, Professor Davis, whatever, down into the abyss. Humans are complex creatures, harboring seemingly incongruent philosophies in the same mind. A man can be evil and good all at once, but sometimes one side triumphs over the other. Professor Davis committed untold atrocities, true, but he could also display genuine empathy and compassion. He cared deeply about his students, worked tirelessly to promote sustainable practices, volunteered regularly in soup kitchens, but also lived with obsessive and murderous impulses he could never seem to quell. When a person passes over marred by conflicting visions, their soul can split in two, light and dark, taking separate forms. And when I unwittingly connected Sebastian with Professor Davis, their souls merged once more, and a certain justice, but not redemption, was wrought. I wouldn't have gone through with it if I had known, but the agency was well aware of my proclivity for independence, so they planned ahead. They manipulated me every step of the way, and I could only guess what they'd done to Sebastian to make him believe he was a death coach, let alone why. Not that it mattered. And not that I cared. Not that I'd say. My mission had been completed, and that's all that meant anything, even if it meant nothing at all. Once I exited the house, I lit up a lonely cigarette and I watched trails of smoke dissipate with the wind. I felt a tinge of jealousy, dreading my next assignment. I ambled back to the hotel, dreaming of pizza.
I hated jack-o'-lanterns. This is a problem since my town is known as the jack-o'-lantern capital of the United States. Every year my town is host to thousands, if not millions, of carved horrors, and it's become a point of pride for our Midwestern town. See, our town has been full of pumpkins since it was founded back in the 1800s, and the town is filled with glowing, grinning gourds from September till April.
Most backyards had greenhouses. The public commons had 3 large greenhouses that grew pumpkins during the cold months, and no citizen had to pay for a pumpkin. I'm pretty sure it came out of our taxes. I grew up carving, eating, and hating pumpkins with a red-hot fury. As a child, the glowing gourds had frightened me. My parents were never sure why, but I was terrified of them. Till I was 7, I refused to even carve one. And I remember getting into trouble several times for pushing them off our front porch. Never stopped a new one from appearing where the old one had been and a stern talking to about wasting pumpkins. Pumpkins were a hot commodity in my town, not something to be squandered. By the time I was 17, my fear had turned into a deep hatred. We were sitting on the commons, a big green expanse near the city hall that acted as a sort of park, where I got the idea. Hey, why don't we pull a prank on Halloween? You know, like a big prank. Chris looked up, cigarette smoke curling across his face, while Kevin leaned over his handlebars and stared stupidly at me. What kind of prank? Asked Chris, smoke curling from his lips. Chris was your typical greasy teenager troublemaker. Leather jacket, ripped jeans, black boots, a constant need to smoke the cigarette that he usually lifted from his dad. Something big. Something that will never be forgotten, I said, grinning hugely. I was watching them unload a wagon of pumpkins from the greenhouse as we loitered on the commons, wanting nothing so much as to watch them all become compost.
Maybe we could, maybe some soap in the fountain again,
Kevin asked dumbly. Kevin was certainly not as intimidating as Chris. See, if Chris looked like a greaser, then Kevin looked like a generic Chad. Blonde hair, blue eyes, tap-out shirt, gold chain, wind pants, and a lot of pictures on his phone of his well-crafted physique. Kevin and Chris had been my friends for a long time, but I mostly just used them as muscle. See, I wanted them in on this in case things went south, and something had the potential to go very wrong very quickly. No, Kevin, something a little bigger this time. I'm thinking about maybe smashing some pumpkins on Halloween night. Kevin grinned, but Chris raised a pierced eyebrow at me. Are you kidding? You know how anal this town is about the damn pumpkins. We go around people's houses, smash up their jack-o'-lanterns. I'm not talking about the ones at people's houses. I want to smash all the pumpkins. The ones at the houses, the shops, and the display on the commons. The two of them looked at me in stunned silence. By morning, I don't want a single jack-o'-lantern in the whole town. Kevin grinned like a shot fox, nodding his head and raising his hand for a high five, which I gave him. Chris didn't say anything for a few seconds, but his lips were slowly creeping into a distinct, evil smile as he thought over the implications. Chris was smart, probably smarter than I was, but he loved a good trick, and the idea of all the townspeople seeing their pumpkins smashed, their town pride destroyed, made him grin. We'd be legends. More than legends. We'd be infamous, he said as he raised his hand for a high five. I slapped it. Boys, I guarantee that the day after Halloween will go down in history when we're all done. Now I had no idea how right I was. We began making our plans right away. Halloween was 5 days from now, and we had to make sure that we could commit our prank and get away with it unscathed. Being arrested for a stunt like that would only elevate our street cred, but I was honestly a little worried about how the town would take what we were getting ready to do. As we passed through the downtown on our bikes, I saw the shops littered with pumpkins. The plaques that commemorated when the world's largest pumpkin had come through with the fair one year, and the display tables of pumpkins outside the Jack-O-Lantern Museum. I thought about how vital the stupid things are in my town. We could get in real trouble for what we were about to do, so the first order of business was masks.
They need to be full-face masks, too, Chris put in. I don't want them to see our hair or our noses and identify us somehow.
Kevin laughed. Easy. My bro and I are heading to Seaver Friday night. You guys slide me some money for masks, and I'll bring back some quality masks. I looked at Chris. He looked at me. This was a big ask from Kevin, a guy who still got lost on his way to school sometimes. Kevin's role in the gang was muscle, that was obvious, and trusting him with something like this was a stretch. If he got distracted when he and his bro got there, we could be out of money and not have masks for this little caper. Chris was right when he said that the full face masks would be a must, and the shops in town wouldn't have what we were looking for. Kevin noticed our looks and got a little angry. Oh, come on, guys, I could do this. Do you want good masks or not? We finally decided to just give Kevin some money and take our chances. We each gave him 20 and said that he better not forget and spend it on crap. The next 5 days were agony. We couldn't tell anyone what we were planning to do. That would ruin the prank. But we still had to make sure that we had an alibi. Our friend Mark was having a Halloween party that night. We told them that we would be there. People would see us, they would remember that we were there, and they could sneak out at 9:30 and be back before any of the booze-soaked brains had time to miss us. I didn't sleep well that week. I was plagued with dreams that I would stagger awake from, and then fall back into as soon as I closed my eyes. I saw myself smashing jack-o'-lantern after jack-o'-lantern, and all the while something watched me from the thick fog that surrounded everything. I could see it, but it was big. Its eyes red. He seemed pleased by what I was doing. Now and again, I'd raise my bat and salute to the mysterious figure, and it would rear back, and it would cackle like a demon. We seemed to plan constantly that week. We'd use our bikes as transportation. We decided that since they could cut around with less notice than a car, and we were faster than moving on foot, we figured we'd have about an hour and a half to pull this off before the devastation was noticed. And speed would be critical in the operation. We had some baseball bats in my shed that we'd planned to use and begun to map out our route. As long as Kevin got the masks, we'd be home free. He winked at us Friday afternoon as his brother came to pick him up from school. Don't forget, I reminded him. He scoffed. I got this, guys. Chris sent me a text later that night saying, still haven't heard from Kevin. I sighed and buried my face against the pillow. Kevin better not have flaked. Chris came over the next morning and found me in my garage. I was oiling the chain on my bike when he pulled up, preparing for the night, and he looked put out. I could guess the source of his anger. Kevin had been radio silent since yesterday at school. Not a text, not a call, nothing. He forgot. He forgot, and you know it, Chris said. We don't know that, I said, trying to remain positive. Chris could be volatile, and was prone to moodiness sometimes, and I didn't want him bailing out at the last minute. He won't return my texts, and his phone goes straight to voicemail. If he and his brother spent the night in Seaver, we could be screwed. I started to speak, but at that moment, Kevin pulled into our driveway with a paper bag under his arm and a big grin on his face. Sorry, boys, he said as he screeched to a halt. I dropped my phone in a puddle about 5 minutes after we got there. No, not worried, I said, as long as you got the masks. His grin threatened to cut his head in half. Oh, I got the masks. I think you'll find them very fitting, too. I reached into the bag and pulled out a ghoulish orange mask that made me grin as well. The thick plastic looked like a demented jack-o'-lantern, its gaping black mouth cut into a frightening double row of teeth, its black eyes angled with malice, and I could see a big plastic roach crawling from its nostril as I took it in. It was perfect. I couldn't believe that Kevin had picked these out. It would be fitting to attack their established idol with the likeness of them. Chris was grinning as he looked at his, and I could tell that all his anxiety had dissipated. Kevin, these are perfect. Tonight, we're going to make history. That night, we set off on our bikes, bats and masks stored in our backpacks along with the required 6-pack of beer to get into the party. We arrived at Mark's party around 9, the festivities already in full swing. It was your typical high school underage drinking party. Lots of people making out in the living room and collective of smoke clouds around the back or out front. People dancing around the loud music and a kitchen that was 5 parts wet bar, 5 parts buffet. Mark's parents were out of town. They always seemed to be out of town. And Mark's house was typically the place where parties happened. We stood around and sipped warm beer, keeping an eye on our watches. We didn't want to be here for too long. Just long enough to get noticed. We said hi to some people from school, played a few rounds of beer pong, and at 9:45, we slipped out and took our bike off quietly. We'd planned our routes all day. Chris would take 1st through 6th Street, Kevin would take 7th through 10th, and I would take 11th through 15th. There were roughly 5 to 10 houses per street, and we would meet up downtown when we were done. If we got done early, we would start smashing pumpkins downtown and wait for the others. If the cops came, we would run, leading them away so the others could keep smashing. They would not assume that we were organized. They would think that we were holiday pranksters out for fun, and if they grabbed one of us, the other two could finish the night's work before they were the wiser. Hopefully. We split off at 10 o'clock. The front porch is dark, save for the glow of the jacks, and the trick-or-treaters mostly gone. I slipped on my mask as I came to 11th Street, grinning beneath as I freed my bat from my pack. The first gourd my bat hit exploded in a shower of orange and wet flesh. I smiled beneath the mask, smashing the other two and moving on to the next. The pumpkins were old by now, starting to rot. My bat made quick work of them. I had finished with the street in no time, my arms burning from the effort already. I had seen people peek from their windows, but no blue and whites came to chase me. The work seemed too easy. The jack-o'-lanterns flying apart as I swung the bat. And I reveled in the feel of my anger and fear being satiated. I would look back at that feeling throughout the years, and I would feel deep shame. I wasn't challenged until 12th Street. I was getting cocky halfway through. I wasn't content to just smash the pumpkins anymore. I had started throwing them against trees, mailboxes, and houses. The man lumbered from the door, and though it was a little hard to see through the eye holes, I was pretty sure it was Mr. Basque, my English teacher. He asked me what the hell I thought I was doing as he came striding out, and on a whim, I threw the pumpkin full in his face. He fell back, crashing into an end table, and lay on the floor amidst the debris. I started to step towards him, wanting to know if he was hurt. But something pushed me on instead. A chilling little voice I had become very acquainted with over the years.
To hell with him. Your work must be fulfilled.
I glanced back at the man for another second before turning back to continue. By the time I finished my work, it was nearly midnight. How long had it taken? I'd been so taken by the act of destruction, I'd lost track of time. I was surprised that no one else came out to challenge me, and wondered how no one had called the police yet. My clothes were spattered with pumpkin, my mask now caked with dried seeds and goopy rind, but I didn't feel tired. Not in the least bit. Quite the contrary, I felt an almost maniacal need to see more pumpkins felled under my bat. I mounted my bike and I rode downtown, feeling the cold breeze drive me forward. The breeze felt like oncoming winter, and it seemed to lend me its power. I passed the remains of many smashed jack-o'-lanterns on the way. Chris and Kevin had been busy, it would seem. Tables had been turned over. The gaping holes from the pumpkins greeted me as I rode. They had thrown them into the street. They'd smashed windows on the storefronts. They had scattered the guts of numerous gourds everywhere. It all seemed a little much. We hadn't agreed on this level of vandalism, but at the same time, I was emboldened by the sight of so much destruction. This was his will. His who I thought. And he would reward us for our efforts. I saw, or felt, I guess, the mist that was gathering over the town, and its icy fingers were making chill bumps pop out of my arms. I found myself looking for the figure from my dreams, expecting him to appear in the mist and cackle, but if he were there, he was staying hidden. I found Kevin and Chris on the commons. The police were there, and their blue and white lights were cutting through the fog almost as well as the fire was. I gawked at the blaze, speechless. They had set the greenhouse on fire. They had set a pyre and called the police to us. Must have lingered a little too long, though. Somebody pushed me suddenly, spilling me into the street, and fell on me as they wrenched my arms painfully behind my back. The fall had knocked the wind out of me, and I didn't have any strength to fight them off. When they lifted me to my feet, they shouted for me to get in the back of the squad car and stop resisting. I was walked to the standing vehicle and pushed into the back seat. I shimmied to the other side, waiting to see if my friends would escape, but what I saw was far from what I expected. Outside, Kevin and Chris were backing into the thick fog that swirled around the commons. The police were moving in, nightsticks in hand. The cop that had cuffed me moved up behind them as he yelled into his radio. He didn't seem to be reaching anyone, because I saw him jerk his head away as it crackled and sparked on his shoulder. He cursed and pulled it off, stomping on the box as it caught fire, looking away from his fellow officers as he tried to put it out. This is why he didn't notice the figure when I came out of the fog. I saw his red eyes first, glowing from high in the fog as he came up behind my friends. He was tall, nearly 8 feet, and I saw the 2 officers freeze as they noticed him. He came between my friends, and a single hoof stepping from the fog as his horse parted the mist. His armored form came next, his armor forest green as his horned helm, the color of moss, his sword shrieking like a wildcat as he drew it out. Kevin and Chris didn't even look at him, their pumpkin heads still fixed on the officers. I heard his laugh, his biting cackle from inside the car as he charged the officers and cut both down with a single slice of his enormous sword. It sheared through their nightsticks, their ballistic vests, their flesh. The 2 fell to pieces on the commons as the 3rd officer looked up in time to see the figure bearing down on him. I watched as his head bounced off the glass as the rider took it off, and when he saw me, his eyes locked. That was when I knew. He was the creature of my dreams. The voice I had heard. The winter wind that gave me strength. The green man had returned. He leapt the car and rode into town. Chris and Kevin followed mutely behind him. I pivoted in the seat, screaming for them to let me out. I kicked the door. I kicked the glass until it splintered into a cascade of spidery cracks. But they were already disappearing into the fog. They left me there with the bodies. They had left me there to take the blame. I kicked until my legs ached. I screamed until my throat felt like it would break. I pulled on my cuffs until my wrists bled. I struggled and I kicked like a child having a tantrum. But they still didn't come back for me. I'm in a jail cell now. No one seems to know what to do with me. They found me the next morning cuffed in a squad car with the bodies of 3 local officers nearby. 17 more deaths would be reported that night. 3 fires. And too much vandalism to keep track of. Mark's property had been turned into a bloodbath. And the kids that had escaped were saying it was a guy with a sword and 2 guys in pumpkin masks with bats. The sheriff stood outside my cell for hours, trying to get me to answer questions, but I refused to answer. When he couldn't get anything out of me, he told me a story instead. There was a mural in the museum. You've probably seen it 1,000 times, but never really thought much of it. Settlers that founded this place came fleeing something that they prayed they had left in the old country. That image on the mural, it's not English invaders, as we sometimes pretend for the tourists. Granddad said his granddad told him stories of the Green Man, spirit of winter, the one who sought sacrifice, punished those who wouldn't give him his due. I sat silently. That's why we light the jack-o'-lanterns. That's why the tradition is still here today. We light them. We might forget the demon that once haunted us. We light them because they keep him away. You left us naked in the breeze, boy. Burned our greenhouses, smashed our talismans, and now there'll be nothing to stop him from coming back tonight. He continued to sit silently. You see him, boy? You see the devil? He wrung his hands over the bars like a drowning man, treading water, but I refused to answer him. After I'd sat there for a few minutes, he left. I haven't seen him in several hours. They didn't search me very carefully when they put me in here. They missed my lighter, my wallet, even my phone. I've been writing this down for the past hour, knowing my time's limited. As the sun sets in the bars, I could see the fog gathering, and as it does, I can see faces looking into the bars. I know it's Kevin and Chris. The mask still looking grisly as they covered their faces, and I hear the stomp of hooves behind them as he rode his horse that waits impatiently. The voice in my head is telling me that they need one more. They need a leader. The mask I've been wearing falls to the bars at my feet. It's in my other hand. The plastic feeling different somehow as I rub it between my fingers. I think I'm going to put it on. The voice tells me I have work to do. The green man calls me to action. And who am I to deny him? In the early 1920s, there was a hospital on the hill that was completely self-sustained. They raised livestock, grew vegetables, and even had their own post office. If you needed it to live, then you could get it there. And that was a good thing, because regardless if you were a patient, doctor, nurse, janitor, whatever, you weren't ever leaving. Tuberculosis ravaged the city beneath it, and they tried their best to send it up to the hospital on the hill and keep it there. Doctor or patient, you committed to a life at the hospital in order to save the people still untouched in the city. Intentions were good. No one really sets out to build an evil hospital, per se. So many deaths leave a scar, though. Tens of thousands pushed through that line between life and death in that hospital on the hill. It's similar to a hole in an old worn sweater that you've worn for years and years. The more you pick at it, the more it unravels. Send thousands of people through one very specific hole, and it's bound to irreparably rip open. I hope you'll notice that I'm careful not to refer to the hospital by its given name, and that is intentional on my part. The name itself is notorious. I don't want any of you all to make the same mistake that I did. Because it was a mistake. We thought we were untouchable, in the way that teenage courage still lingers in you in your early 20s. We thought it'd be fun. We could just go to Waffle House after to compare photos and laugh. The hospital saw us, though. Peter, more than any of us. God, Peter. We were all friends from high school. We grew up in the foothills surrounding the hospital, and all of us knew about it, but weren't that interested in it. It wasn't the 1970s anymore, and you couldn't break into it anymore like our parents used to. My dad was even personally responsible for some graffiti on the 4th floor, he said. We grew apart, though, like most high school friends do. I stayed to go to the local university, while Sam went to Vanderbilt. Lucas to a small private school in Virginia, and Peter went the furthest to Texas A&M on a football scholarship. We kept in contact as best we could, but 4 years is a long time, and it eventually turned into just liking each other's Facebook posts and texts on birthdays. Peter sent a group text to all of us in early September out of the blue. He said he'd be back in town visiting his family. We should all get together if any of us were close or wanted to make the drive. Now, I'd never left the city, so of course I was in. Sam made the easy drive up, only a couple of hours. Only Lucas begged off, not wanting to make the long drive back. We planned to meet up at a new bar that had only opened up in the recently trendy parts of town. It wasn't exactly our scene. Peter had gotten there first. I could see his hulking frame and a small booth in the corner. He'd already ordered cheese fries. "Hey, man," I said as I slid in opposite him. "How are things?" He put up a hand. He was still chewing. Peter was a large man, which, when he played football, came in handy and combined with considerable practice landed him a football scholarship. He lost it in his second year, though, ACL tear. He could never play the same. He pretended it didn't bother him, but he dropped out of school soon after. He'd stayed in College Station, working some mechanic job. He didn't talk much about it. I knew his family had wanted him to move back here, but I guessed he's probably just too proud.
I'm good, man,
he said, his voice booming as ever.
Living the dream, you know?
I chuckled. Living the dream meant you hated your goddamn life. Sam slid in easily next to me, shaking the rain from his coat, and immediately grabbed some of Peter's cheese fries. Sometimes, no matter how much time is between you, you can just slide back into routine.
You could.
You could ask, Peter said to Sam, feigning offense. Sam shook his head. I'm doing you a favor. You're already the size of a brick house. You don't need a second story added.
Yeah, whatever. Peter pulled the basket of fries back to him. I got a great idea, guys. I admit that I've lured you here under false pretense, but we're going to do something so sick.
Sam and I exchanged looks. Usually Peter's sick ideas were just throwing a brick through a neighbor's car window or petty graffiti on the bridge downtown. Low-level crime, just enough to get a thrill, but not so high that you'd get in serious trouble for it. That was Peter for you. We were 25, though, and I had a good job that I didn't want to jeopardize because of some teenage graffiti shit. Plus, I don't think Amanda would bail me out if I called. Talk about another reason to call the wedding off. She already tried to call it off once because I wasn't as enthusiastic as she'd wanted about the flower colors. All right, hit us with it, Sam said. Peter looked around and leaned in closer, gesturing for us to do the same.
The hospital. We're going. You remember Sheila from high school? She dog sits for the owner now, and she can get us in. I mean, for a fee, but like a small one. Who's in?
Sam and I now openly looked at each other. Why the fuck would we want to go to the old hospital? The place probably still had tuberculosis. Peter didn't look so good, though. He looked beat down more than I'd ever seen him. We were still so young. Maybe we owed him just this one thing. Might even be fun. Just a laugh, you know. See a creepy old hospital, scare each other with some well-timed bangs on the wall. Take a couple of photos. The works. It was almost October after all. This might even get me in the Halloween spirit enough to take up Amanda on her idea of couples costumes. So we asked. Maybe Peter knew it was more out of pity than anything, but he kept assuring us it'd be fun. Almost desperately so. The building itself was imposing. It almost felt like anyone building the hulking Tudor Gothic facade knew that it'd be haunted one day. Maybe it just grew to fit the part. We met Sheila under the main entrance, the stone solid and menacing in arches over us. Someone had spray-painted "I Love Pot" by the main door, which was a charming addition to the behemoth before us. She assured us that she wasn't going in that creepy-ass haunted fucking nightmare, but let us in the front entrance. She said that she'd wait in her car to lock up after us, then left. The door shut firmly behind us, and we looked out into the main lobby of the building. It must have been impressive when it was built. There were marble floors and arches carved into living flowers that met the high beams of the ceiling. It was more open and airy than I'd anticipated. When I thought of hospitals, I always thought of suffocating white corridors, but this building seemed to have more windows than actual walls. This also meant that it was freezing, and the wind blew forcefully down every corridor. Peter led us down the hallway, pointing out various rooms and the stories that went with them. There was a young boy who liked to play with toys left behind, a nurse who had hung herself, and a woman who roamed the hallways looking for her sister, who had made it out. It was all pretty cliché scary story stuff. I remember just wondering if I was going to get tetanus from the walls. Sam looked equally unimpressed, though we were all freezing from the wind. And then we got to the 4th floor. Our flashlights barely seemed to penetrate the grainy darkness of the hallways. According to Peter, this was the floor that had the operating room. A lot of people didn't make it out of the operating room, he said. I felt the prickling on the back of my neck. The way you feel when there's no one behind you, but there might be something behind you. I whipped around a couple of times as the wind slammed doors shut, suddenly. Sam mustered up a weak smile, but we were all feeling it. It wasn't fun anymore. We stood in a small pseudo-lobby in front of an operating room, surrounded by empty doorways.
I've got to take a leak,
Peter announced, breaking the creepy atmosphere. So what, do we leave now? Sam asked, trying desperately to not look like he was as eager as he was.
Peter shook his head. No, I'll go down there. Be back in a bit.
Please don't piss on the ground. That's disgusting, I said, as Peter laughed and disappeared around one of the corners.
I'm probably not the first one,
he called behind. Sam and I slid down one of the walls, careful to not have any open space between us. Sam pulled a granola bar out of his pocket and offered it to me. I wasn't hungry. So, this sucks, right? Peter said, his mouth full of granola. Yeah, dude, I fucking hate this place. It's cold as shit, and we're probably picking up like 5 different diseases. Sam nodded, still chewing. It'd been a while that we sat there. Sam and I both instinctively knew that the second we got up to look for Peter, he'd jump out from behind the door to scare us, so we waited. We figured he'd tire himself out and come sulking back eventually. He didn't, though. I don't know how long we waited, maybe 30 minutes before we figured we'd be a good sport and go find him. We dusted ourselves off and stood, trying to look down the hallway for Peter's large shape, trying to hide in a doorway. Nothing but darkness. Sam handed me one of the flashlights, and we made our way down the hallway, shining the flashlight into every room. And then they went out. Sam and I both cursed in unison. Peter! Sam called into the hallway. I know you're not still pissing. Our flashlights went out. We need yours. Meet us by the elevator shaft, okay? We're gonna go home. Silence met us. I remember being pissed that Peter was really committing to this bit. Then a small blue ball rolled down the hallway and stopped a few feet short of us. Sam and I both looked at it. And then at each other. Sam murmured under his breath, then launched the ball back down the hall. He'd been a pitcher in high school. Maybe that's why he didn't hear it land. Peter, you jackass! He called, stomping back down the hallway towards where the ball had come from. I heard a knocking down the opposite end behind us. Hey, you check down there. I heard something down here. So I'll go look for him there. Meet up in a bit, okay? I said. Sam nodded, then continued down the hallway. I turned back to the darkness ahead and tried to use the weak light from my phone to see the way. Eventually, that drained the battery, and it clicked off unceremoniously. I was alone, with only the moonlight trying to make it through the windows. And that's when I saw it. Standing by a pile of leaves that must have been blown through the windows. I don't know how to describe it. It wasn't a ghost, or at least one that I'd ever heard of. It was the absence of light, hanging by a window. Its form was almost human-like, but rippling in the breeze. It was a more than solid shadow. It didn't have a face per se, but I could feel it looking at me. We seemed to look at each other for a long time, but I'm not sure how long. It must have been seconds. Could have been an hour. It didn't seem angry, and I think maybe that's why I followed it. It just wanted to show me something. I climbed the stairs after it. It seemed to blink in and out of space and simply reappearing in the next place it wanted to be. I was in a haze, completely forgetting about Sam and Peter. I was scared, but compelled to follow it, to see it through. Maybe I owed it that much. The roof was cold, and the wind howled through the trees. The figure disappeared, but maybe the moon was too bright for me to see it up there. I could still see Sheila's car parked down below. I waved, but she wasn't looking up. I thought about the patients who must have laid up here, using the sun to try to save their pale skin. I lay down on the edge and closed my eyes,
thinking of them who lived and died so long ago. They must have been so lonely. I felt their presence, and I wept. They were so lonely. They just wanted me to understand what their life was like. On the roof every day, in the warmth and the freezing cold, left for hours to just sit and contemplate the ends of their lives, blood staining their clothes with every exhale. They must have looked at these hills thousands of times before it was the last thing they ever saw. I cried for them. I felt them so close inside my chest. I felt their hands on me. They caressed me, soothed me. Then, more forceful, I felt them pushing me. I slid closer and closer to the edge of the roof, compelled by something. It would be so easy to just fall. Effortless. I leaned into it.
Jack! Sam was calling my name. I felt hands again, warmer now, as Sam pulled me from the roof's edge. I opened my eyes and met his pupils wide and wild. His hair was damp. Peter is... He stopped, gagging. We have to go. We have to go now. I followed Sam wordlessly as he pounded down the steps. Flight after flight until we burst through the lobby doors. Sheila was sleeping in her car, oblivious to us sprinting to the old Luminera. She screamed as Sam slammed his hands against the driver's window. Open up, Sheila! God damn it, we have to go! What the fuck, Sam? You scared the shit out of me! She yelled, unlocking the passenger side door. Sam threw me into the back seat and almost dove into the passenger front seat next to her. She sat there shaking, his head in his hands. Sheila and I looked at each other, both unsure of what to do. Sam just sat there, trying to speak but unable to get anything out. Where is Peter, Sam? Sheila asked, her voice low. Sam just shook his head back and forth, back and forth. I watched him do it, Sam said. So quietly I almost missed it. Watched him do what? I asked, almost as quietly as he had said it. He just swung back and forth, back and forth. God, He shook his head, still buried in his palms. We need to call the police, I said, suddenly calmer than I had been all night. We could call one small number and then it'd be someone else's problem, someone else's nightmare. Oh, fuck. I'm definitely getting fired, Sheila said, staring wide-eyed at the building that loomed before us. Sheila did get fired. Sam and I got knocked with a trespassing charge. I think they went easy on us, though, because of what they found. They did end up finding Peter, a task that Sam and I had failed so woefully at. He was on the 3rd floor, a puddle of urine under him. He swayed in the breeze, his neck so purple it was almost black. He had hung himself from one of the doorways with a thick rope, but we're not sure he had actually brought with him. According to the coroner reports, he died almost instantly after leaving Sam and me. It made sense. His life had fallen apart after losing their scholarship. He was broke, too. His death had made sense, and desperate for the attention that he'd lost, he decided to go out with style in the old abandoned hospital. I wondered what they would have said about my death had it been successful. Young man, successful and engaged to the love of his life, throws himself off the hospital roof. Would mine have been less believable? Amanda left me. I don't blame her. Sam got fired soon after drinking on the job. We met now in the trendy bar where we met Peter that night. We drink in silence for the most part. Sam won't tell me what he saw when he went looking for Peter. Shakes his head when I ask. He doesn't ask me why I was on the roof teetering off the edge. We don't talk about it. We just drink for Peter. And for the others we left behind there at the hospital. They're so lonely. We're lonely too. We were 1,000 miles from home when the car gave up the ghost. But to be honest, I was surprised we made it as far as we did. My old Nissan had been on life support for the better part of the last decade. Now that it was dead, I almost felt relief, like the machine could finally be at peace in the great afterlife parking lot in the sky. Of course, that relief was easily outweighed by the newfound panic of being stranded in the middle of an unfamiliar nowhere. Jerry was under the hood doing everything short of dark magic to get the engine running again, while I paced the road with a cell phone over my head, hoping for a single bar of connectivity and feeling about as useful as male nipples. This certainly wasn't the highlight of our cross-country road trip, but it wasn't the worst moment either. That particular honor fell upon the roadside marsupial petting zoo. To be fair, this was taking my mind off of all those things I'd left back home, which was the entire purpose of this surprise vacation, after all. That's what my friends called it. A surprise vacation. Their delicate phrasing conjured a much kinder image of what turned out to be a low-key kidnapping. I got home from my overnight shift to find them all waiting for me in my living room, intervention style. My roommate, Jerry, the mastermind behind it all, had 2 go-bags waiting by the front door and a map plotting our impending road trip to see the Pacific Ocean for the first time in my life. Jerry had been prone to these spontaneous, well-intended but highly irresponsible gestures for as long as I'd known him. At least, this time, he didn't try to gift me a stray animal he found. Normally, I would simply say, thanks, and shut it down before things got out of hand. But I wasn't in the proper headspace to fight back. I'd just gone through what can only be described as a traumatic event. Some people close to me died, and there was a major misunderstanding with the new sheriff, but that's probably a story best saved for another day. Suffice to say, my friends saw that I was going through a rough patch, and thought it would be good medicine to get me far away from everything for a few days. They made sure my shifts at the gas station were covered until the end of the week, just long enough for things to settle down and go back to normal. I couldn't blame them for not understanding what was really going on. Hell, I only got a tenuous grasp on it myself, but the doctors assured me everything would be fine now, just as long as I stuck to the plan and took my medicine. After a few long days filled with tourist traps, roadside attractions, cheap motels, and car farts, it looked like we'd finally reached the end of our adventure. We were a few states shy of the West Coast, but low on money and even lower on time. This trip was as close to a success as we were likely to get, and the car's breakdown was the final straw. I decided to give Jerry a few more seconds of vacation before breaking the news to him, which is why I was taking so long looking for cell service when I knew there was none to be found way out here. When I got back to the car, Jerry popped his head out from under the hood and said, "Okay, try the engine now." I turned the key to the sound of stubborn silence. "Nada," I announced. "Really? Fuck a doodle. I bypassed the engine switch. It's not the battery or the starter. Spark plugs are good, fuses are good, wiper blades are new, blinker fluid is full. Maybe it's out of gas," I offered, exhausting the full extent of my vehicular knowledge. "No, it's got a half a tank." He slammed the hood shut and said, "Well, I'm going to make friends with the tree. When I get back, I'll start taking the engine apart. In the meantime, you should build a fire and find something to cook. I might be here a while." "That plan isn't going to work." "Relax, dude. It's just an expression. I'm not really making friends with the tree," he scoffed. "If anything, I'm about to give it a good reason to be mad at me." "I meant, we can't set up camp here, hoping for a miracle, or a friendly passerby. I mean, what are the odds a good Samaritan would take the same shortcut we did?" I wasn't trying to be mean, but he was the one to discover this brilliant alternate route between highways over an hour ago, and in that time we hadn't seen a single car besides our own. Our path had been nothing but acre after acre of farmland and trees, and of course, that one enormous house back at the top of the hill. "All right," Jerry relented. "What's the plan then?" "Did you clock that spooky house we passed about a mile ago?"
He laughed. How could I not? It was so extra.
He wasn't wrong. The place stuck out like a pink bikini at a Mormon funeral. Unlike the traditional farmhouses and double wides that decorated most of our adventure through the back roads of the American South, this place was a certifiable mansion, a mix between Greek Revival and Gothic architecture, including spires, columns, and even a widow's walk. I wouldn't have been surprised to see a gargoyle or two hanging out on the roof, and I would have bet my last dollar the place was haunted. One thing was for certain, it was the sort of place I'd love to avoid at all costs. I think we need to go there, I said regrettably. Jerry eagerly agreed. As he relieved himself by the side of the road, I went into the car's trunk and collected a few necessities for the walk up the hill. Bag of trail mix, bottled water, some sunscreen. I wasn't expecting this to take very long, but not very long was exactly enough time for me to burn, and poor preparation had kicked my ass too many times lately. Jerry must have had a similar thought. He came up next to me and reached under our bags, pulling the baseball bat from its hiding place. "What's that for?" I asked.
Protection. Duh. There could be wolves out there.
No, dude. No weapons. I don't want to show up at a stranger's house looking any more suspicious than we already do.
Oh, good point.
He tossed the bat inside and slammed the trunk shut. I thought we had everything we needed. I thought we were being smart by leaving the weapon behind. In retrospect, it was the first of many bad decisions. It took half an hour to get to the top of the hill, another 5 minutes just to walk up the winding driveway through the meticulously manicured lawn. When we finally reached the enormous double doors, I was too exhausted to even feel nervous anymore. Jerry knocked while I fished, unsuccessfully, for cell reception.
Who do you think lives here anyway? Jerry asked. Some kind of supervillain? King of the farmer folk? The Munsters?
If I had to guess, probably the kind of people whose family used to own the people. The door opened, and I quickly remembered how to feel nervous again. "Can I help you?" the old woman croaked in a voice that sounded like paper tearing. She was a little over 4 feet tall and dressed like a Victorian-era doll, with gray hair tied back below a cloth bonnet, bristly nose hairs, skin the color of canned meat spread, and the thickest pair of wire-frame glasses I'd ever seen, magnifying her pupils to the size of quarters. To put it bluntly, she was difficult to look at. I nearly dropped my phone, but Jerry didn't even flinch. He just tipped an imaginary hat and said,
"Hello there, ma'am. My name is Jerry, and this is my associate Jack. We hate to be a bother, but our vehicle broke down just up the street, and we were wondering if it might be possible to—"
"I wasn't expecting any more company," she interrupted. "Are you sure you have the right address?"
Jerry and I shared a look.
"No, ma'am," he said. I was just saying that our car stopped working out of the blue. We were stranded on the side of the road, and Jack is a nervous Nelly, so we decided—"
"All the guests have been accounted for," she said,
her voice registering somewhere between a creaking door and an angry drill sergeant.
"You must check your invitations, please."
Jerry took a breath and rubbed his hands together.
"Is there someone younger we could talk to?"
"Jerry!" I snapped.
"Relax, dude. I didn't even think she could hear us."
I pushed him out of the way, stepped up to the feeble old woman, and looked into her enormously magnified eyes. "Excuse me," I said gently. "We need to use your phone, please." She tilted her head up, then back down, presumably giving us both the once-over. Then she turned around and said, "Follow me this way to the telephone machine. Local calls only, no long distance, please." As she disappeared into the bowels of the ancient manor, I hesitated. A familiar feeling washed over me, one I could neither trust nor ignore. A feeling of dread, and an unshakable sense that something was wrong here. Only this time, it felt stronger. It felt realer. Before I could comprehend what was happening, Jerry had already marched past me into the dark entryway, leaving me all alone with my paranoia. I took a breath and plowed ahead after him. The short, elderly woman spoke in a dry monotone as we followed her past the entryway into an enormous great hall that wouldn't have looked out of place on the first-class deck of the Titanic. I was only halfway listening, but I picked up enough to understand that she was reciting the house's history like some kind of tour guide. The home was built in 18-something-something by Colonel something-something. It began as a plantation, I knew it, and then served as a hospital during the Civil War, or as she worded it, the War of Northern Aggression. As her words droned on, the interior of the manor was busy telling its own story. The hardwood floors and century-old claw marks, the enormous painting hanging over the fireplace depicting a man with sideburns and a "I dare you to" grimace. The suit of armor, bearskin rug, crystal chandelier. I half expected to see a diamond billboard sign reading, "We have old money, so fuck you." The air smelled of tobacco and old books. Voices, muffled from far away, transferred through the walls. There was a jovial nature to them, some laughter even. The place was alive with people. But at least that's what I hoped I was hearing. At the base of the grand staircase was a thin door. The woman opened it, revealing a much less impressive set of steps leading down into a basement. She descended, and Jerry followed. I considered the wisdom of staying put, keeping the exit in sight just in case one of us needed to make a break for it. I looked over my shoulder to make sure the door was still there. Not that it would do much good. If things went south again, I knew I wouldn't make it very far on my own. When I turned towards the basement, it was already too late to tell them to stop or wait. I looked back at the exit. I was stranded. It's remarkable, really, that even with my attention being pulled in such opposite extremes, I somehow managed to notice the shelf of books against the wall by the fireplace. Even more remarkable, how I gravitated towards it, almost unwillingly. How time stood still, how I forgot where I was for only a moment, and in that moment, I must have pulled a book out and begun reading. It had been ages since I let myself relax and get lost in a good story. What the hell am I doing? Time whip snapped back into place around me. How long have I been standing here? I was already a chapter and a half in. I closed the book and inspected it. The basilisk stare. It was an Agatha Christie mystery that I'd never heard of before. Strange, I thought I'd already read everything she'd written. How did this one escape my radar? All at once, I became aware of an unsettling presence, a looming shadow. The same feeling you get when a cop car starts tailing you on the interstate. I put the book back where it belonged, then turned around and confirmed my suspicions. I was no longer alone here. The young woman was silently watching me. For how long, I didn't know, but I was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt, and say that she wasn't Edward Cullening me this entire time. She wore a light blue formal dress, one that could have been plucked straight from the 19th century, complete with a hoop skirt and white elbow-length gloves. She was about my age, assuming she wasn't a ghost or a vampire, of course, with piercing blue eyes and black hair and ringlets, framing a heart-shaped face. In her hand, she held an old book, the cover worn down enough to obscure the title. She didn't say anything. She didn't smile or nod. She just stood there, quietly staring. I thought this behavior was a little weird until I realized that I was guilty of the same thing. I managed to get out the words, "Oh," and "Hi," in that order. She turned her gaze momentarily to the bookshelf, then back to me. Her voice was barely more than a whisper. "You're like me, aren't you?" I didn't answer right away. I didn't know how to answer. Part of me deep down wanted to say yes, but I couldn't understand why. Instead, I tried, "What do you mean?" When she spoke again, her voice had a little more heft. "There's something wrong with you." The way she said it carried no malice. It was an innocent statement. I gave an honest response. "Yeah, how'd you know?" Her next question made the hairs on the back of my neck stand at attention. The weird stuff. Does it follow you too? I looked around to make sure that we were still alone before answering. I don't know yet.
This way, please.
The old woman had returned. Despite the word please, I could tell it was more of a command than a request. The girl with the piercing blue eyes stepped in front of me, shelved her book, and walked away without another word. This time when the old woman descended the stairs, I was quick to follow. The sooner we got a call into the mechanic, the sooner we could leave this place. Forever. The underground room smelled exactly how I expected an underground room to smell. Musty and damp. A single bare incandescent light bulb hung from the ceiling, illuminating our surroundings. A broken grandfather clock against the far wall, an industrial washer and dryer combo, cardboard boxes stacked to the ceiling, and an 8-foot-tall taxidermied polar bear that begged the question, how the hell did they get that thing down here in one piece? Jerry already had the receiver of the corded phone between his ear and shoulder when I walked in. His hands held a yellowed phone book.
All right, thanks, buddy. Yeah, you too.
He looked at me with a strange expression. His mouth formed a smile, but his eyes were saying, "You're not going to like what I have to tell you." "What is it?" I asked. He put the phone book on the table, cradled the receiver, took a breath, then answered slowly.
"I've got good news and bad.
You know I hate this game, right?
The mechanic knows exactly where we are. He's sending his tow truck for a tow. But he won't be able to get to us till morning."
"Then we try someone else."
"Yeah, about that. He's the only mechanic in the entire county."
"Oh? Did he tell you that?"
"He's the only mechanic listed in the phone book."
What? How's that even possible?" I stepped over to the table and picked up the book. It immediately opened to the page for the mechanics. If I wasn't so paranoid, I might not think anything about it. But the fact that it fell open directly to the exact spot I was looking for registered less as serendipity and more as a red flag being big enough to propel a sailboat. I sighed once I saw that he was right. A single entry under mechanics, automotive. I put the book away and said, "That's fine. We can just make it through one night in the car. We survived a lot worse." I nearly jumped out of my skin when the old woman began speaking. I'd honestly forgotten she was still there.
"If this is what must be, I will not begrudge any travelers the safety of shelter for one night. There is a spare room available on the 3rd floor, the Woodrow Harper Suite."
"Oh no," I said. "We couldn't possibly accept such an imposition." Jerry made a noise that sounded like a quack and said,
Oh yeah, we can. What are you talking about?"
She insisted.
"It's no problem at all. My family has long been blessed with the fruits of fortune. It is only right that we extend our hospitality to those in need. However, there is one condition upon which I must insist."
"No, really," I said. "It's okay."
"No, really," Jerry echoed. "Did you say sweet?"
The bad feeling in my gut was growing stronger by the second. "Jerry, do you mind if I talk to you in private for a moment?" He followed me to the far corner, below the watchful eyes of that dust-covered bear. "I don't like it," I whispered. "There's something wrong here. Something about this place doesn't make sense." For a flash instant, I thought I saw something crawling up the wall next to us, but upon closer inspection, I realized that there was nothing there. My mind had a tendency to play tricks. Jerry didn't bother with the inside voice.
"Yeah, I know. It's creepy as fuck, but Grandma over there hardly strikes me as a murder cannibal. I'm reasonably certain if push comes to shove, we can take her."
I looked over my shoulder to see if Grandma had heard us. If she had, her face didn't show it. I turned back to Jerry and continued. "It's not her I'm worried about."
"Well, what is it?"
I took a second to try and find the answer, but realized I didn't know. Instead, I shrugged.
"Hey, It's cool, Jerry said. If you're getting bad vibes, we can piece right out of here. But let me ask you this. If your gut's correct, if something is wrong, do you really think we'll be any safer waiting out in the car?
He had a point. Whatever was triggering my nope radar could possibly follow us a mile down the road. But if we did go back to the Nissan, at least I could spend the night with a baseball bat in my hands. The old woman's patience must have finally run out. She turned to the stairs and called over her shoulder.
Follow me this way. I'll show you to your room.
Jerry read the look on my face and tried to pump the brakes.
Actually, we're gonna rough it in the car tonight. No need to show us to any... Oh, okay. She's already gone.
We hurried up the stairs behind her. When we'd all re-emerged on the ground floor, she started towards the grand staircase, but Jerry and I took a different route, heading straight for the front door. Just before I could reach the handle, the lights flickered and a booming noise filled the room, freezing us in place. The sound of a distant explosion lingered for a couple seconds, then dissipated. If I didn't know any better, I would have thought it sounded like thunder. I broke free from my deer in the headlights moment and opened the door to see that the sky outside had turned a murky black. Waves of thick, torrential rain rocked the trees on the horizon like hands, frantically waving goodbye to the world. I'd been through enough tornadoes to know what bad weather looked like, but this was something different. A bolt of lightning cracked open a tree on the other side of the road. A half a second later, the noise washed over us. I instinctively stepped back and shut the door.
Jerry laughed. Guess that settles it, huh? Looks like we're hunkering down for the night, whether we like it or not.
It appears the looming tempest has finally reached us.
Once again, the old woman snuck up on me, only revealing her presence when she spoke. I turned to her. She showed no signs of concern. No smile or frown, no emotion at all, really. She just stood and waited for me to say something, which, after finally finding my voice again, I did. You said there was one condition to our staying the night?
Yes,
she answered.
As you have undoubtedly discovered by now, this is no ordinary bed and breakfast. A typical reservation is made a full year in advance. The experience of spending a night in bedside manner is quite valuable in more ways than one. If you will be present, I expect you to behave as legitimate guests. That means engaging in all the evening's activities, exploring the various mysteries, and staying in character. Above all else, she raised her voice to emphasize this next part, you must not let any of the other participants know that you did not pay for a room. Is that understood?
Clear as mud,
Jerry answered.
Excellent. Please follow me to your accommodations.
Her explanation was way too much for me to digest all at once. The activities, bed and breakfast, character? She was continuing to speak as we followed her up the grand staircase further from the safety of the outside.
Bedside Manor contains 13 bedrooms, 5 for guests, 3 for family, and an additional 5 for the servants. At one point, it was considered quite progressive to allow the help to live within the main quarters, but Eustace Bedside saw it as an exercise in practicality. Keep your friends close and your workers closer.
I hung back a few steps and caught Jerry at a safe whispering distance. That storm really came out of nowhere.
It's a cloudburst, he said with a shrug. They happen.
I got sunburnt walking up the hill. There wasn't a cloud in the sky.
Good thing we got here when we did, huh?
He wasn't taking the hint. Yeah, I said, resigning myself to the situation. Good thing. The old woman reached the top of the landing and waited silently for us to catch up. When we were together again, she continued the monologue explaining the sordid history of the generations of bedsides, like it would somehow be relevant to the plot or something. I wasn't really paying attention. I just assumed Jerry was listening and could fill me in later. Before we knew it, we were standing beside a reddish-brown door with a mercury knob and a brass nameplate above the frame that read, Woodrow Harper, 1846 through 1857.
Do you have any questions for me at this time? She asked.
What's the Wi-Fi password?
Bedside Manor offers a full experience in the immersion of a simpler time. We have neither computers or television machines. Save for emergencies, the telephone will not be available to anyone during the course of their stay.
I asked the next question. And what did you say your name was?
My name is Margaret. Margaret Bedside. But you may call me Maggie.
Thank you, Maggie. She offered us the key as well as a strange apology.
I'm sorry. I'm afraid there's only one bed in Woodrow Harper's suite.
I took the key and replied, That won't be a problem. She looked like there was something she wanted to say, but didn't. Instead,
I'll leave you two to get cleaned up. Please, feel free to use any clothing you find in the armoire. Dinner begins at 7 sharp. There will be a chance for social mingling at 6. I expect to see you both there.
With that, she turned and shuffled back towards the stairs. The room was, in a word, magnificent. There was a king-sized bed complete with its own curtains, a separate sitting area by the bookcase, even a crystal chandelier. I tried to keep a calm voice. Jerry, what is your understanding of the situation we find ourselves in right now?
Isn't it obvious?
Not at all.
Dude, check it out. This is one of those monster mystery themed bed and breakfasts.
He could barely contain his excitement.
I've always wanted to try one of these.
Come again? He started exploring the room like a kid in a candy shop.
It's like an escape room mixed with a dinner theater. Here's what's going to happen. Someone's going to die tonight. And then we get to spend the weekend playing detective. The reason everything here looks and feels so creepy is by design. Old Maggie's probably just an actress. This is going to be awesome.
He rushed into the bathroom, then excitedly called out,
They got a bidet and toilet paper. How fancy do you feel right now? Because I'm feeling monocle fancy.
I approached the window overlooking the front of the property. At the rate the surprise storm was churning along, it couldn't have much longer to go. Eventually the sky would have to run out of water, right? You are aware that we can't stay here overnight, aren't you? We don't have any of our stuff. We don't have clothes. I left my medicine in the car. I can't afford to skip another dose. Not after what happened last time. I thought about the moment earlier at the bookshelf. About the lost time. And then I thought about the girl with the blue eyes. Jerry soon interrupted my train of thought, returning to the main room wearing a silken bathrobe around his neck like an oversized scarf.
Yeah, I haven't forgotten about that, he said. Tell you what, when the storm clears, maybe we can pull an Irish goodbye. But in the meantime, let's see if the wardrobe comes with its own complimentary Narnia portal.
He opened the double doors to the armoire, then took a step back and whistled. What is it?
Hey, Jack. What size suit do you wear?
I don't know. Medium. Why? I crossed the room to see that the piece of furniture held 2 complete tuxedo suits, formal wear, with tails and top hats. No, thank you. Shoes and bow ties. Exactly 2 sets. At a glance, they seemed like they would be pretty close to Jerry's and my sizes. The pull-out drawers beneath the suits contained socks and underwear. The bathroom contained 2 unopened toothbrushes. Jerry showered up first. When he was done, he tried on his clothes to find they fit perfectly. After my own shower, I wasn't even surprised that mine fit like every piece had been tailored specifically for me. Coincidences abound, But even Jerry had to admit that this one was a little too lucky. Everything about this room felt like someone had been expecting us.
Hey there, kids, and happy Halloween. It's me, MrCreepyPasta, and I wanted to tell you thank you so much for watching tonight's video, or listening to tonight's episode this Oktoberfest on the podcast. If you're not listening on the podcast, then you always can listen on the podcast at Spotify, or just about anywhere you find a podcast. And if you're not listening on YouTube, then you can find it on YouTube, or just about anywhere you find a YouTube. If any of you guys are interested in some of the audiobooks or actual books that have horror stories in them that I've worked on, you can always check out that description down below. In there's a couple of different links to some horror books and horror audiobooks and new things, like hopefully there'll be a Tales from the Gas Station Volume 3 link down there in the next few days, which I'm referring to right now, because if you look and it's out, it'll be there. Also, I wanted to say thank you, all of you who are supporting me on Patreon. That's patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta. If you ever want to help support the show, keep the lights on, feed my cats and the like, you can always head over to patreon.com/MrCreepyPasta, and you can support the show there. Even $1 is greatly appreciated. And I have a very special thank you to these guys, such as Jordan Alexander Sanchez, Mr. Thud, Ken Lando Higuchi, Chompski, Nico Kaeo, Tristain Pelton, Stephen VanHuss, Chance Burnett, Deanna Kraus, G. Weevil 3, TheRedOakShieldVirus, CoryxKenshin, Pothead Holmes, Rival 1, JimboTheHutt, Caspian, Jordan Nells, The Village Witch, Hades' Nephew, Jordan Wayne Deckard, Bradley Leipe, and Charron, AcidSystem, Mike Bullock, FoolyCoolyDude, Prozac and Pancake Appreciation, Ryan Arse, Cryptic Nightmares, Shadow Morningstar, Brianna Wright, Someone You Love, Seb the King 56, Bad Honey, S-Man, Kiri the Sloth, Thomas Burgett, Liam Newman, Sky Harbor, Caleb Dougal, Last Blade Song, Rafael Rodriguez, The Ginger Bros, and Aaron Stormcrow. And another thank you to all you guys who are in the description down below. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you all for listening. And I hope you all have a wonderfully happy Halloween. Sweet dreams.